What a damn good weekend it's about to be. One and all, welcome back to the Elite Classic number 3. And we are going to have one hell of a busy weekend. I'm joined by the wonderful Myriad. He's already buzzing up. I didn't realize we had green screens on. Sorry, I just got like collectible Pokemons in the background. What a nerd. But we've got the biggest nerds facing off. Like, this is going to be a sweaty day, Myriad. We're talking a little bit behind the scenes about what we're coming up. We're opening up a Marine Lord versus Louis MT, which is a wild set. Beastie versus Lucifron, Puppy Paw versus Anatan, Beastie versus Wham. There's just a lot of Beastie going around today. But in general, a lot of blood to be spilled. And the thing I love most about when we get to a new DLC, a new patch, there's always that question mark about who's the real master. But that man on the left with his baguette-wielding flag, so far in this group stage, has looked like the unslayable king.
And if you were to ask him that very question, I think he'd refer to himself the very same way as you just did, KP, right? I mean, the confidence is there to back up the skills that Marine Lord brings to the table, right? We have seen it time and time again. The man is the epitome of consistency, I would say. There was the last final, of course, where some things went wrong for him. He needed to be taken off his throne sooner or later at some point, right? But he's back to reclaim it here in this EGC.
Oh, that's true. We can refer to him as the underdog because he didn't win the last one, right? Like, I think that's how that works. You're like, oh, poor Marine Lord. He has not won any S-tier titles in 2025. Could this be the first one? I mean, it's going to be an interesting matchup for sure as well. Just checking the numbers. Marine Lord had a flawless group stage so far. But when it comes to like pointing in terms of like winning the series, Louis MT is there alongside him, only dropping 2 games in his 4 series and winning every single one.
That's right. It doesn't really get closer than this in the group stages, right? In terms of a matchup. I mean, these are players that have practiced before in customs, right? They have been known to be practice partners, so they will know each other somewhat and their unique styles. And quite the matchup to open us here, right, on the very first map. Japanese for Louis MT against Marine Lord's China on Cliffside. What do you make of this?
We're about to get some Dark Age action. I mean, it's tricky. The thought here is like with the no IO builds, you can punish if you're quick enough. So you force them to go harder on the gold, or you forfeit over gold entirely. Outside that, I know a lot of people thinking Buddhist monks. I don't really think this is a civ where Buddhist monks is that valuable against them per se. Usually when you think Buddhist monks, you're thinking about high like base damage units, like a Knight Civ, for example. I know Louis MT historically liked doing that build. He was one of the first high-level players to experiment with it to a true extent. But my feelings here is because we're on Cliffside and it's a short map, I think Louis was just maybe envisioning something like potentially a Malian pick. I don't know if he expected China, but he basically wanted a Dark Age rush because so far that seems to be about 80% of the reason to pick Japanese these days.
It's true, right? There's just so much value to be gained. Not only can you maybe, if you get lucky with a gold, well, Marine Lord unlucky in this case, you can get there very early, even denied the necessary gold needed for age up, and then you get into sending, 5 vills at a time, extra idle time, even if you do get the gold to age up. But then there's the day pushing as well, right?
Yep.
That's a very secondary use, very, very useful secondary use for those spears. If you do decide to put on some aggression and then you can no longer do so after you push them off of the gold. What do you do with the spears? Well, normally there's a very safe initial deer pack, which is very close and easy to shove. The second ones are normally farther away here on Cliffside than on other maps. But, it has been known that the second deer pack also can get pushed in if it's not disrupted by the spears. But loading in, Marine Lord in the color blue towards the eastern side of the map as the Chinese up against Team Elephants. Chinese Wunderkind, Louis MT on the pink Japanese in the western side of the map.
That's right. Wielding his next door neighbors, the Japanese, and he will wield them for aggression on the opening here. We have got the racks drop immediately into the spinning being queued up, and look at that spawn. Dare I say it, Marine Lord not getting a Marine Lord spawn, a forward spawning gold against a Dark Age rush.
Exactly. There's no remake being called yet that we can see because of this spawn, right? Surprising yet so far. But the spear is going to make its way across the map now. Very short distance on Cliffside, right? So this spear will be there ASAP. Marine Lord definitely expects some kind of shenanigans here. He's not going to be too worried about the amount of gold he can get as long as he gets enough for that age up.
And the value of these Japanese players, obviously the 75 wood cost means you're already into the second spearman a lot earlier than most civs would be, and that second spearman is going to be crucial here to forcing the rotations. Marine Lord is going to get the shivs out, Gotta be careful though, with that second spear much quicker on this civ than most others. Yeah, this is the correct reaction. Just pull more for gold. Now we have to remember, it's not enough to get the 200 gold. He needs enough for Mr. Taxman as well.
Exactly right. Now, thankfully, the Imperial Academy does have those cheaper Imperial officials. I think it's only 35 gold per, if I'm not wrong, or thereabouts. So, really, it shouldn't be too difficult to get them the ideas. Yeah.
Sure. No? You've got to be careful here.
He'll be short. He still has some higher health villages that he can spare to pull here, but it is getting a little bit tiresome now with the amount of idle time, right? Like, this is adding up a little bit. So, yep. It's not...
Oh,
yeah, just short, yeah. So he will need to make another little trip quite soon. I mean, he will do so, right? It won't be too big of an issue, but thing is, you know, depending on Louis MT's approach in this game, those low health villages could prove to be a real thorn in Marine Lord's backside.
Yeah, and look at that. Marine Lord, he goes out to the East Gold instead of trying to come back for this one with a single villager. Smartly played there. And it makes sense here. So there are some thoughts. You know, Marine Lord could have gambled on that gold vein with the thought being Louis busy shoving deer and probably would have got away with it. But it's not worth the risk if your opponent is camping with all four nearby. And, well, we can see it is about that deer shove. Louis MT is going for double deer shove simultaneously.
A man with his APM is certainly one that's capable of doing so, but Marine Lord, quick on the draw, he does realize that his own deer are getting shoved now. I mean, that is quite the stretch to try to get those back, but as long as he puts them even slightly out of position here on Marine Lord's side, LUMT will be relatively happy about that. I mean, there is likely some pro scouts on the cards for Marine Lord once he does go back out onto that gold, maybe starting with an archery range to push the spears away. But we have seen some players start to skip pro scouts as well, right? Even with these civs that are known to pretty much always go for them, like China, like Jushi, we have seen it sometimes not prioritized as much as before.
Yeah, and usually that's because you get the deer shove in. So China is definitely a civ that sometimes goes for that. They're forced to spearman early. And this situation as well, just shoving the deer up in this high ground means spears can actually block pro scouts quite fluidly. The other interesting detail to think about why Louis done this, like why even think that you could get the deer across the map, is because this now goes unguarded, unseen. Marine Lord isn't over here laming the deer like you'd normally expect against these Dark Age rush openings. It gives Louis an opportunity to potentially get the deer all the way into the base.
Once he does get them into the base, the options really open up here for Louis, right? I mean, there's a world where you can try to put on a lot of aggression here as a Japanese. There's quite a lot of fruit to be gained from that. Against China, it's a bit more difficult, of course. They do have access to, very fast production with their IOs, as well as Zuganu later on, if they do go for that Song Dynasty. But something else that the deer being shoved all the way under the TC allows is, of course, a very fast and safe castle age, which is something the Japanese are known for by now.
Yeah, a little bit of a tricky deer shove in the end due to that cursed little tree line. Looks like someone will get lamed. We do have Kura Storehouse, so there's been a pretty heavy pivot away from Coca Township. The meta was well and truly embedded within that idea back in Season 9, but I think part of it is because of the change around Pro Scouts. Maybe it being a bit more deniable means gradually building your own safe food at home became more worth it. But the number one thing I've noticed is whenever you open this Dark Age Rax Rush, it devalues Coca because you've now already given your opponent a reason to build archers, which would count the Shinobi as well.
Exactly right, and really getting value out of Shinobi. We have seen players utilize them in different ways to extract that kind of value to the point where it's justified over going for the Kura Storehouse. Can be difficult against something like the Chinese. You, of course, have the hand cannon slates not only from towers, but the TC as well. And as we mentioned, the spear's already on the field. Prime reason to go archers, and with them being, as you can see, producing extremely quickly thanks to that Imperial official supervision, Shinobi might be hard-pressed to find any kind of damage if that was the choice.
Yeah, it looks like Louis is now going to just be going for the classic hunker down. He did get the outpost on the forward. Might want to consider a second one here, just in case you want to leverage gold more heavily. Did get triple deer, quadra deer rather, underneath the safety of the TC in the end. So not too bad. And of course, he does have those berries, which the Japanese have an accelerated gathering rate on. A little bit surprised to see no Tawara just yet. And, oh, you dirty son of a...
And this is some of the risks that end up materializing on this map, right? We have 4 gold for Marine Lord, 4 gold for Japanese, and Chinese. I mean, there is something they're very, very known for as well, in the ability to punish such fast cast intentions as Louis is trying to do here. It's the forward Barbican. It's going to be in range. It's going to go up, and this will make life so much harder for Louis.
And you talked about people skipping pro scouts. This is one way to skip it. He's dropping a mill behind that. He's not going anywhere. He's going to be camping in the area. And people probably wondered, Louis, why didn't you just build the outpost on the forward? Come on. Why don't you want to wait? You don't. You need the outpost near where the gold gatherers are in case pressure comes in. This is a classic maneuver by Japanese. It's why we often see them build an outpost on either side of the vein. Marine Lord has just done a pitch-perfect job of exploiting that detail. Looks like we have at least got a backup goal for Louis MT, so won't be the end of the world per se, but he already invested in the outpost on the forward. And
that he did.
The archers are rotating.
They are. I mean, realistically, Louis will get enough gold here for the castle age, but as to how much extra gold he gets to be able to make any units that will deal with these archers and these spearmen now coming out from Marine Lord, including his Zuganu. Well, with the Zuganu and QA Marine Lord, I think we're looking at an all-in.
Yeah, but the outpost is up. So Louis MT will have safety there. The group archer is not achieving too much. I guess the thing that's going to matter here is actually food. Did Louis actually get enough sheep to feel cozy with castle?
He has some sheep here. He still has a little bit of the berries left just next to his TC. I'm not sure if they're mostly exhausted because you can see the bush on the minimap, but there might be quite a few.
Sheep gone, yeah. So he's got the deer though. I think he got a fifth one under. Yeah, so he's got 5 in range in total, and the berries are still untouched, which is understandable now that Chiga arrived. The other problem is this. Kurostoa is placed on the north side, and you see why it usually ends up feeling like a bad idea. He put him further away from the enemy, but it means all his initial farms are going to spawn out of TC range, which means if Marine Lord just brings in a few burners, he can guarantee you never have any infinite food.
Exactly. I mean, there is the Kurostoas, like you mentioned, that can be out of commission now because of Marine Lord's units. The berries as well are being kept a close eye on. Those have been barely been touched by Louis as well. And Floating Gate now is on the way here, but the units from Marine Lord are still in production for now. It's like there's no more just at this point in time. But even now, Louis forced to go out to the Northern Gold now in anticipation that there's likely going to be a ram coming to push him off of that Northern Gold entirely. And here it goes.
Correct read. Now coming in from Marine Lord. Meanwhile, look to press towards those farms. You don't want to be giving infinite food over for free. Because even if the gold has a backup option for Louis, at this rate, the food is going to be a bigger concern.
There's no production building prepared for that Shinto priest to deposit the Yorishiro into just yet. I mean, it could be an idea to just go straight samurai here. That could be an option, but I think we still don't have the samurai upgrade in just yet either. The feudal age one, right? So
No,
it is
it's
going to
just
be
gonna
the stable.
Yeah, just the normal state. What were we thinking, Miretti? you think a Japanese player is going to build Castle Age and not build ponies? Come on.
How silly of me.
They have other units? No. Like, if you ask Japanese mains, they've removed all those extra keys. They only need to find the stables.
And he has found it in this
these
case.
days, I guess.
He has found the stable, but the tough part now will be finding the food necessary to keep production up to a reasonable number.
Especially
for
with this.
these mounted samurai, yep.
No more extra farms coming in. This is rough. And right now, just not really capacity to clear that ram. Green Lord, is he getting wise to this? I think he... Oh, look at the rally. He knows. He's checking the north side gods.
It makes sense, right? There's only so many places Louis can go for this gold. He has a couple units streaming across that gold vein towards the northeastern side of Louis' base, just on top of that cliff. There's nothing there. Well, there's a few more golds in the north, and that's exactly where he's heading.
It's a very logical process for elimination. The reason he's not checking the south side is, if you think about it, he kept rotating his new troops through the south of the map, so he knows his opponent couldn't wait for those gold veins. He has to be in the north.
Ram doing work here. It's going to force some units to veer off in order to deal with it, right? Buying a little bit more time with these reinforcements.
Losing the spears as well, though. I mean, every little ounce counts here. Lu MT with only the 4 Japanese musketeers to his name. And at risk of being starved out of gold entirely. I mean, even if he survives on the gold side, the food is now starting to worry me as well.
Has got a little bit banked up for now. Really, what Louis is looking here at this point is, can he find some sort of disruption, some kind of damage with these mounted samurai to eke him in an economical position where he can actually muster the amount of units necessary to defend against this secondary ram that's coming in from Marine Lord now with his eyes set on one single target, and that is that gold vein.
Man, you just see how much the idle time as well as the Song Dynasty effect has cost Louis. Marine Lord is getting ready for a tech up while not shying away from army bulk here. 19 spears, 30 Chu. These Mad Samurai simply have no moves to make right now, and my concern at this pacing is Louis MT, you quickly rush the upgrade on their spears Chu. Louis MT won't have an answer. It's not like you can afford a Yumi switch even at this stage.
What makes it even worse is just the way the map itself is laid out, right? I mean, cliffside, it's in the name. There's a lot of cliffs, not much area to move in. So historically, cavalry has been known to lose some value on a map like this, similar to something like coastal cliffs we've seen in the past, where it's just very narrow, right? There's not a lot of space to maneuver. Then you throw in the Barbican in the center of the map, not only giving vision, but also being pretty much inaccessible as a crossing point for those samurai. Charge comes in onto the spears, skewer is obtained, but these are only feudal spears now, right? In even numbers, they will not stand much of a chance.
No, and he's trickling them out, so he needs supervision to actually justify that. Spinman over here should be able to save a few lives, so we'll be able to push and kill one Mad Samurai. And, this is exactly, like you mentioned that bombing, this is exactly why China has been considered a king on this map. China, Rus were the obvious go-to picks this map because of that feudal landmark that cuts the map in two. Delhi also thrived very well on this map, because all they need to do is walk out, wall those choke points, and all of a sudden they have favorable rotations. I think the way that I kind of describe sometimes is for anyone who's played StarCraft, it kind of StarCraftifies maps, if that makes sense. Yeah. Because in StarCraft, you have that linear motion of I move down my ramps to the next base. Mm-hmm. When you're trying to go for these tempo-type base plays, Cliffside offers that up as well.
Very similar, isn't it? Controlling the terrain to your advantage here, using those cliffs, cutting the amount of space that your opponent has, not only to maneuver their army, but also in terms of economy that they have access to. Super, super important on a map like this, more so than others. Louis is back onto his northern gold now, that's safely tucked away at the back of his base. There is now Yumi Ashigaru hitting the field as well as a few samurai. Finally, Tawara's coming in now that berry gathering is more of a necessity at this point in time. And Marine Lord is going up as well with the Imperial Palace with a very scary army count behind it.
Yeah, you might be wondering why not Clock Tower. I mean, against Yumi, it's kind of weird. They're just very good at spreading wide, dodging. The other thing is he wants to be able to protect that flank without keeping units there. He wants everything barreling towards the enemy base. Meantime, Louis, Mount Samurai going to be barreling towards the gold. Don't find any clean target straight away. Marine Lord does have enough gold to go straight for the Veteran Sion, says Spearman. Hasn't queued it up yet, though.
I do see in the very south side of the map, I think those are more villages running away from... Yeah, I think so. There's 5 more villages here running away, spotted on that southern gold on Marine Lord's side of the map. I don't think those villages should get out with their lives, but decent damage found here by Louis, actually. 2 of the Imperial officials do go down.
Those guys can easily be replaced, though. You kind of actually are happy when you lose the officials. Well, I mean, I'm surprised we saw them in the first place. Let's be real. When we get sad about Japanese dying, it's not the samurai, it's the pony, clearly. The one unit that matters, and these villages matter a lot. Chug are going to be able to find them. Scouting vision through the stealth forest should guarantee all kills. Maybe one gets away here due to Tawara. But still, it's been idle time constantly for Louis. It's kind of crazy when you look at the way he's having to play the map. Even now, just extending out of his base for food.
The constant idle time, and now on top of it, losing the very villages that have been idle this whole time as well. It just feels so painful now for Louis. Behind this, of course, Marine Lord on that Song Dynasty with the boosted villager production speed is gonna eke ahead even naturally in terms of counting. Yeah, nice raid.
No, I think Louis, he got distracted because on that south side, the archer pinged him there, so he's looking at the wrong side of the map. The worst possible time. That's now going to be a 20 eco lead for Marine Lord.
He has got most of the relics in the bag for him, but yeah, with these villager deaths...
The problem is you're going Yumi, so the gold that you're getting from the relics doesn't really help you much here. You don't really want the gold because that means more Mountain Samurai, and your opponent already has more than enough spearmen to counter that play. We'll be able to clear up the little raider group, but reality check is if Louis cannot find a way to counter raid in the next 2 or 3 minutes, he's going to get out ecoed and then rolled.
And rage is what he will desperately need, because this army from Marine Lord, it is your pivotal frontline direct engagement army, right? We have spears, we have Zugenu, now palace guards and crossbows mixed in. This is the A-move army, and on a short map like this, already posturing in front of Louis MT's base, really, I mean, if it comes to a direct fight, although Louis MT, of course, has those mounted samurai, finding a good angle against so many spears is pretty difficult. So really, Raze is kind of the only chance he has of eking out enough of a lead to come back into this game.
I mean, Berets are so hard. You can just check Marine Lord's vision to see exactly why. There's no real angle of approach where the samurai wouldn't be. Look at that. Look at that. I mean, I'm sorry. Have we got maps set to revealed? He literally sees everything in his domain.
Just wait till he presses that magic button on the Imperial Palace and suddenly he's going to see things that are not in his domain as well.
And that's worrying me because Louis is still playing wide. He's forced to in this game state. And all it would really take for Marine Lord is adding in, 1, 2 lances and just going cycling for kills. Instead, though, he's more focused on an all-in.
3 relics in for Louis, unlikely to be able to get any more in this kind of a game with the level of control that he has at this point in time. Marine Lord at this point is like a shark. He has smelt the blood in the water and is moving with his troops at the back of the base. He did find the Shinto shrine there, together with the 3 relics. That's going to be a prime target to strike now, and Louis is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, that's best Bilbo moments. I mean, why wouldn't I? It's just sitting there. He was tempted by it. We'll back away, though. Now, the numbers are deceptive. Most of Louis' army is Yumi, and they'll be decent against their spears due to the bonus damage nature, but the more that Marine Lord pivots away from spears, the worse this begins to look for Louis.
Completely. Even now, the amount of samurai trying to find some of these reinforcements streaming in, 2 more crossbows on top of the hill. But it's just so hard to move, right? Look at these winding cliffs that you have to go around. Obviously, as you highlighted earlier, the immense vision that China has, not only from the Barbican, but the Imperial Palace as well, makes it so much more difficult than it normally would be.
Yeah, I think that's why Cliffside to me is a very technical map. It just didn't really feel like it at first when people played it because it's a pub ladder and whatever. But the reality check is the way that this ramp matters so much, the way it opens and closes doors, from vision, from raiding, etc. It's such a pivotal element that if you fail to address it in the opening of your game, and your opponent is going for it, it feels like it is just game killing straight away.
Completely right. It's almost like a mini King of the Hill situation here. I mean, you have the sacred side, not the only one on this map, but as you mentioned, just so many access points dictated by that central causeway there on the cliffs. Getting control of that is hugely important. And the samurai finds some stray villagers here going for that dig. Good little pickup there for Louis, but this is only the start of the kind of damage he needs to cause, right? He needs to keep finding these. Marine Lord is out on pocket economy with some villagers. We see the boar in the north as well, but most of it is well secured.
Yeah, and we'll only see a few villagers poked on the backside here. I mean, it's a good start, but there's going to be a lashback here. I think Marine Lord wants that brawl. And if you don't have the Mount Samurai here in numbers to tank, it might be problematic. However, Louis, hold on a sec. He goes deeper here. Marine Lord. I mean, okay. Death to taxes. Viva le Japan.
It's a start, right? This is the kind of damage we need to find. But it's so difficult. Picking off a taxman definitely helps, but as you mentioned earlier, they're easily replaced. And yeah, I mean, the space is getting thinner and thinner for Louis here as the armies make a little clash here. Yumi using their mobility to push forward, get some good shots off. They can gain a lot of value if microed effectively due to that speed and the extra damage from the Yumi bannerman. But still, up against Zuganu's soon Palace Guards as well, it's not as easy to get those favorable trades.
I'm trying to poke back. I mean, Yumi really is just about clearing the spears. It's the way I have to think about it. So there's a race between Chug and Yumi. And it looks like Yumi are going to win. So all of a sudden, Marine Lord may have overextended here with the repeater crossbow army. Now, there are some crossbows in there. I think maybe about 10 at the back. Yeah, it looks like it by the animation. So that's not necessarily going to be enough to cut through this. Especially the Yumi to assist. I like that from Marine Lord. He says, there's one thing that matters, and it's getting the crossbows out alive.
This is a pretty significant victory here for Louis MT, all things considered, right? He dealt some damage behind this with the Mounted Samurai, kept back a lot of the reinforcements from Marine Lord, and found this good window to clear those spears and move into that main army. And now it's manifested in the army counts, right? Marine Lord suddenly finding himself not only behind in raw army numbers, but significantly in army value as well.
there's like another big problem for Marine Lord with that toss away. Disposing of the Chug instead of the crossbows, mathematically for cost makes sense, but what it does is enables the Yuumi further. Chug was a counter, now you don't have that. Crossbows are not going to trade that well for cost. And then you have the Spearman remaining that will still be countered by Yuumi. You pretty much just open the door for Louis to double barrel with Yuumi into the base.
Even Palace Guards are not really a good option here, and only do the Mounted Samurai deal well with them, but, you know, with that reduced armor that they have, even the Yuumi will do pretty good damage against them in these counts. And yeah,
if he sees that farm transition right now, this could easily be Louis MT with Nico lead. But Marine Lord, he readdresses the threat at the perfect moment there. Louis pivoted north instead of south. No scout, so he doesn't know.
Those on the ball, 3 of them do go down there as well. These little chinks in Marine Lord's armor are showing now. And they can start mounting up. Luckily, Marine Lord does have that keep on the granary transition behind his base, so that will keep most of it relatively safe. But there are still angles there for Mounted Samurai to get in and really cause havoc.
So Marine Lord gets a stay of execution. A worrisome moment here, down militarily, and although we talk about the Yuumi being devalued, the reality check is until he has a decent counter to them, some sort of unit that doesn't feel like it's too squish against it, the Yuumi are worth their weight in wood. So for Marine Lord, that would be things like Horsemen, Lances that come to mind. Realistically, with the granaries online, Horsemen could actually be an achievable goal.
And there's something I think you will need behind this as well, right? You definitely need cavalry against the Yuumi. Men-at-Arms do not do a good enough job because of that move speed. It allows them to kite so cost efficiently over the course of a fight. So you definitely need that extra mobility from cavalry in order to shut them down. Now Louis wants to reassert control over the center here as the Barbican is getting rammed and torched down. And the Sacred Side is going to be the next point for grabs for him.
The army's starting to arrive, but Louis doesn't seem to give a damn. Happily pushes him away. Decap also on the Sacred Sites. I mean, Louis, you know, when you think about the passive income here, Yorkshire drops as well. He is remaining competitive with the Chinese. I mean, you can see it on raw income as well. On top of that, we should be approaching the point where the extra daimyo adds in soon, which will mean these Uma Bannermen getting a substantial DPS buff.
That's right. And with the Barbican down, the entry towards Marino's base opens up even further here for Louis, as a second ram is now being constructed by the Yuumi in the field. Ram in the north side, denying that tower and maybe the monastery as well, being torched by one lonely villager who has his job cut out for him.
Tier rams as well. I mean, this is just going to allow him to race into the villages quickly. Like right now, Marine Lord's sole goal is to bulk army as swiftly as possible. We do now have the Nest of Bees. A little bit tricky though. Marine Lord, although he's got a lot of crossbows, a lot of bodies, he doesn't really have a big front line to easily stand there and take a walloping.
But this is what China does at the end of the day, right? They use that food that they got from the day for that map control, and after it runs out and they get the transition going, the Nest of Bees start coming out to ensure that that defense is possible. As you mentioned, very little frontline here for Marine Lord. There are 10 Palace Guards out now, which is definitely better than nothing. The Nest of Bees should do quite good work against the Yuumi, but it is only one for now.
It's so difficult to reach them as well. They're disengaging so fast, and it's also staggered formations. I mean, I've lost count of the games in the past where I've just seen Yuumi run into Nest of Bees. They're that quick. And there's the thing is, you know, technically you'd think Nest of Bees is an easy counter because you need less hits to kill Yuumi, but the reality check is there's just so many more of them that even your widespread damage ends up not feeling quite good enough.
Yep. I think more Nest of Bees will be needed here, for sure. Essentially, the level of commitment you make to Nest of Bees determines the amount of space you actually have to maneuver around the map and the base. The more you have, the safer you feel actually leaving your base and getting damage done, as long as you have the numbers in army to protect those Nest of Bees, of course. Which now with 40 crossbows and 12 Palace Guards, it's starting to get there, right?
You see the challenge he has here, right? Like, what is the difference between their two compositions? One knows how to run, and one limps with both legs. Crossbow slows you down. Nest of Bees slows you down. Like, Marino's biggest fear here right now is he hasn't secured the flanks against a raiding composition, and the fears are about to get bigger than that. Louis MT is going to switch it up. How, where, with this economy, has he managed to get Imperial Age?
This is something that's underestimated about the Japanese, right? With that daimyo in at this point, level 1. I think level 2 is in now. Yes, level 2 is in now as well. Those Kura farms are working overtime. And obviously they've been adding up throughout the course of the game, now providing wood, the Kura storehouse is, for additional farms for him. There's still some food left on the map here for Marine Lord, so this imp could be a little bit greedy here. But this is what map control allows you to do, right? You mentioned yourself, the very slow army for Marine Lord. Very strong on the defensive, not so much on the offensive. So Louis feels confident enough to go up here.
There is one risk with this. He chose Tanagashima, not Castle the Crow. He doesn't have a castle. He also didn't get level 3 daimyo. So there is, in theory, for Marine Lord, a dive point on offer here. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to find it quick enough, though. The elite techs are already in the way, and we have to remember those being accelerated by the Yorishiro drops, so it's not going to take very long for Louis MT to at least get his Mounted Samurai fully upgraded.
Oh, the Yumi upgrade on the way as well. They're going to gain a significant bonus to damage as well.
This is so painful. I mean, you know the upgrade's on the way. Normally, like, you know, you've got knights and you see someone's trying to upgrade, you punish them. How do you punish this? Oh no, he's coming. Just leave.
Yep. The movement speed on the Yumi. Such an understated advantage of that unit. You know, most people historically have been very critical of the unit because of its, you know, lower damage, lower health. But the cheaper cost and the move speed, if utilized properly.
Oh, especially with the recent buff. The extra 5 off made a huge difference. I mean, it was food buff as well. Costing less food is even more important in the early game because food is the thing that you're limited. Would you have an abundance on most maps? So just a smart, crafty change that actually breathed life into what felt like a pretty dead unit and a dead Civ.
Exactly right. Really, I don't even think it was needed. It was somewhat underestimated before. I mean, 5 food saved off the Yumi. Definitely significant. But even before that, they were a very capable unit if utilized well.
I think the problem is people saw Yumi almost like they were thinking in the same category as a longbow, like it wins the game. It doesn't. It raids the game. You avoid the threat, and you build a lead, and then you tech, and you have 30 veteran Yumi now to barrel with. This is getting ugly. Elite upgrades in. Marine Lord knows he needs to catch up, but that 2 TC choice feels like it slowed him down.
The Nester Bees are going to give him some respite here, right? They will make it still so difficult for Marine Lord to find an effective angle to push into the base and into the army, especially with the choke points that these cliffs are affording Marine Lord in terms of maneuverability here, working towards his advantage.
Look at this, Louis. I think he actually rushed it with the tickets. So Bombard's coming out in a rush. And remember, folks, these are not clock tower Nester Bees. They can't take a beating. Oh, this feels painful as well. Once Bombards arrive, you feel like you have to attack. Otherwise, you're just playing 10-pin bowling and you're the pins.
Exactly. The closer they roll to your base, the more damage you're going to take. And this fight, I mean, Marine Lord has to take it here. It's not so much of a choice of efficiency, but more of a necessity here for Marine Lord, as it is not looking good, right?
He's got some cover in the back here, so maybe, but he doesn't go for the... Did he go for the Bombard? Yeah, he did splinter it already. It's down. That's one removed. Louis MT, not many Mounted Samurai left. He's leading harder and harder onto the Yumi. That's where the Palace Guard can absorb quite a lot of blows here. Another Nester Bees does arrive for a flurry of shots. This double Bombard once again. And what you're going to see is, as we reach the tail of this fight, Marine Lord's going to be left with only crossbows, which will not be a solution against Bombards.
Yep. A lot of the army count is looking decent here for Marine Lord. We have to remember, he's a whole age down now, right? So naturally he's going to have a slight military advantage in terms of numbers. But the quality of those units and this trading back and forth that they are doing at this point in time, it will only favor Louis more and more as this goes on. The Marine Lord has to find that age up behind this and somehow survive at the same time with these Bombards now with Rebaldaquin on the field as well. There's still 3 sacred sites locked in for Louis behind this. 4 minutes, 40 seconds left. That is so much gold, KP.
It's ridiculous. And, you know, this is something that gets slapped on with Louis. He's actually one of the scariest Japanese players in the game. I don't think I've ever seen someone so consistently have over 60 Mounted Samurai when they're in Imperial. Not in this game, of course, but it just shows you the veterancy. I mean, Louis MT, no stranger to just playing wide. He does some funky things sometimes, like you won't see him build farms around the Daimyo Manor effect. He'll just build them out in the flanks, but he makes it work. He was also the first person I saw at the highest level figuring out Buddhist monks and making them work regularly. So don't make a mistake of thinking this is a dominant Civ against, you know, a throwaway Civ. Louis MT, this is to a certain degree comfort, and he's starting to look cozy the deeper in the game we get.
And you can see Clash about to start in here. Marino tried to buy himself a little bit of space by pushing back Louis' army here, trying to get those bombards away from his base. But the bombards are now working on the Nestor bees. Yep.
He hasn't sniped it. Okay, there we go. The Nestor bee flurry does come through. The villagers were not quick enough on the repair. There's not many millions left here, however, and the bombards should be able to address the anti-range threat. But you have to remember, we're pushing into Marine Lord's base. Reduction is on his side. He's got just enough Palace Guard coming. Louis MT may have misread his timing here, but he did just force Marine Lord to reinvest everything that was meant to go towards H4.
Yes, that's the victory here for Louis, right? Forcing this reinvestment into H3 continues to keep this tech advantage in his favor. But the food is starting to become an issue here, right? Marino's grabbing transition is in full swing, and yeah, there's raids on the north side as well.
This is the problem. I'm looking at the number. Why is it going down for Louis? You might be wondering. I mean, Marine Lord, this is crazy. He snuck the flanks for the decap on the sacred side, and instead, he finds the villagers completely unguarded. It's now a 66 to 133 villager difference. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, this is the issue now, right? If you can't actually kill China with that aim timing that Louis was looking for, and it's so difficult because you're dealing with Yumi, which yes, are very good on the Imperial, but they can't exactly push into a base effectively, especially against Nestor bees. That keep was already up, so there's not much raiding to be done on the granaries. And Marine Lord is recognizing that even an age behind, he has the tools necessary to offset some kind of a death push here from Louis. And is now back in a commanding position, I would say.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, Marine Lord, he has a shark on his banner, but let's be totally realistic. His animal is more like the beaver. With that amount of wood in reserve, that's the only thing that would make sense. He could build a dam with that much. Obviously, doesn't have the farm transition that his signature move usually is, but it just shows you the malleability he has to just reshift his economy. And the crazy part is he didn't even need to, Murad. He just, okay, he's got nothing left. Let me just passively gather this food up, and I'll save the 3,600 wood for later.
Exactly. Even earlier, he had 4,000 gold in the bank as well, Marine Lord did. So having a slight situation of supervising not only the gold miners, but also collecting taxes at the same time can often lead to quite an unexpectedly large explosion in gold, as he has witnessed. The Great Wall Gatehouse now rushed up with 23 villages. Once those upgrades are raided with the state of Marine Lord's economy, 141 villages to 66. It's a grim situation.
Was that 23 villages? I don't think that was 20. I think that was 8. Oh, that landmark always makes me chuckle. Second TC now from Louis. He shows you the desperation. It's been scouted straight away. And we have to remember, this is China. They've got supervision. Their elite techs could come in 24 seconds if they want. Marine Lord is going to slow roll it instead. Louis, I mean, I'm getting frightfully worried here. He's still stuck on Yumi, and as cool of a unit as it is and how we've hyped it up, the reality check is Yumi are one of the most pop inefficient units in the game.
That they are. But now Louis, concerns with population are definitely arising. 115 to Marines 183. That's a severe deficit here. Most of it is economy. Louis still has a pretty decent standing army here. 60 mounted samurai and increasing. 28 Yumi more in the queue behind this. He has most of his Imperial upgrades already, which Marine Lord does not. But the state of the economies are it speaks for itself at this point. As long as Marine Lord can have gold access, which has now run out for him, he should be able to roll through with this game.
Yeah, I think the only thing that's missing is maybe just stockpile a little bit and try to get Yuan. Obviously, he needs to get the troop count up a little bit higher first, but with 3,000 food income, that shouldn't be hard to do.
Exactly, and behind this, taxes as well from the Imperial officials are really, really going to mount up, and as well giving him plenty of passive gold income too. 2 relics as well for him.
Yeah, Tanagashima has definitely saved his bacon on multiple occasions here. The Bombard's really just being the MVP. I think if it wasn't for that, Louis would already be dead here. The thing is, we talk about the gold and Marine Lord having access. I think that south side is just a jab pot for him. Louis MT hasn't really got anything stationed in the neighborhood. We have got a rotation around the back here, though. Marine Lord trying to get a bit cheeky. We'll get punished for it, so army starts to get wiped. Upgrades are still in the way, though. Elite army tactics kicking in a few seconds. Human count is remaining competitive, though, and that's problematic. These spears not able to easily answer what they're up against. The Mount Samurai count holding off for the time being. The Yumi trading out against those Expos, but if I'm not mistaken, that didn't even look like it was a one-hit kill on a crossbow. That's not a good sign.
No, Marine Lord might have jumped the gun just a little bit at the start of this fight, right? The Elite Army Tactics was not in yet, whereas Louis MT had Biology and Incendiary Arrows for his units as well. But this is going to come down to War of Attrition, right? And War of Attrition always comes down to the strength of economies, as well as raids behind this. And with Marine Lord's economy, he should be fine for the moment, but he does opt back, not wanting to trade too unfavorably, right? And that's something Marine Lord is known for. He does always look for those effective, cost-effective trades with his army. If he doesn't think he can find any more of that, he will back off for now and remass.
You mean he's not just putting pump grind techno on and mashing production buildings until he gets carpal tunnel? I mean, that's what I'd be doing with 3,000 food.
I think at the start of that fight, that was definitely the case, you know? He thought he's cruising through this.
He's getting better and better for it now. I mean, the Mountain Samurai count hasn't really recovered. The Palace Guard count, however, is getting scary. And we have to remember these are battle-hardened Palace Guard with the extra 30 HP compared to the Chu-Chi's ones. They're very chunky boys. Yumi's impact starting to feel a little bit mitigated. Now, the Bombard count is what could be clutch for Louis, but they're on a coffee break right now. They can't come to the phone.
Now, these Yumi, they may not be very cost efficient in terms of their cost and power, but with how cheap they are, they can get a lot of value from this constant barraging with the incendiary arrows. But the problem is going to be that economy, and these armored Palace Guards with the extra HP that Marine Lord has eventually will allow him to break through this thin wall that Louis has at the front of his base.
You know what else would be pretty nice right about now? Some Bannermen. Louis MT's fighting without them now, and that's problematic. Like, that at least makes Yumi somewhat competitive here. Decent at least at taking out crossbows. The thing you have to remember is crossbows, they are good, but also can sometimes feel bad, especially against these archer comps now in the newer Imperial Age with things like sword bowstrings, because the reality check is you don't have something that increases your health. It's not like Biology or Elite Army Tactics. You get more damage into their areas, but very vulnerable to these outranged situations, which is where I think archers have been rebalanced to be a lot more impactful and valuable than they ever have in the past in Imperial.
Exactly right. And that was definitely the case earlier on, especially when Louis was an age up in terms of tech. That is, of course, no longer the case here. The only thing missing here for Marine Lord is some siege to start breaking in this base of Louis MT. A lot of forward production here, a lot of the stables, some houses as well. Not that Louis is too worried about getting pop blocked at the moment, as he's still pretty far away from reaching the max pop, unfortunately, finding himself struggling. 3 bombards are going to do a lot of work against this Palace Guard front line.
Yeah, you have to slow it down, because whenever the bombards get this type of fight, it's just you're timing it perfectly for them to reload and shoot the next guy, you know? It's almost like you're playing a MOBA. Like, we're going to send just a few units down each lane every 30 seconds. You're like, oh, great. I've got a shot for each of those.
We do have that coveted Yuan dynasty coming in behind this War Marine Lord. Astronomical Clock Tower now on the way with 5 villagers. The extra building speed of the Chinese will help there a little bit, make it even faster than it would normally be. But with the Yuan dynasty, I mean, these Palace Guards are going to just start flooding everywhere in Louis' base, and he just does not have the economy, not only to sustain behind this, but also to actually secure his base properly with any keeps.
Yeah, and it's the classic late game Palace Guard Yuan, and you don't have stone walls. Why are you in the game? And he's going to start to feel that a little bit. I mean, you can see the way he's extended his farms past the second TC towards the west corner. And, you know, it used to be the answer for Japan in this matchup to that problem was you mirrored with Ona Bugeisha. It's not great in the PG, but at least you had the mobility to match them. How on this type of food economy could you ever mirror Palace Guard with Bugeisha?
Especially tough because of the Chinese base, right? You run some Ona Bugeishas into that Great Wall Gatehouse.
Oh, yeah.
They'll be toast before long.
They'll be fertilizer for the farms, is what they'll be.
Exactly right. Nice and charred already. Now the bombards, an understated advantage is the amount of damage they can do to melee infantry here on the front line, so they will do good work in holding there, but the numbers just do not lie. Yeah, it's
no
not long for this world.
He has got a Roldaquin again. Can we please shoot the right thing, though? Okay, we got 1 PG. Scared him. He won't be back. What do you mean he's killing the rest of my bombards? Hold the phone. Oh, it's going to be all bombards down. Okay, so we're going for Roldaquin, which would be good if Marine Lord didn't just immediately queue up bombards himself.
Yeah, and the bombards is what he needs here, right? He can keep pushing into this base, but realistically, I mean, he will trade somewhat resource inefficiently as long as he does so. if he does not have siege behind this to back his army up to start fighting on his own terms next to the siege instead of needing to dive.
I will say it is insane that Louis is not dead. Like, this is getting ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's still a 60 villager lead. There's maybe an argument the Marine Lord could have benefited from just slowing down, deleting a few villagers, getting extra military, and then going. But I think maybe he was paranoid about the raiding threat. Also, there is always things like the Tanagashi Gunsmith, and we're seeing the impact of that particular landmark with these bombards, with these Revoltiquins.
A lot of value to be gained from it. Big run by of Yumi. Tries to go unchecked here, but...
oh, no. Oh, no. No.
Yeah.
Your value is in running, sir. Why are we not running?
They're the ones that get out-mobilized in this instance as the Yuan Dynasty Palace Guards and Spearmen find a nice angle to wrap around the fully. And behind this, Louis' gold gathering is here as well.
And finally, we get the Denali needs. UMT, I think this is most of the gold gathering, in fact. Villagers just trying to keep an outpost alive. I don't know why. At this point, the torch damage should kill all you. A sealed cannon placement doesn't feel like it's going to be good enough to save the day. Fortification does come in, but the area is now going to be denied. And Louis MT, I'm looking at the mini-map and I'm question marking where you get gold now. Like, what is that? 8? Okay, that is... I'll salute you, sir, if you can get that whole vein.
Actually, the classic mass melee composition from Marine Lord starting here, right? And really, that's all he needs. A flood of Palace Guards to deal with any kind of Yumi shenanigans. Spears behind it just to even out against the Mounted Samurai. And as long as the siege stays alive, everything that Louis has will get burnt and overrun.
Yeah, it just feels like we've reached that point where Louis, this has been an insane effort to hold on. At moments, you maybe believe there's a semblance of hope, but the flood is real. It's up to 40 PG now. There's just not much of a defense against this. He's got the Revoltiquins, but unless Marine Lord chooses to actively A-click into them, I'm not sure they get to fight how they want to. And even if they do, it's now triple bombard to answer out the enemy siege.
We do have a Mounted Samurai dive onto behind the Barbican that's now getting repaired to take out that bombard, but so many villagers already there in tow to repair it. An attempt to repair the Barbican, this choke point was not going to work out to Louis' favor, unless the Revoltiquin can get some good value here. Now, Revoltiquin very good against mass melee like this, but as you mentioned, KP, with the bombards behind it, I'm not sure how long it will survive.
He's only got one villager repairing as well, which is pretty ballsy. He's going to need more assistance. Yep. Just needs one more tap, one more shot. The deploy's not going to be there, though, so Revoltiquin stays alive. Marine Lord does need to get more into the melee mosh pit. The Barbican is still being repaired, by the way, and there it is. It's gone. The final siege weapon. The final hope of Louis MT. I think we may have reached the final point. I don't see how you keep this up anymore. Even wood income is gutted at this stage. He hasn't got any additional Yumi. He's not even producing new units. The gold just doesn't allow him. Marine Lord just needs one more mass and a go.
Entire army out on the field now from Marine Lord, and behind this, looking at his queue, there's an entire secondary army ready to pop out as well as soon as he loses units out of that first army. And Louis is just... the pop is only dropping for him, right? Less villagers than we had 5 minutes ago, less army than had 5 minutes ago. He's doing a fantastic job of staying in this game, as we highlighted, right? Some of those defensive bonuses really coming to his aid, like the Tanogashima Gunsmith, the efficient trading of the Yumi. But it can only go on so long, right? And the map is so constrained.
We now have the final form of China. Like, this is the thing that you're always fearing. And when he had Yumi before, you could somewhat keep him away from it. But now that Yumi have been mostly cleared, it's time for pyrotechnics. Louis, he's trying hand cannoneers as well, bless him. But let's just be totally real. Yes, you get more damage with Yumi and him nearby. But the damage is kind of worthless if you can't actually reach the target. And with Yuan plus pyrotechnics, China are hand cannoneer kings for a reason.
Yeah. And with the clock tower now online, even the Tanegashima Gunsmith, which offered some respite in terms of siege for Louis, is now going to be overshadowed by the clock tower siege from Marine Lord with that extra health.
It is insane. I still, to this day, wonder about that landmark. I mean, that landmark was the reason why China got nerfed to not be able to supervise landmarks anymore.
It's a bit silly, isn't it?
Thing. 50%.
It's a bit silly,
like,
that landmark. Yeah.
It's like, for a landmark, 50% doesn't sound silly until I tell you, like, the base health is 200 plus. And then you're like, wait, what? Like, a ram comes out with, I think you can get up to, like, with Siege Works as well, 550 HP or something. They just don't die. Nice little secure on the gold. Looks like he will be able to still gather a little bit here, but I mean, how? I guess the Mount Samurai. Oh, I was about to say, I guess the Mount Samurai could get him back in this game if they raid, but not if Marine Lord starts stonewalling everywhere.
And now with the Tanegashima Gunsmith down as well, one of Louis' only late game hopes in this game is now gone as well. No more free siege, no more free hand cannoneers.
No, the only thing he gets that's free here is the freedom of the sweet, sweet reliefs of the torture of this game. It's getting out of control.
Yeah, especially with this flood coming in again.
That's the thing. Like, this army gets wiped. You're like, I've done it. He's dead. There's 14 hand cannoneers waiting to be birthed right now. Like, it's kind of like you feel as if you are playing Call of Duty Zombies. You're like, we've done it. We survived. What do you mean there's a bigger wave coming? What do you mean there's more monsters and bosses? Oh, no. Looks like he's going to flank raid onto the bombards. Hand cannoneers being targeted by the enemies not too bad here.
As you mentioned, for the last 5 minutes, those hand cannoneers have been training with their guns in their mother's wombs, and they are ready to put them to use here as they pop out. But yeah, the Yumi trying their best to trade favorably onto the hand cannoneers and the spears. But I mean, when there's such a mix of palace guards and spears, focus firing becomes a worry of the past. That's a luxury at this point in time. As we know, games get very, very messy in late game AoE 4. And this is a prime example of such game.
I think we could make this game interesting by allowing Louis MT to use his full APM and giving Marine Lord the 50 APM the challenge. It's really showing off what China can do with all production and A-click.
Yeah, at this point it's almost limit testing, right? I do wonder what Louis' plan is here. I mean, he must know that he's fighting a very uphill battle. What if he's taking some time now to think about the next game maybe, or try to tire Marine Lord out somewhat, of course. Louis MT does have the advantage of age.
Maybe he thinks that Marine Lord will eventually run out of gold as well.
Yeah.
It's going to be a long way. I mean, theory is possible here. It is bloody impressive that he's held on as well as he has with such an eclipsed economy. Like, it's ridiculous because constantly Marine Lord has been equal or ahead on army, and yet somehow Louis still been able to put up a semblance of a fight. But this is it. GG gets called. The end of the road in game number 1. Louis MT likes his late game maybe a little bit too much, even when he's losing.
See, the economy count tells quite the story there, right? The Song Dynasty allowing Marine Lord to get out ahead very early on in that game in terms of villages. And normally, Louis MT is the one who should be raiding as the Mounted Samurai, which he has done a very good job of, but Marine Lord was no slouch either. Especially once that Yuan Dynasty came in and those melee units running rampant unchecked in Louis' base, which is so much harder to secure than the Chinese base, right?
I mean, in general nowadays, it just feels very hard to secure those stone walls. Wooden walls earlier, obviously a lot harder to build since the start of Season 9. And Cliffside is that type of map that will stretch you wide quite fast. So, you know, unless you want to rush out, build palisades and the choke points, there is going to be that vulnerability, which is what I think Louis tried to play towards in that mid-game, even when it started to look a little bit shaky. But in the end, GOAT can't be denied. Marine Lord taking an early lead here, and he's protecting that flawless streak. Next up, you would have thought maybe an opportunity to put a dent in that. Because I don't know about you, Myriad. I feel like Relic River is unintentionally made for Mongols. Unfortunately, Delhi are just as threatening thanks to that shoreline fish on the south side.
The shoreline fish, I think, will play quite a big part here on this map, in this matchup specifically, right? Because normally it always spawns the river so close to that southern sacred site, right? So some boats could really, really influence any kind of skirmishes that happen around it. Now, Delhi against Mongols, typically very even matchup historically. It has favored one or the other at different points in the past. Very map dependent as well. Not that Strait can be an option here for the Mongols. It can be an option on this map, but it's not ideal, right? Especially with the amount of the food as well.
I think the challenge here for Mongols is if you open racks, the fishing boats can technically protect the dot for Delhi, right? So if Delhi goes fishing. And the alternative is, like, what? You try to outpost rush it? Maybe, but the problem with an outpost rush on Relic River is on that south side, there's enough spread on the fishing that one outpost can't necessarily protect everything. So
yeah,
it's a little bit tricky. Usually what happens here is Mongols just get the water by default. because everyone assumes they're going to Rax rush you. So you just don't risk a dock. But I think Delhi's one of the civs that can. And of course, we talked about that flawless streak. We can see it there in Group A as the standings show you. Marine Lord now up to a 13-point top. Louis MT nibbling behind him at 9 points. And then Dumu. I mean, the gap is ridiculous. A lot of the group looks competitive. And then there's just these two.
They have certainly made their dominance known. Oh, here we see.
That is also crazy, by the way. Like, B been playing out of his mind. I've been seeing it constantly in the midweek musters. That man has been grinding. I think he hasn't skipped a single midweek muster, and every single week, Myriad, you've said it, he turns up with weird, funky new strategies. And every time you're wondering, is this what we'll see in an S tier tournament? Is this maybe the strategy he has in mind? Crazy, crazy lad. And glad to see the grind is paying off. You know what? We're being beckoned in. It's time for game number 2. That's right. The first one was that long. We're only on the second of this best of 5. We're hopping into Relic River.
Louis MT spawning towards the eastern side of the map as the big Mongols here. Up against Marine Lord's Blue Delhi Sultanate in the western side of the map. We do have Marine Lord moving in with that villager towards that dock.
Love this.
So it is going to be a dock attempt here from the Delhi, right? And as you mentioned, those arrow ships, especially with such a thin lake here. Not lake, sorry, river. It's more of a river, that's for sure. Those arrow ships can do good work in protecting arrow fishing ships.
If that passes for a lake, I don't want to think about your childhood. Like, mummy and daddy got me a swimming pool, and it's literally just like, like a little washing up bucket. It's
the stream where the rain runs down after a rainy day, They just form like a crater in the ground. Oh.
It's like, yeah, we've got a whole river going through our garden. It's literally a puddle. Calm down. But yeah, the interesting thing about this play is it's actually quite effective against Mongols just going for a Rax rush. They have to rely on the outpost, I think, because by the time they get the first spearman out, you should have at least 2 fishing boats here. And as well, the other important detail is that Scholar, he starts in the dock, so you don't need to run the villager home. So I wouldn't be surprised if Louis just ignores this entirely and goes for a feudal village instead. I just think Delhi are a secret beast when it comes to this play. I mean, I've seen Mongol versus Delhi on, for example, Dry River. Great map for Delhi. You can't rush them. And to re-emphasize it, the reason why Mongols look good on these type of maps is because they're meant to get the dock. They're meant to be the person who just gets it for free because you don't want to fight them.
And on top of it, the Mongols need that extra food so much more than the Delhi, right? The Delhi already have the boosted berries that will tide them over pretty well. On top of it, of course, any external berries will be boosted as well by their mill. They can quite easily get the free pro scouts after a little while as well, bringing safe deer back home on top of it. So on top of having access to that pond, that could be an advantage that may be a bit too difficult for Mongols to overcome here in these early feudal skirmishes, which there will definitely be plenty of, as Delhi will look to take those sacred sites ASAP.
Yeah, and then the other thing around that food you mentioned, it's not just they gather the berries, it's the fact that their scout doesn't have to come home. So normally, you think, oh, Mongol's great, Khan moves faster, maneuver speed arrow, Falcon, I can see the sheep quicker. You also have to change your rotation. Like for Marine Lord, he can just run out onto the map and not come back for 5 minutes. Be fine. He'll still have food. But Louis, if he does that, his people better be okay with the idea of eating rocks, because it's the only thing they'll have in range.
See, now Deerstone's on the way for Louis at this point in time. Marine Lord inching closer to that age up himself. I wonder exactly what kind of commitment we will see here from Louis in the feudal age, right? You can't ignore those sacred sites, but it's not like you can stay feudal for too long here, and then he goes castle age, right? It's a very tough balance to strike in matchups like this, where you're dealing with a necessary amount of feudal fighting, but if you do fall behind in tech, then it's also equally worrisome.
Yeah, you have some big issues. So first of all, that dock on the south side next to Sacred Site is just going to allow a bit of Benny Hillsing when you go for the capture. Oh no, Keshik's come in, run inside. And obviously archer ships can protect this. So that's almost just a written conclusion that Marine Lord should get that unless you want to all in him. So that leaves 2 Sacred Sites. Both of them are north-leaning. In theory, that means you could do something like Spear Archer, but in reality, they're further away from your base. So we're likely going to see him going towards Keshik's. And that's something that Delhi are going to be happy with. With the extra economy in particular, they can just outmass you with Ghazi.
That they can. Now, one good thing here for Louis would be the earlier timing on those Keshiks, but instead he does opt for that archery range. And, I mean, you don't open archery range as Mongols unless you want to go for one very specific unit, which will be the Mangudai, of course.
Yeah, into Ghazi, which doesn't feel great, which is why he's moving the Deer Stone up. It's the only way he'd be okay with this. The possibility is we're going to see a delayed racks, and it's actually going to be like an all-in timing, which I'm kind of okay with here. I mean, what's the alternative? Do you want to wait the deli out with better economy? Doesn't feel great. And the thought as well is you have to remember, because of this build, Marine Lord, he didn't have a mosque at home, right? Because he built the dock, which means he doesn't have key techs coming in already, like the extra HP or Sanctity just round the corner quickly upon tech up, right? He's going to have to choose, basically.
Exactly right.
In fact, is he missing? Yeah, he'll be missing military efficiency, which I think is the... I don't know how you feel about this. I think military efficiency is the most giga-busted key tech the Delhi get access to.
It's so important for Delhi in this early game, right? Because they have to invest into these production buildings to make units. On top of it, investing into scholars and maybe even a blacksmith. So the boosted production really allows you to have enough of an army to contest those sites when you are ready to take them. As we mentioned, that will not be the case here just yet. There is a mosque going up now for Marine Lord. But this early count of Mangudai could be quite scary. An opening with archers.
Like that's what I think is wild about this, is the fact that he just didn't even bother to think about Ghazi with the extra food. He's straight into archers, the counter to the Magadai. And the even more wild part is the fact that Louis just towed his landmark all the way across the map and dropped it in the enemy base.
Yeah, I do understand the decision not to go for Ghazis here, right? Not only are you behind in terms of Mangudai, in terms of raw numbers, but also Ghazis are even worse against Mangudai than regular horsemen because of that reduced range, right? So on top of it, it'll make it much, much harder to get up and actually connect some hits with that mace onto those Mangudai. Of course, with good utilization of the move speed arrow from the Khan, those Ghazis cannot even touch you.
Fair point. And now, as a result, Marine Lord just takes a more defensive angle here. Sanctity has been queued up on the way, and we even have an archer ship coming out. So he's going to look for that easy secure on the south sacred site at least. But Louis, this has to be Castle Age, right? Like, no way do you go 20 Magadai, surely.
Definitely not, especially seeing this archer opening, right? It keeps Marine Lord safe, that's for sure, but it also relinquishes all map control onto Louis here instead. So Carthage could definitely be on the cards. He's going to get out some Keshiks here, right? Which makes perfect sense. They open with archers instead of Ghazis. The Keshik is just a natural follow-up. I wouldn't be surprised to see just a few Keshiks here, just to keep Marine Lord in his base, prevent him from taking any sites, and then he will zoom towards that Castle Age.
Nice reaction there, Louis. Guaranteeing he doesn't take any damage from that archer ship. Also gives some key info that Marine Lord is invested there, which means he's a little bit weaker at home on the timing. And we are going to get Louis taking a big risk. No wheelbarrow, no Yamura, walking 2/3 of the map length to gather deer.
That's right. Calculated risk in this case, I think, somewhat, right? I mean, he has a good eye on Marine Lord's base. He sees there's no stable. There's no any kind of mobility that would allow him to move out there. And is there even a reason Marine Lord needs to be in that spot of the map in the first place? Probably not at this point in time. So Louis taking the initiative there. Using his map control to his advantage. Taking some of that superior food with the deer in the north.
And it really kind of amplifies the importance of Ghazi for Delhi, actually. Like, the difference in the way it's being played here. Because if you think about last season, when Pro Scouts was everywhere, Delhi was the civ that I think suffered the most in terms of where they were start of Season 9, end of Season 9. Like, they lost a lot of desirability because they couldn't play Pro Scouts quickly. The Ghazi suffered the most because the biggest point was in their name, Ghazi Raider. They are good because they could raid things. When your whole economy's at home, well, that's a bit problematic. So this read by Louis is sick. Like, you normally would not do this against Delhi ever. It's too risky.
But Marine Lord instead opting for that dock opening, right? It gives you that extra bit of food, which is very nice. Oh, little cutoff here.
Wait, yeah, he's stuck inside. I mean, he's willing with the archers. And now he gets the bad... Wait.
Oh, there's a gap. Oh, no. So close yet so far. Now.
Oh, my... How did... I can't believe that. Louis MT with the timing there. Okay, so... I mean, that would have been kind of a little bit of a death stroke, losing that many Magadai this early, but instead... keeps the dream alive. Marine Lord is, however, now answering back with those Ghazi.
He's starting to hit the field now. This is what Marine Lord will really need to be able to move out, right? It feels so difficult to play infantry, archer, spear against such a mobile composition, especially when you're behind in numbers like this because of that start. right? That's the trade-off you take as Delhi when going for this opening dock. Normally Delhi has a bit of a setup time already, even when not going for that dock, and going for the dock gives you like extra food, but it will make that setup time even longer as the behind this good job by Louis, the Sacred Side gets denied.
Yeah, and you see the piety pain, i.e. not having it. Like that Scholar is just basically one more attempt away from death already. And the mesh also on the way, so you can see Luanty, he is transitioning. Mass Archer is going to be the goal, but I mean, Marine Lord has Ghazi on the way, so technically has the answers. The Spearman count starting to feel like a bit of an overreaction by Marine Lord compared to just getting more Ghazi.
Nice thing with the Keshiks is that even against the bonus damage to armored targets that the Ghazi have, they will still be very favored in a direct fight thanks to that healing, right? So theoretically, Louis can just play pure Archer Keshik here, similarly to how French would play Knight Archer. But the caveat is, of course, making sure that those spears are sniped, because otherwise it makes it very, very difficult to get a good engagement.
I just still proving to be a little bit of a pain in the ass, trying to force Marine Lord to recommit to the wall. And always stopping him just shy when he get it. Louis, I mean, is the win condition now to go castle, or is there a feudal all in here?
Difficult to say, right? I mean, I would have thought he might have already went for castle behind this. I feel like he had enough of a delay. But then the worry is that Delhi can deal pretty well with castle age units. The Ghazi, of course, doing well against men-at-arms, and naturally have access to spears and the improved military production, allowing easy blobbing of units. And if you allow them to get those sites, even if you're an age up, it's a pretty scary amount of gold income, and they can easily follow suit. So Louis MT not greeding, instead reinvesting in this feudal age, which could prove to be the right choice. I think Marine Lord is probably expecting a castle age.
A lot of spears come from M-Lord as well. There is a fear here when you're playing against Delhi and they do this. Yes, you have archers to counter the spears, but if the count gets too high, it kind of becomes a moot detail. Delhi, of course, one of the best civs at the game, and actually bloating their army swiftly in feudal. Magdai still just fishing with targets. I mean, Marine Lord is going to have to take some risks soon. That tiny tree line is not going to tide him over.
And this is something Louis MT just excels at, right? We have seen them do this so often with such extreme effectiveness, even in the last game. Just using your mobile units to your advantage. Always have a raiding group active around the opponent's base, keeping them in check as to the amount of resources they got onto, keeping the reinforcements in check as well. Louis almost second to none in this regard.
He's a pain in the ass, that's for sure. I mean, the interesting fact is how early in the game he starts doing it, how consistently he keeps doing it throughout the course of a 40 or 50-minute game.
Yep.
And also the efficiency with which he doesn't lose troops. I've noticed that, you know, compared to some of our other top contenders. I was talking about this the other day, like Beastie, he used to have this classic strategy of like, let me just get late game and flood horsemen down the flanks. And the horsemen will always die, but I'll kill something. Louis a different version of that, where somehow the horsemen are still alive 3 minutes later.
Yeah. Louis definitely a master of the late game. Something he has proven time and time again. One of his favorite parts of the game is that post-imperial stage, where attention spans are tested more than ever before. And so is
it makes
macro
sense,
and efficiency.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, he's very young. You know, all these other players are old. They're probably getting tired. They probably need their afternoon nap.
It might be why he extended that first game for so long, right? Let's see if we can tie around the 30-plus-year-old that is Marine Lord. That's might be what he was thinking.
It's also like, if Louis goes 2-0 down here, I still don't lose faith of potential for a reverse sweep, because recently against top players, he has this habit of just taking a coffee break mid-series
Yeah.
and then coming to life all of a sudden.
The army counts here looking very good for both players. The raw number is in favor for Marine Lord, of course, because of his cheaper units overall with the spears and the Ghazis compared to those Keshiks. That's a very scary amount of Keshiks for Louis. And there's a lot of spears, but I'm not sure there's actually enough Ghazis and archers behind those spears to keep them alive and working.
Louis seems a little bit reluctant about the engagement. Maybe he's trying to bait him deeper into the deer stone to keep that aura.
Yeah, I think in Louis' mind, you know, he's not too worried about this little back and forth here without committal, because ultimately there's only one sacred site for Marine Lord, right? Which is better than nothing, but definitely less.
More than that. So like, the other thing you have to remember, it's not just Yam, he has Khan Hunter as well. So Marine Lord actually can't trade at the beginning of the fights. So the more he does this back and forth probing, the worse it should get. I think for Marine Lord, he's just trying to lean on the fact he can blob quicker, so that he just reaches a point where he says, screw it, a click, nothing else.
You see engagement. Marine Lord trying to force it now.
The disengage is just so quick for Louis, though. Marine Lords.
That move
Getting
speed is
the
doing so
space.
much work.
Yeah,
Speed's
he's about to
being
go out range of it.
Yep.
He's been pushed past it. Louis MT has to stand his ground. I mean, the movement speed's kind of not worth much if you're on the very edge, but it looks like the Kazi are not going to be a match for the Keshiks. Breaks the front line, plows on into the back, and the trickler spears coming through. I mean, these Keshiks, surely this is chow down time. Louis knows he needs the wipe. He can't allow this Archer Master walk away unhindered.
And we saw the spears were just falling like flies, right? Not enough.
I'm a bit surprised Louis didn't keep chasing that, though. Is it the health bars and the Keshiks?
Yeah, I'm not sure either. I feel like this is very good timing to keep pushing forward, keep Marine Lord pinned in his base. He has those berries towards the north, right, and some other food that he may look to try to deny and take advantage of. Now Marine Lord, the Pro Scouts is in, so he's going to start to pick up some there. Yeah, Louis,
I think
keeping it safe, right?
I think what Louis was thinking there is he could push past the Deerstone, but then lose the aura, and his opponent would be on a TC, which you don't want to dive. So he didn't want to overpress his advantage. My worry is your opponent, you didn't kill him. He's remassing again. Right, that wasn't the killing blow. You haven't fully drained him just yet. The fishing is still providing an inkling of hope here. And not just that, I think Louis may have just got discovered on the deer. Was that just the Gur? It might have just been the Gur. Okay, actually, yeah, it's just the Uber in the stables. Yeah, so Outpost will protect. So the Ghazi now know he's up there. Outpost is going to make it a little bit problematic. I think Louis... Is this just castle?
I think it is, yeah. Right? So he didn't overcommit there, right? Because of the reasons we mentioned. And instead of pressing directly to the base, and this is just the sort of smarter, safer approach, right? You don't want to get too greedy, even though you do have armored units like the Keshiks to dive. They're not quite as sturdy as those Royal Knights are. They don't heal passively. They need to actually fight to heal. So cutting all unit production, the resources are banking up. It is going to be a cast stage here for Louis. Now, there's a lot of archers for Marine Lords, so that's going to be helpful for him in the defense. But behind it, I mean...
Coral time.
Oh, here he comes. Yeah. It's going to be the Kurultai for the kill.
He's all in on this. I love this. I think step redoubt could be punishable from this position. You just want all the deeps. I mean, you're going to have the extra armor. You're going to have a rush into veterancy. Then the trickling heal with the heal from attacking. These Keshiks are just going to plow through the archer line. And Marine Lords, I mean, the moment you hit that tech up, I guess his only course of action that makes sense here is trying to blob a lot of spears. I don't think he can justify rushing cast himself.
There's just no way, right? You just don't have the economy behind this as well. I mean, if there's some world where he gets castle here and manages to upgrade those 56 archers, they will do a great job in holding, even against this amount of Keshiks. But finding that age up, Reno's going for it now.
I think if he can get 2 War Elephants, it's technically that simple. In theory, anyway. Getting it is much more difficult. I think Louis, the key thing here is the Kurultai needs to arrive ASAP. He did cue the pack up tech. It's about to complete. So we'll be accelerated across the map. Should align nicely with the veterancy time of the Keshik. So probably ready to attack in the next 25 seconds. The House of Learning, Reno just so quick to switch on to a tech up.
He smelled it, right? He just knew. He saw that Louis did not recommit into his base to try to push him off anything besides those berries in the south. So you could smell the castles behind us. Now, the Daystones is in position, Kurultai on the wheels as well, coming forward. The archer upgrade, though, for Louis is still some ways out now, right? But still, Marine Lord's own upgrades. He has only 10 prelates, so not too bad, but they will still take a long time to come in. And behind this, the economy might be the most worrying part for him.
Here we go. Kurultai goes deep. Dives in. Marine Lord does react in the end. Ends up losing, I believe, 2 more villages there. And now the dive. The archers are already going to be upgraded. The veterancy is going to kick in. And alongside that's going to be Vet Plus because the Kurultai. Choke point fight here. The Keshiks just need to break on through. And the archers are full A-clicking into them. He's not even really trading with that back line. And there we go. Upgrades complete. Marine Lord, the first War Elephant has been queued up. But there might not be much of an army left by the time it gets out here. It looks like a full wipe of the archers and a break of Marine Lord's back as all the villagers have nowhere to go.
Too many Keshiks flooding into the base. It makes it so hard for Marine Lord to hold. Even with his archer mass, the tech advantage is just too severe. And Louis takes game number 2 in decisive fashion here, I would say.
Beautifully done. Great composition. Also great discipline to not just continue that dive. really
yes.
difficult to get that read right with the Deerstone, you know, because you think, oh, wow, if I've been pushed on my side, I want to push him all the way back across. But he understood the negotiation of territory so well, so fluently there. Louis MT getting a phenomenal win on the board in much quicker fashion. I mean, if you said someone in the series rather had a 50-minute win, someone had a 20-minute win, you probably would have assigned those wins to the wrong players if we told you to do so blindly.
Very possible, right? And now, historic moment here for in the League Classic 3 as Marine Lord loses his very first game in the tournament.
That's true. Turns out he can bleed, and that does mean all of a sudden question marks are going to start to emerge over who will be that top spot for the Elite Classic 3 group stage. Of course, this should be the one that decides it, so LUMT would definitely be the big morale booster going into this. I mean, we're approaching a new meta with the DLC with Season 10 that I think you'd agree, Mirad, you know, playstyle-wise, I think things should have moved back towards something more defensive, or at least defensively optional. And I think that type of playstyle is something that would bolster someone such as Louis MT a lot.
That's very true, right? But Louis MT himself has adapted a lot in the recent years, right? We have seen much more aggressive-centered play from him as well. I think initially when Louis first started playing, he was actually somewhat of an aggressive player and then leaned into defensive habits later on.
A Chinese main, right? Like in the early days, and he had these really weird and wacky strategies. I still remember like the early days watching him versus Dumu on maps like Danube River and just listening to Dumu's reaction like, oh, that's weird. Why has he done that? And then just winning, right? Like, I agree. He's become the full kit and caboodle in more recent times. It's a beautiful thing to see. And also just a big inspiration. You know, I don't know how you feel about it. I mean, you probably want to be European dominant. You're European as well. But I always say it's kind of boring when Europe dominates the Age of Empires games. I want to see Chinese top players. I want to see Vietnamese players. I want to see North American, South American. You know, Age of Empires is global, so it's great to start seeing more global representation in that top 3 and top 5.
The competition's helpful for everyone at the end of the day, right? I mean, sure, there's more fierce opponents for you to face in tournaments as a pro player, if that's what you are. But on top of it, you know, everyone's discussing more, everyone's practicing more. The game gets figured out better, so you can become better from it if you can capitalize, right? So no need to get disheartened for any Europeans out there. As Louis takes the first game off of Marine Lord in this tournament, and we're straight into game number 3 here on EGC Frisian Marshes, as Marine Lord spawns in the south side of the map, as the blue Abbasid up against Louis MT's pink Ottomans in the northeastern side of the map.
Louis MT has proven something today. Marine Lord can bleed in the Elite Classic 3. And now, Louis may have just entered comfort mode. This Ottoman pick is like a signature pick. If you had to name 3 players who you relate to Ottomans, Louis MT, over 90 out of 100 people polled would answer with him. This is a comfort sick, as if rather entirely, but a sick pick on the other sides. Marine Lord has gone for the Abbasid dynasty. Abbasids that typically do trade on this map. And that brings something uniquely new for this Civ now, Myriad, as there was a big trade change with the Abbasids.
That there was. The camels that are coming from the markets now for Abbasid. They finally have camels. People have been asking for it for a very, very long time. But it's not just any camels, because they do in fact have Hot Wheels, as the move speed on the camels is quite something to behold.
I thought they just weren't feeding the camels. Like, hey, if you want to get fed, we dropped a food bag over at the trade post. All of a sudden, it's bolting out the door. Yeah, they are quick, but they do provide less gold per trade. So it's a bit of a weird trade-off. I think people on the maps, it's actually worse than normal traders by default. Which is a bit underwhelming until you remember they are cheaper. And
they do have the camel unease on top of it, so a little bit of trade-off there, I guess, in order to debuff any cavalry nearby.
Bring them to the fight, right? Get some armed caravans going. +3/+3. I mean, it's not a bad idea against horsemen, is all I'll say.
Exactly. I'm particularly curious about this matchup here, right? I mean, as you mentioned yourself, KP, the Ottomans, one of Louis MT's signature picks by this point, right? He's looking extremely scary on this Civ, right? I believe he hasn't actually lost yet with them, if I'm not mistaken, but maybe you can double check the stats for me. I think I remember correctly. But behind this, I mean, Marine Lord on the Abbasid, and this has become somewhat known recently, that Abbasids on this map is just kind of a perfect storm for them to I describe it as a roost on King of the Hill type of situation. Abbasid on this map has become extremely oppressive. And not just because of the trade, which is what we see Marine Lord up to in here. Now, the trade's a big reason for it. But frankly, even playing regular Abbasid, economic wing, military wing, I think is extremely potent here because of all that safe food on your side of the map. Top of the
It's
safe
also
sheep.
the fishing, right? The fishing
Yep.
play is super sick on this map. I think B and Anatan really did display that in top form, is that you can completely outfloat your opponent just by getting those cheap docks up. Sometimes even, actually, it's kind of crazy. It's feasible to... It's very rare, but sometimes the lakes can overlap close enough that a dock can potentially spawn fishing boats on both ponds. It's really wacky. But I just double checked. Louis MT, it's 3 wins, 0 losses with the Ottomans so far in the Elite Classic 3. The only other person who's coming close to that right now is Doomy with 2 wins, no losses. Pretty crazy. And even other Ottoman aficionados, such as B, who only has played it once, has lost with it. So he really is right now looking like the king of Ottomans.
No, that's right. And some players agree with that as well. Some players do think that he is, in fact, the best Ottoman player at the highest level currently. He's going to look to prove it here, as with a perfect record on the Civ, Louis looks to maintain his 100% win rate so far in the tournament. Tradering behind this for Marine Lord, right? So those traders are going to be working and they're already speeding across the map towards the
Look at those
neutral
mini-map
outpost.
icons.
Yeah.
Doesn't really dawn on you until you watch that. You go, whoa, has he got is the scouts running at? Why has he got 3 scouts? Oh, the camels.
Yeah.
So
you have to check to make sure you're not seeing things, right?
yeah, and this... wait. Didn't they... I remember someone talking about... Don't they actually have the cavalry tag on the camels?
I believe they do, yeah. So they do actually benefit. They don't actually. Oh, I thought they do. Huh.
No, like, I think it's like...
It's internal.
We have to see if it happens. I think it's not showing on the front UI, but I remember someone mentioning something about the camels taking bonus damage.
I do remember that as well. It might be the case, yeah.
Wow, we just going straight up camel archers against Sapahi? Are you insane, man?
Definitely a bold opening move here for Marine Lord, right? He did see the spears, so definitely in response to those spears, and I mean, the Camel Unease aura will always be useful to be provided. I don't imagine we'll see too many more, at least for now. Stable behind this for Marine Lord, so he's probably going to look to play quite a mobile composition here. Horsemen as well as Camel Archers can do very, very well against pure Sipahi, I would say.
I am a little bit surprised Louis didn't go for the deer shove. Like, the spearmen just ran over and then pointlessly ran back. There was a deer pack on the front of his base that he could have nicely got pushed in. Just safe economy, so he doesn't have to focus on guarding. Would have been a nice upside. And usually one big reason why people go for these military school openings, actually. Just get 2 to 3 spears out, push the deer in, and it's just all of a sudden 2.5k food, pretty much for free.
Exactly. Instead, he might have opted to check if there's any docks maybe on Marine Lord's side of the map on those spawns, see if he can do some damage there, or maybe hide the space at the end and get a quick 3 hits. So the sheep are that's always painful.
Yeah, so it does at least only get 1. But the problem I'm seeing right here, Louis MT, supply timing's feeling a little bit delayed because the orders had to do this in, right? Military schools do this to you, they slow you down, and he went double military schools, so he's looking to get that organic growth instead of looking for that immediate spurt, which we normally see at the moment, which is Ottomans just rushing stables and bloating 4 to 5 Sipahi straight away.
And it does make you wonder how wise of a choice that is here, up against a Abbasid trade in this instance, one of the best trades in the game currently. It will mean that his units will be very slow to come out of the schools. Sipahi and Scout moving across the map, they do get spotted. But with such a mobile composition from Marine Lord, he's going to have no trouble keeping up with these raids.
Yeah, so right now we have double military school, single stables. Melee tech is going to be pretty important for Louis. The problem he's got here is now the Camel Unease is going to mitigate a lot of what the Spy can do. The meta is going to offset that, though. You're probably going to want to be on attack speed instead of melee defense. Actually, I think you can justify melee defense here if your opponent goes too hard on the Horseman. But I think for Marine Lord, we're probably not going to see more camels. This is starting to feel like an old school Abbasid v Abbasid matchup build order.
Yeah.
You know, where you build like 2 camel archers, maybe max, and then you just flood horsemen. Winner is the one who keeps their camels alive, and Marine Lord already looking like a bit of a loser there. Does lose one of them almost immediately.
Yeah, good circle back there by Louis, right? We have seen this being done, these little feints where Marine did spot that Sipahi moving across the map, but he didn't see any more of them, and Louis takes the opportunity to come back around, ignore the trade, and try to clean up this forward mass that Marine Lord has moved out with, the 2 horsemen and the camel. Gets the camel for his trouble, so definitely a good little win there. But the trade is still skating behind this.
Okay, so this is actually kind of worrisome for Marine Lord militarily, what he's doing. If he's planning spear plus horseman now, he just enables Ottomans more. Like, that is the dream. You know, you've played Ottomans enough in the past. I know you liked, back in those days, to lean towards Imperial, but think to times where you went full feudal. There is nothing more dreamy than when your opponent went full melee, because the meta double armor is insanely powerful at this stage of the game.
It's also useful, right? And of course the spearman will slow down his composition quite a bit. Now of course it'll be very useful against the Sipahi. You could theoretically just play pure camel and horseman here against the Sipahi if they're pure blob, but yeah, Louis.
He's not having any of it. Yeah, So I thought he might try to just oblige it, because the other thought here as well, I mean, it's a very interesting dynamic. Spears from Abbasid versus Sipahi. Because technically, like with Phalanx and the Sipahi, it's a lot more micro than you think in that matchup, because both sides can hit each other from further away. So technically, your Sipahi can hit from behind the spears. But technically, if an Abbasid player is paying attention, he can micro his spears to attack the Sipahi through your spears. It's really weird.
Yeah, it does get quite interesting in that regards. We'll have to see whether army counts get significant enough for that to really come into effect. I'm sure we'll see it. That would be very, very good to see. But the thing with this castle age here for Louis, right? I mean, he's going to be able to upgrade this Sipahi, maybe get some knights out, maybe even, pardon me for even suggesting so, a Kinji Raiders in the situation might actually not be the craziest choice, but that would be wishful thinking, I think.
You must like getting your damage debuffed twice.
Yeah, it is. Now, the Akinji, interestingly, they're more useful against light units than something like a horse archer because of that double hit, right? The armor makes less of an impact, and the mobility would really help here. But, I mean, it's the same problem with Abbasid as been in the past, right? Where going castle against them, it's nice if you can get a timing where you can actually kill them with it. But Abbasid really doesn't mind being an age down for a longer period of time than other civs, right?
Yeah, I think like the other problem with like the Akinji play is it's the Vizier points. By the time you get access to it, it just doesn't make sense.
Exactly.
I think Akinji is something currently, if you don't scale to it straight away, it's not going to reach its critical mass.
Yeah.
And I mean, like, without that critical mass, it's completely like worthless. You know, it's someone that I was talking about this the other day on the stream. Like, you know, critical mass is. I watched a lot of Heroes of Might and Magic, and they caught someone else there, caught Power Stack, and I think that word almost makes more sense than just calling critical mass. Because critical mass just sounds like a blob. But what we're talking about is how many of this unit do I need to actually achieve my win condition?
Yeah.
And with a Kinji, 5, maybe 6 early on. But that's a lot of resources, and the Vizier points slow down the timing as well in a weird way. Speaking of critical mass,
right.
the Sipahi are currently at that party point. Need to be careful of vision around this Stealth Forest, but Louis pretty much just has the whole army together. And there is a big negative to what Marine Lord is doing here, leaning that hard into spears. Louis MT has done the right thing. He didn't even waste time on a single mangonel. The armory is producing the Springolds.
And the Springolds, one of the prime answers to spearmen nowadays when you don't want to invest into those archers, right? So, and Louis just does this so often with Ottomans, right? He just sits back, lets that siege mass behind this, and eventually, quite simply put, he just does an A-click and wins. We've seen this in so many of his Ottoman games historically.
And the reason he's able to do that, you know, we highlighted in the last game, is the fact that he avoids bad trades. He does a very good job at doing this, where other people would send troopers in and maybe kill 5 villages but lose the raiders. Somehow he gets out of 80% still alive. Maybe he gets 1 less worker kill, but who cares? He still has a follow-up raid. That's what allows that A-click element, is how good his micro and strategic positioning is in the early mid-game.
Now, one good factor here for Marine Lord. The spears will of course be dealt with effectively by the Springolds, but behind it, Camel Archers, Horsemen, these are large units, right? So the AoE from the Springolds will be mitigated somewhat because of the hitboxes and of course the mobility allowing them to wrap around, including the Camel Archers with the highest base damage doing tremendous work against the Springolds if it gets to that point in time. But it looks like Marine Lord is going to lean into infantry instead, as Ghoul Arms and crossbows now in production.
his entire comp is going to be countered by Springles. The question is whether Louis MT will have enough compared to what Marine Lord is pumping right now, because you have to remember the eco is a big deal here. Even more so because with Castle Unlock, you get a real trade buff. You can already see it queued up. So it's going to get the... Is that the 20... That's the 25% extra, right?
Yeah, so I believe it's... So, yeah, it's a secondary resource, yeah.
It's a secondary resource. So this will probably be, like... I think you just prioritize food here. Gold food, and you have the Gulam crossbows for days.
100%. And it's just such an effective upgrade, right? Like, I remember when it got moved to the Castle Age, swapped around with Armored Caravans to the Feudal Age instead. It really weakened that Abbasid trade for a while, because having access to that food on top of the gold in the Feudal Age was so huge for making it possible, even back in the day on this map. Of course, the traders were squishier as a result, but as long as you can protect them, the value gained from the secondary resource is immense. So getting that in now.
We have at least got men-at-arms. So, like, overall, I'm liking what Louis is doing with his comp. His opponent hasn't fully committed to crossbows. The men-at-arms would just be a nice damage absorber. In fact, it feels like a bit of a bait and switch. Louis showed so many Sipahi, he forced Marine Lord to reinvest into spears again. This is actually a crazy build order by Louis. And we have to remember, like, although we have God Vision, we go, oh, Marine Lord, what a pleb. Why are you going to build more spears against Springles and men-at-arms? He hasn't seen them yet. The only thing he gets to see is cavalry.
That's right. And behind this, I mean, Louis, clearly he is very, very focused on this army composition massing right now, because there's no monastery thrown down. There's no Imam point either. We saw him go for the sheep earlier. The relics are completely up for grabs for both players at this point in time. So I think Louis is preparing, just like we speculated, for that one mass and done push that might win him the game. But with the economy starting to run away here from Marine Lord and his own army mass looking very, very scary, I think it might prove more difficult here than in his other games.
It's tricky for Marine Lord here because, you know, in theory, he's going to have a bigger army eventually. You'll be able to push him. In reality, there's always going to be all these Sipahi looming. So it's difficult for Marine Lord to approach the base. He's pretty much in a turtle format until he's fully maxed. At which point, it's going to turn into an A-click and trade. But that's a bit awkward. Villagers, a few of them will get caught there, but doesn't get the outpost up in time for the rest. And we do have the Janissary point pull, by the way. That's where the take came from. So this is very much indicative of an all-in. You do this for two reasons. You're about to lose the game, or you're about to win the game, because that is a permanent loss of Vizier points for a one-off.
Exactly right. I mean, this little idle time on the food, although minor, really hurts, right? In this kind of a position where you are the one being outscaled and you are the one who should have the map control and be preparing this grand push, these kind of small idols and losing a Vil does add up. But with the Vizier point out called in for the Janissaries, like you highlighted, 10 now out on the field, they'll do great work against the Gulams and the Spearmen. But not as well as those Springolds will.
Yeah, and the other nice thing is crossbows don't count them anymore. Right? Like, they changed it so that now unique tag, only archers dish the bonus damage. And Marine Lord has, well, not built a real archer this whole game. I mean, actually, he's got the camel archers, which do, weirdly enough, have the tag as well.
That's right. Camel archers. There's just enough here for that aura, right? Combined with the camel riders. The aura should be present in that whole fight. But Marino getting caught with his pants down here a little bit, right? He really wanted that Mangonel before the fight started, but that is now denied completely.
Yeah, and the Springles are creeping in. There's a risk of the trade getting shut down, so Marino will have to fight soon. Sipahi, ooh, they were thinking about going after economy. Good penetration shots here. He's using his enemy's mill to stack him on the rotation around the pathing. Camels are going to make it to the back. They do get bonus against siege, but they will not be quick enough. The Janissaries wipe them out. The aura has been removed. He's got one camel archer, but it's not close enough to debuff the army. UMT, the siege, starting to get struck out a little bit, but it's still going to be 4 Sprills alive. The Gulams get the double tappers in. 3 siege remaining. Louis MT, it's going to break him. It's enough. The Ottoman specialist is here to educate. They need their own little S tier ranking. Let's call it O for OP, because the Sipahi have just obliterated Marine Lord.
In stunning fashion, Louis pushes forward with the Ottomans here. The fight was looking a bit bleak there at the start. I think there were so many spears with the phalanx upgrade. Probably boot camp in as well by now for them, giving them an extra health as well as to the backline. But despite that, the attack speed, the Springolds, the Janissaries, 30 plus Sipahi. the output of damage is insane here from Louis.
It's just the elegant details as well. The way he baited the camel rotation early, losing the aura. Marine Lord then having one camel archer A-clicking out of range. The Zapar, he peeled back the guaranteed it wouldn't fight. Also the berry area, just condensing more targets on top of each other for these Springer bolts. And now, the full Distromination. Marine Lord, he's trying to get a new mass together, but Spearman, please. There's enough Janissaries here to do that. There's also now 20 men at arms. Marine Lord is on his last leg here in game number 3 of this best of 5.
Now all these camels idle with nowhere to go. There's not enough houses in the base to actually house them now. Out of a job, no longer able to trade, as the Ottoman army is planted firmly in that trade line.
Oh
Louis now remassing.
Please get him to game 4. This is not a good sign for Marine Lord. He's forced into archers, I think. Lack of food now, right? He has to be optimal. But your opponent has mass men at arms, Sapahi. And you're now building archers.
Those archers, I mean, composite bows is on the way now, but there's just not enough of an archer mass to speak of, and it's not like there's a shortage of armored units on Louis' side. 25 men at arms, and the number is only increasing.
Come to daddy. Okay, they're gonna shooting the mill may have been a mistake there. Villages are going to allow access to leave. I don't really know where we're going to leave to. The Vizier point system. What are we looking at next? Because he's been pumping.
Has to be the Great Bombard, right? To finish off the game.
So.
Has got called in, but it's not out yet. Or maybe something else, actually.
Oh, dear. I'm pretty sure that's melee armor, and he knows it. There's no chance at all. Ottoman Specialist approved. Louis MT now takes the lead against the Frenchman.
We are now looking at the raging debate. Can anything stop Louis MT's Ottomans?
I mean, some people are going to go, calm down, Myriad. It's an Abbasid pick. It's not that competitive, but this is meant to be a really good map for Abbasids. Marine Lord has historically rated them quite highly on this particular map. Louis MT able to dismantle it without trading, without 2TCing, without even fishing, really, not until much later in the game. Just raw Ottoman potency in that feudal age. A phenomenal display of a civ that has been slept on for a while, and understandably for good reason. I mean, Pro Scouts pushed them out of the meta. I think people are starting to wake up to the Ottoman potential.
This timing that Louis can find with them, and it feels like he does this almost every game, but it just keeps working with these Sepahi, these men-at-arms, and the Springolds. It feels like such a crazy composition, because, like we highlighted, the range of the Sepahi allows them to attack over the men-at-arms. You can activate Fortitude for even additional attack speed, allowing such an insane amount of damage to be output whilst keeping them relatively healthy. And yeah, I mean, we saw at the start of the feudal age, right? We were questioning slightly Louis MT's decision to open with those military schools as opposed to starting with stables, but it was all part of the plan, right? He wanted to start scaling those 3 units from then to reach this critical mass, as we highlighted in this early castle age, with those Springolds, to shut down that trade in its crib before it fully comes online.
Just a great fight. I mean, honestly, like sometimes when I see these type of fights, I just want to beg the person to delete the mill as well. It does have an impact with these anti-clump units, like Mangoes was the classic one, Springles as well. Like, you've seen it as well over the years, right? Like, you probably had games where you looked back when you were defending your base, you're like, I should have just deleted my Raxus because they were getting in the way. And I think, you know, the other part of this fight, he can't help. Like, the berries are also going to do the similar effect to him. But just overall, phenomenal stand by Louis MT, a pivotal one. And, I mean, I think a masterclass in Spy, the biggest evolution I think I've seen in Ottoman's usage in the last year is people not being scared of the Spy anymore. It felt like in the early days, they're very expensive, but they can feel like a glass cannon in the wrong matchup. So most players didn't like using them extensively. But we're getting to the stage where they can be the true kings of feudal because of it.
They really are. I think there honestly can be no more argument made against Sepahi at this point in time. It's the best horseman in the game. I don't even think it's really close. The extra range is absolutely immense for them. It makes it so that whether you're in a choke point, whether you're around buildings, or whether you're in an open field, either way, the Sepahis have the advantage, as well as the Ottoman composition overall, right? If Milo takes that fight in a more open field, then his backline just gets wrapped around, right? If it's slightly in a tighter space there with the mill and the berries, it's also bad because of the Sipahi range as well as the Springolds. So really, there's no good place to take that fight.
Now we got an interesting one. Shushi versus Malians coming up next. What's your take on this map? On this matchup?
It's an interesting matchup, I think. Historically, you know, we've seen this very, very often with Malians, right? It's always been the case. You have to deal enough damage to them in feudal to the point where if the corral does come up, they took too much damage for it to matter, or it can't at all go up, right? That's historically been the case against Malians. That has changed a lot recently because, you know, Farimba is very much a possibility for them nowadays. That can really skewer the power dynamics in their matchups. And Jushi, I mean, Jushi has been played quite a few different ways historically. When it came out, we had the multi-TC for them, which has been incredibly oppressive at the time, as we know. Now, of course, Pro Scouts has been the name of the game for them for a while. Should be a very interesting matchup because there's so many directions it can go, right? Are we going to see Cowboom? Are we going to see Farimba? Both, I think, are solid options in this matchup. Whereas for Louis, right, to what extent will we see a commitment to feudal as opposed to looking for a castle age timing instead, as other players sometimes prioritize? Is there going to be an early TC put in, a very defensive play with Nestor Bees being performed? There's a lot of options for both civs here, which makes it very exciting.
Yeah, I think that's the interesting thought in my mind is obviously with the arrival of the 2TC build back into Shushi's minds, it proposes a different approach, maybe even possibly one where you don't even see pro scouts for Malians. But let's find out. We're going to be hopping in to Gorge for game number 4 here in the Elite Classic free group stage. And your screen is correct. Louis MT on match point. Marine Lord is playing from behind for the first time, the only time here in the group stage of EGC's Elite Classic 3.
Looks to already be a 7-house planned opening here for Marine Lord's Blue Malians in the south side of the map. Whereas all standard in the north there for Louis' Pink Jushi's Legacy, starting with the village and the supervised mill for the Imperial Official to get those taxes in started very, very early and get a nice, efficient feudal age timing. Hopefully with a juicy meditation garden spot for him, which I already see a pretty good one there in the north, the big stones, some wood, and the berries.
Do you think it could have been interesting to go like 2 scouts here as Malians, just to try and take all the sheep away and force your opponent to pro scouts?
It could be an option for something like Malians, right, with the faster produced scout. EGC Gorge is always a bit of a weird map to multi-scout on because the scouting path is so linear, right? It doesn't divert much between players. Now, there's a couple shenanigans you can do as to whether you go for the center first or you skirt around the edge of the map behind your base. It's sort of a... depends which player you ask what's better and their preferences. So the chances are if you do go for a second scout, the side where you go with the second scout might not bear as much fruit as you might expect. But typically it would still net you a good, decent sheep lead, right?
Yeah, I think it's like that linear nature of the map that you talked about. In theory, on average, you should be seeing like 75% sheep, right? Because like you'd run scouts down both sides, and at some point you're going to see the enemy scout, and then you just run back the other way to capture the rest of the sheep. Like it, I think of some players like Anatan in particular loves doing that double scout opener quite frequently on here, and it can, in some matchups, it can just literally end the game. And you know, Malians is one of those civs I think is actually really good at the 2 scouter still. French is another one. I think French actually might be the best civ in the game at doing it, ever since they gave that Dark Age buff to the TC.
They did. Now, the 7 pit mine opening here for Marine Lord does make me think that this is very likely pro scouts from him. And it makes so much sense for Malians, specifically against other pro scouting civs, right? Yeah, and I called it perfectly. There you go. I'll have my money now, thank you.
Yeah, we can pay you in EGC bucks. That's where Pessy's been these last few months. He's been setting up his own. Okay, I'm not gonna explore that. No crypto here, guys. No crypto. We have got 48 food, 25 stone, probably about 30 wood. Pretty damn good one here. He's quite far out, but realistically, a Malian player doesn't want to be standing there idling him out, burning it down. It's going to be probably that race over the deer. There isn't even a world in which Louis just shoves the first deer in and ignores pro scouts, but I don't think he's interested.
No, I mean, it could be a possibility, right? Like, doing a classic old school all-in here with Zhugs, Spearman, Horseman. It could still be an option here for Jushi's Legacy if it's, you know, it can somewhat be predictable to an extent. And in that case, you would definitely want to skip Pro Scouts to hit that early timing and rob as many units as you possibly can. Get your other economic upgrades in early as a result. It could be a good way to punish any kind of Pro Scouts from the Marlians, as that will definitely slow them down significantly. But still, all-inning against Marlians is always tough, right?
That's the thing I was about to say. Like, I feel like any other map, and I'd say, like, if you try to all-in Marlians, you're going to die with Shushi. But Gorge is very different. You can't get the second pit mine easily. You usually can't get access to food. And if you Pro Scouts, it's very difficult to get things in anyway. So, like, I feel like if there was a map where you maybe thumbs up a Shushi all-in, if there was any map, it probably would be Gorge.
Definitely could be, right? Specifically because of that gold detail, like you mentioned. It's always projected to the sides quite far from your base. It's very hard to wall early on this map. So denying any kind of angles becomes increasingly difficult. But on top of it, right, the wood line is completely, you know, impenetrable in terms of harassment here. At the back of the base, very safe. So naturally, the other things have to be projected forward. And the pit mines become a natural place to strike.
Yeah, I remember when this map first entered rotation, like my thought is like, Marlians won't be good here because of just how far away that second pit mine is. It feels like a marathon. I mean, even if the spawn gods are kind to you, I'm trying to think if there's actually any way that feels good on Gorge for Gold. Not really. It's just such a giant ravine jump. But order of things is going to be that standard pressure focus for Marlians where you open the scouts quicker and then Pro Scouts delayed. Whereas usually with Shushi, we see it the other way around. Get access to picking up the deer, and then worry about the deer gatherers afterwards.
That's right. But so far, just standard opening here as we expected, right? Both are going to go for those Pro Scouts. For Marlians, I think here, they don't like Pro Scouts as much as they did beforehand, right? The extra price in wood and gold really had them as well as other civs. I think typically Marlians nowadays kind of only wants to go Pro Scouts against civs that also want to do it as a method to deny the deer from them, force an extra investment into spears, like we see Louis having to do now, because of course Marino's warrior scouts will definitely win out against his own regular non-warrior scouts, and yeah, deer gets denied here.
That is interesting. Marine Lord is assuming early PG.
That he did.
Calm down, son. You may have gotten in your own head here, because right now Louis is only doing spears, which is a counter to Musafadi.
I was tempted to say initially it's a misclick. Maybe he wanted to go for a spear, but now there's a,
oh my God,
there's a second one in queue now.
What's happening? Reload. Unplug. Replug the keyboard. Oh God, it feels even worse now. Like it's Horseman as well from Louis.
You know, it still could very well just be a double misclick at this point in time, right? I mean, there's nothing more in production. So, there's no archery range being thrown down yet, which is a little bit concerning here for Marine Lord. I mean, you really want to start blobbing, I think, either archers or javelin throwers quite early, because it's kind of a key unit for you in most matchups here early, especially against so many spears. Musafadi, though, I find it a very, very curious choice, KP.
It's funky, man. It's just... I get why it was... Like, I don't understand why you think it would be Shushi opening with the Pulse Guard, because that's been very popular recently. Just 3 to 5 Pulse Guard, maybe more as you eventually go Castle Age. We'll see if it works out. I mean, in theory, you could potentially sneak in the base. Like, this is a better raiding unit in some ways than a Donzo. Doesn't have the hybrid attack, but does move quicker.
It's important to know that the cost of the Musafadi got decreased as well, just like the Yumi Archer did in the last patch. Now, I'm not very much sure they needed it, as it's still one of their best unit, right? That they will always go for when they can.
The only other thing I was thinking here is, like, maybe Marine Lord, like, in the back of his brain, there's the idea of Farimba. Because I thought, when I saw the Musafadi, I was like, is this a delayed Farimba Mansa Musafadi build? Because, like, I think Mansa Musafadi is still sometimes slept on. It's probably the rarest now. I feel like I'm even seeing more Freeborn recently. But back to the javelins we go. So kind of adding a little bit of everything in. it's starting to look more like a bait and switch. Like, you reveal the Musafadi and Lou's like, haha, noob. Now I'm going to build into Chugenu, and then all of a sudden javelins.
Yeah, part of me wonders whether it was a sort of early way to dissuade any kind of excessively fast castle rush from Louis. But Musafadi's already on the field, of course, Palace Guards and Lancers do lose some value, but the bait and switch might be certainly a possibility here. It's typically not the way Marine Lord operates, right? Normally he's a very calculated response type of player.
The other thing I think, it's like, we don't really see it, but maybe there would have been a plan for local knowledge here. You know, so it got a subtle buff a long time ago. It used to be castle tech, and it got moved to feudal. And it's super effective in feudal because percentage healing is much higher, right? Because it's 5 hit points every second for 5 seconds, 25 health, right? And that tech doesn't scale to be better in castle and imperial. Like, in theory, the best point in the game for local knowledge is meant to be feudal age. I don't think we'll see it now.
Right?
Yeah, like, I don't think we'll see it now because the switch is from Louis. But, like, maybe that was another detail with the Musafadi this early.
Exactly. It does seem to be a bit of a classic playstyle here for Zhu Shi against Malians, as we highlighted the possibility of, right? A lot of units being made here by Louis. Villager does just get away in time from that pit mine before he loses his life. Now, this post-Pro Scouts aggression is interesting, right? Because it does slow you down immensely, but at the same time, Marine Lord opted for it as well, so it slowed him down in turn. And I feel that kind of favors the Malians' position a lot more here, right? Because the second pit mine is set up. Granted, it's not full, but it's already pumping gold. Marine Lord got away with placing it. Normally, it's something you have to delay against aggression. Javelins are scaling now, so are the Donzos. There's no more Musafadi misclicks as far as I can see, or
no, it's
also the plan was.
You never know. He might come back to it. All right, like I'm caught. It's Ferimba time. He was dipping his toe. He's like, do I want javelins? Do I want Mansa Musafadi? Maybe both. I'll be right in some way. But you are right about the longer feudals. Not just the pit mines, it's also the units you're building. You know, like javelins, Donzos. That's 2 premium feudal units. Shushi have 1 premium feudal unit. So, you know, there's not many civs that feel good about long feudal against Malians for that particular reason. Especially when you consider that both those units are technically range units, which is the best way to defend.
Exactly right. And on top of it, right, I mean, the food extension for Malians is so much easier than other civs. Converting the gold into cows, which then becomes food, is so easy for them not only to gather from, but also to put into those ranches, which leads you so well from defending all feudal age into a Fulani Corral timing to then fairly simply, in most cases, close out the game with that immense food income. Which, for now, is looking very good for Marine Lord as well, but when those days start drying up, if there hasn't been significant damage dealt, I think it's going to prove pretty tough for him.
Does Marine Lord know about his deer in the corner?
He must do,
scout
right?
it. There's no... Okay, yeah, it's just...
Oh, there's only one.
We're getting baited with the
so.
icon, yeah. I was like, huh? Rogan? Just the one on its own. So, Louis is nowhere near a tech up, by the way. And he's going
nowhere near.
Yeah, so...
Yep.
Is this enough to break those? My query. It feels like the army being split like this is going to be problematic for Louis.
It definitely will. Like, I think in terms of raw mass here, it might just be enough here for Louis to sort of overrun Marine Lord initially, at least, maybe get a good bit of damage done. But I do agree that this army split, I think, will kind of work against him somewhat, because if he can't afford to envelop Marine Lord's mass with those melee units, then really those javelins can just keep kiting forever at the end of the day.
Oh, does start the poke with the jabs. Marine Lord not ready to pull the trigger on the age up just yet. It's going to be a dive underneath the TC from Louis MT. Horseman, did he have the Dali horses? I don't think so. It'd be worth it at this type of scale. Okay, he does. There we go. Yes. All right. So extra DPS into the javelin count. North side, he is hitting into the pit mine now. So it looks like he did force the rest of Marine Lord's army home. It's going to be a forfeiture of the pit mine. And Marine Lord, all of a sudden, panics, has to pull the trigger on 8 more javelins.
Yeah, it's a good little timing here found by Louis, right? I'm not sure if he realized it, but I mean, this level, you can kind of sense it to some extent. He maybe had an idea that an age up was getting very close there for Marine Lord, and likely it was going to be for Rimba, as no cows are in ranches at all just yet. And Yeah, this double pronged tank paying a little bit of dividends here, right? Louis not overcommitting too much on the south side. Instead of getting some damage done here. The pit mine has been torched down fully and the ram is now working. But still, I mean, the trade out, right? You can see the destroyed value. It's not too significant, but it's in favor here.
Look at what Louis is doing. Like this is delayed Marine Lord's timing. Louis gonna go for a tech up. Now the question mark is whether it's worth it to poke the beast here. Because you did just force Marine Lord into even more javelins, knowing he was likely gonna go for Ember anyway.
Yeah. It's an interesting fake out here from Louis. Normally can pay good dividends, but I'm just not sure he actually has enough of a food bank behind this to sustain an effective transition. And we have seen time and time again just how incredibly effective and oppressive those Mansa Javeliniers can be. Similarly to Horse Archers, it's not so much about the raw strength of the unit, but the kite ability allows you to build up such an immense value in terms of resources traded cost for cost between units that it pays for itself.
Yeah, and you know, I think Louis is probably going to try to lean Horseman still, be cost efficient. That's why you go mount the Academy, so that you tax for some food. As you said, we just saw him mount the ball. Like, there's only so much food left for him to tap on the map, let alone anything that's safe. And there we go. Confirmation in is going to be the Firimba as expected. Now, Louis does have a slight edge in timing here. It's not really a position to do much with him.
Exactly. And Horsemen are still going to be on the menu for him, and rightly so, I think, because any armored unit attempts against the Mansa Javelineers in the form of men-at-arms or palace guards in this case, even with the extra speed, it'll be kind of like a Yumi situation where, really, unless you're significantly ahead in count or tech, it's not quite going to be enough, as both magazines comes in for the Jugen as well, giving them an extra bit of damage.
So one big thing we talked about is the idea that Javelins and Donzos are the king of premium for a 2-unit comp in Feudal. Like, in fairness to him, what Louis did try to do here was mirror that by having Chug and then having Dali Horsemen to be like that little bit better. So it wasn't that terrible an idea what he's training towards. And hilariously, we go up in age, and the compositions don't look like they're going to change at all.
No. And they likely won't whatsoever. I mean, the Mansa Javelins are in now. Louis has his upgrades. Both magazines is in for the Jugenu now.
Oh, we have regional
just
inspection.
the way this...
He's going to flood Horseman.
Yep.
Yeah, this is all about the Horseman pump. He knows he doesn't have enough. He does have the food and wait, no, he's switching PG on this.
That is ambitious for sure. I mean, the thing is, the Horseman flood is kind of, I think, the only choice you have here against these Mansa Javs. But just like in Feudal, you're faced with the exact same problem, which it's so difficult to find an effective angle on this Marlin composition, right? The Donzos are going to always tee off the spears behind this, so if you charge in with the Horsemen, they'll be the first to take the brunt of those spears. And behind this, the Mansa Javs are always hurling their javelins, right?
Yeah, I
the poison damage adds up.
The other problem here is, like, in theory, the Horseman is good, but I think what Louis is worried about is the Horsemen are too fast. His Chug wouldn't be able to keep up, so you basically have to run Horsemen into Donzos, get skewed, and then by the time the Chug catch up, they're running away again. So I think PG, the whole idea is bulky frontline that pushes at similar pacing. Regional inspection should give him the ramp in terms of production speed to get it online. He just doesn't seem to be queuing it up. No, he's kind of split in terms of what he wants to build here. Gold, not good enough.
Gold not good enough. Mind this little push on the berries as well. The food is starting to become an issue for Marine Lord. Luckily, he does still have that boar in the north. That's kind of been tiding him over so far in this game. But when that runs out, if he hasn't gained a lot of value from this army yet, then I think it will get increasingly harder. Very good angling here by Louis with the Horsemen to pick up some reinforcements. And this is what you have to do, right? The Javs can extract so much value just from fighting and kiting naturally. So you have to try to counteract that by at least getting some free reinforcements. But get someone of Marine Lord's caliber. That's easier said than done, of course.
I think that ball that Louis went onto doesn't have much left on it. I mean, maybe we could run all the way along the south flank and snatch Marine Lords as well, but it's quite a deep spawn. I guess Louis maybe has to start thinking about farms soon. This economy. I wonder, Nesta Bees doesn't feel great either against Javelineers, actually. They're just too fast. Like, the moment you get seen doing Nesta Bees, he just walks away. That's interesting, though. Louis will instead opt into Springolds.
Springolds might really help here against the Donzo frontline. Oh, the maneuverability of the jabs. You run into the same issue that you would with Nesta Bees, where it's just so easy to split them, especially on such a vast open map like Gorge. You can see already, I mean, Marine already always traveling in line formation to make sure he doesn't get surrounded on any sides, right? Doesn't want to get suddenly caught out of position off guard where his blob javelins get surrounded.
Louis
Horseman
has to guard
charge
this
in.
road. He's rushing out because the relics. But that's already been decided. Now it just feels like you're throwing horsemen away. Rough as well. I mean, if the two can get in range, they do absolutely annihilate the Donzos. The problem is the way that Marine Lord is finessing this on a micro level means the A-clicks are actually hitting the javelins instead.
Yup. And it's just so tough with the range and the speed of those javelins. Getting a favorable engagement, honestly, just feels kind of impossible in most situations. You have to somehow get the fight to be on your terms, get a surround on them, contain them. But with this big gorge in the center, the namesake of the map, it'll be so easy to just keep going back and forth like this. Throw jabs, get the poison damage in. And Louis can only try to raid behind this. Decent damage done. The pit mine does go down again.
I think
But
all
I think
that
it's a
Louis
start.
needs right now is a villager walking out in the center of the map to build a wall. You know where I'm going with this. I've seen this before from Louis. He is a master of the siege. Problem is, as you said on Gorge, where it being so open, he doesn't have a nice natural walled area already.
Exactly. And I mean, the siege wall creeping is kind of a staple of Louis' past, right? That's something he could fall back on here. But the issue is, right, that he's not well set up to do those kind of strategies at this point in time, right? There's no 2TC scaling behind this. It's a bit late to try to play towards that now. The siege count is building, 4 Nesta Bees, 3 Springords. So you could start to play that way. But it will take a... It's one of those strategies which is the kind of strat that wins you the game sort of half an hour from now, right? So.
I mean, I am impressed that he still has military lead, considering the last 2 fights, I've seen a lot of pink bodies on the floor, not so many blue. Now, the last one, I think there was maybe 1 blue body and about 10 pink. So this is definitely risky what Louis is doing, approaching this deep as well. But against the infantry, it doesn't feel like he's going to get intercepted. However, that's about to change. Marine Lord switching it up now. He's heading into Sofa, which Louis doesn't have a direct counter to.
He does not, right? Not at all. And I mean, Marine Lord has his own little food issues, right? No Grand Flan Corral. Cows are starting to come up behind this, but it will be slow and not nearly as good as he would with the Corral, of course. Now, the Sofas here are actually necessary, I think, because of all this siege.
I think that got seen as well. One of them rallied to the front line, so Louis got the early information about the Sofa switch. And he's got crossbows queued up behind this immediately. Oh boy.
Yeah, it's always so annoying when that happens in the game, right? Happened to me in the past as well, where one of your comp switch units suddenly goes to the front line, gets seen, and what normally would have won you the fight if
he didn't see
left
that, right?
unnoticed.
There's no way he saw that. Yeah. Like, nah, it's
it was just a scout. It was just a scout, you know? It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Nesta Bees are getting some good hits in, by the way. The health bar not looking so pretty from Marine Lord. Mango. Oh. We'll walk it away just in time. Villagers were there to repair anyway. Mango's reared off to the side quite a bit. It's almost like he's trying to bait the few horsemen left alive to go in. Knob shots are going to be there. Not enough to get the kill, though. He has to turn around the reload. That might be a critical mistake there, because the Nesta Bees shots come in late. Front line being broken. Louis MT, there's no way he can stand here. The Mango is now spawning out. Knob's going down. It's only Chuge Nu left alive. And Marine Lord has got the Sofas to absorb those blows.
The pressure that Louis was feeling in this game, I think, got to him there for a second. All the siege, the majority of the siege was left on the front line, unattended to and exposed. But he had to use it in order to gain a foothold in the center and push across this map. The issue with that, of course, is manifested now as the overextension leads to an almost complete wipe, at least of Louis MT's most important units.
They will all get wiped now, Myriad. Remember, his Javelin is chasing Chuge Nu. There is no running away.
Absolutely not.
This is like watching old pensioners try to run from a hungry leopard. Maybe if you trip the other pensioners over, you might get out. I don't know.
In that word, it might work differently. I mean, the Springords coming in here to sort of hold the line a little bit, but now the Master Marine Lord is also thinning out. There's no corral behind this, right? So it's not like all is lost here for Louis.
Marine Lord Did he get a bit too ambitious here?
A little bit, yeah.
I mean, maybe if the Sofas were pursuing, he could keep diving with the siege, but the moment the Nest of Bees turned up, Marine Lord apparently just believed he could take him. Okay, there we go. That's where there's big gaps. He's gone for 2 TC behind this. Meanwhile, Louis, he's going to be prepping for that. We've got Xiangnan on the way. More about the farms that he absolutely needs at this stage.
Yeah, it feels like he needed a farm transition yesterday with the way the game's been going, right? But it's so tough. He wanted to go for that all-in with Siege, but it just didn't quite work out. It's always so difficult against Marlins, as we highlighted, and now, yeah, we have reached a point where both armies have suffered huge losses, so pushing out is very scary for both players. 2TC up already for Marine Lord. It's going to follow suit for Louis. I'm very certain of it.
Yeah, you got to imagine. I mean, he's been passively generating stone off that meditation garden for quite some time. Either that or a castle drop to protect the farmlands.
Now the little sulfur raids are going to start. Louis queuing his own lancers behind this to look for some raids.
With practically
both sides still locked in. Yeah, the food is a problem.
Sofas are going to just say hey. So Louis will be idled on the food income. That's practically all of his food income, so I think the berries on the front side are about to exhaust. And I guess...
With all the farms... Much better for Louis once that song comes in.
Is he thinking of a castle? He must be. I mean, he's staring at 500 stone and has resisted the temptation to 2 TC.
I guess he wanted to just pump some of those farms in there, get a couple granaries going, and maybe then go for the TC. Oh, Imperial Official just barely gets away there. Side's going to get decapped, so that's no longer an issue for Marine Lord to worry about. And this farm transition is going to be really good for Louis. The granaries, of course, will supersede the food income from Marlins for their farms, but Marine Lord's farm transition is going to be so much easier, as reflected in the income, because of those cows, which are now increasing as well. Jumped from 6 to 13 in less than a minute.
I wonder, can he get these walls up? It's what Louis is best known for. War Louis, as I like to call him. On average, in a tournament, he'll have over double the wall tiles of anyone else. He's a little bit tame, just trying to claim that corner. Marine Lord has gone for a strategic wall to protect that left side flank where he's leaning in too hard.
Just you wait until the farm transition is fully finished for Louis. Then you're going to see walls, I'm pretty sure.
I was going to say, just you wait until we're actually 35 minutes in this game, and then you're pretty much just playing a what is he writing on the map type game. It's like, is he communicating with us, the observers?
Louis has showcased such strategies quite often in the past, with great effectiveness, I must say.
I mean, Anatan is still the one with the record for typing GG with Palisables in-game the most. Haven't really seen it so much out of other people.
Yeah, it might take a little while to catch on, maybe.
I mean, you know, you could say you're not BMing your Louis. Just say, yeah, this is like my strategic layout. So if he paths onto me, it's like, you know, like a swirly type thing. That's what's going to happen with the G. He's going to run around.
Of course.
Run around to try and reach me.
Throwback to the old English trebuchets with the wall creeping. That was a time to be alive, that's for sure.
I mean, I'm telling you, the final form is going to be the circular swirls, just so that you can have mass springolds there as well, with them running around, lining up for you.
At that point, it becomes a tower defense game with the springolds as, you know, towers that you have to run through and kill the mobs.
I mean, you know,
totally different kind of game.
You know who never lines up all their units to die against springolds like that? Dungeon Masters. Because like they've learned from their experiences, like you never have all the NPCs line up. That's just inviting someone to Thunderbolt or something. Don't be an idiot. Spread them out.
Speaking of Thunderbolts, though, the Nesta B Scout and the Springald Scout building quite rapidly. It makes sense here on the defense as the farm transition gets underway. This is kind of just the natural way you have to end up playing these civs. Jushi and China, of course, when you get into this position. Pin on the Lancers. A lot of value going down there. Dude would have loved to get those across the map into Marine Lord's base. But now Marine Lord, he knows there's a farm transition going, right? And Jushi late game, definitely not something to be underestimated, even as the Malians, who can hold their own nowadays too. Marine Lord's going to start to put on some pressure.
Louis is holding the siege in reserve a little bit, so it's not revealed straight away. triple mango, like Quadra when the next fourth one shows up here, could be good at actually trying to snipe out the Nesta Bees, but we have to remember, at this stage in the game, Nesta Bees are better than Mangoes. They do a much more higher DPS exchange than Mangoes are capable of before adjustable crossbars.
And it's not even close. Absolutely massive advantage Nesta Bees have over the Mangonels in the cast lich. Now, Marine Lord did spot that very scary looking Siege Mass and backs right off, which I mean the right choice, I would say. It's not something you want to push into unless you desperately have to, which I don't think Marine Lord has to now. 3 sites locked in, 3 relics in the back, 100 villages, and now Fort of the Huntress on the way as well.
Whoa boy, out of all the locations to do it though, this may be a questionable one. Does he really want to commit to it? Louis is walking straight where the Fort of the Huntress was going to be built, so yeah, he relocates it. Marine Lord is moving to the north side now. Yep,
No,
I'm sure he will not notice that at all.
You will not notice the massive blueprint.
It's like, what was that? Oh, nothing. I was gonna place a castle. Yeah, it doesn't look like a standard castle. That looks like a Fort of the Huntress.
It looks oddly angular.
No, those were just outposts and walls. I'm telling you, they were outposts and walls.
Now, it should be a bit scary here for Marine Lord. It's definitely not a fight he wants to take, but he might be forced to.
Doing? What?
Oof.
They got a death wish right there. And by the way, like, this is crazy. If the Donzos die, okay, he's at least rebuilding them, because look, Louis MT has started a mass horseman. Sofa, in the meantime, have broken in. They're about to raid the hen house. Louis MT needs a big win in this fight, or it's gonna be going to a game 5.
The Siege are moving forward into position now. They're trying to get some connections onto Marine Lord's army, find some sort of damage. Now, as you mentioned, the Sofa Raid behind is doing tremendous damage. A lot of them managed to get in, and now Louis is forced to divert his reinforcements to deal with them, which means less reinforcements on the front line. Marine Lord is now on age up. Those Malian upgrades are going to come in way faster than regular upgrades, of course.
It's just also this army of Siege is so slow. For like a main fight, it's great, but he needs to find that main fight. He needs something that is emphatic. We have got Lancers finding the gold workers. It's going to be a good start. To start burning into the base here. I don't think he's got enough to go for a landmark victory, because remember, we still have got that fortress in the center to worry about. But Louis, explain this to me. How did you get raided by Sofa, dive the enemy base, have the same size army or bigger, and still then find the macro to do it again? Imperial.
Yushi's legacy is definitely a civ of all time. Louis is definitely a player of all time.
I was about to say, this is not Shushi Murad, because he done the exact same thing in that Japanese game. Like, this is Louis. It's something about this kid and the way he handles his economy. I mean, if he ever fails to make it as a millionaire Age of Empires 4 player, he can always fall back as an accountant for, like, you know, the rich and wealthy of China. Because
That's true.
He would cook the books perfectly, man. I don't know how he does this.
Conjuring up resources out of thin air.
That is what Shushin's
Definitely
trying
something,
to do.
yeah, that would be appreciated in places of high power, without a doubt.
Oh, look, Sofa raiding again. I'm sure by the end of this raid, Louis will somehow have afforded to go into Ming Dynasty. He did do something funky, by the way. He didn't go for the mobility. Even though he's going mass spears, he actually went Shushi Library. I
went to the library, yes. So I don't know if we got any of the upgrades in yet.
That's why we might see some of them library.
Soon. It's tough to afford them, especially on 1TC was getting raided like this. Bold choice. But I do understand it, right? I do understand it, because the bonuses from the Temple of the Sun are somewhat limited. You know, they only apply to some units. And the upgrades from the Temple of the Library are so valuable. And, you know...
You don't think that maneuver would be useful for spears or, like, range for Nesta Bees?
It definitely would be, but so would the speed and the fire lance attack on those spears as well, right?
Did they finally fix that?
I hope so.
I hope so, for Louis' strategic sake here. I mean, the other problem is, like, he just doesn't have gold gathering. His economy is small, and Shushi Library is expensive. Like, that's the difference. When you buy Library, you need to be ahead. When you go for Temple of Sun, you can be behind. Oh, no.
Oh my god, the amount of damage dealt by those mangoes. I do think they probably have adjustable crossbars in as well. Huge shot.
And that might just be the gut punch to get us to that G5. I mean, Louis MT, I don't know what he's expected to happen there. Maybe the panic to defend the relics, but whatever it was, it just cost him dearly. Elite Tech just kicked in for the spears. The adjustable crossbars on those mangoes are wreaking havoc. He needs a swift win in this fight. Marine Lord may have slightly overextended, does not have much of a melee line. It's Sofa versus Elite Spears. He will be pushed back beyond the threshold over a substantial eco lead, and now C's lead too.
This buys Louis some much needed time to crawl back into this game, but crawl is what he will need to do, as he can kind of only afford to produce spears at this point in time. Even the Winningcam especially is looking anemic at this point. And really, Marine Lord, yeah, we see it now. The Musafadi Gunner 7 in Q already. That would definitely deal very well with all those spears and allow Marine Lord to push past the breaking point here. With only a few bombards mixed in.
Look at what Louis is prepping. So it was about this. Maybe the one that I accept the most if you're going to go Shushi Library. He's got dynastic protectors. So like you're Raiders. Yeah. Okay. This is interesting. High ranged armor, quick unit to blob, quick movement speed. Makes a lot of sense. Also very good at raiding economy in a game where your opponent's got 127 poor little villages that might not be well protected. Speaking
I think those are the Imperial Guards though, actually, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh wait, you're right. I'm an idiot. They went Imperial Guards. Okay, now I'm not so crazy about this.
It'll be tough to afford, to be honest. Either one, but especially Imperial Guards in this case. He does have a keep on that gold, towards the right side of his base, the big gold that he desperately needs. But the economy, I mean, 81 to 128, not looking great.
Yeah, I always find Imperial Guards is like, in people's brain, an insane unit. Very good stats, very chunky, very population efficient. But then you remember how much it costs. Sometimes it feels worse to try and build these than to try and build fire lances.
Exactly. You really need your eco to be in a pretty solid spot here. But I mean, you know, if it's something that goes unnoticed here by Marine Lord, it could have the potential to really deliver a clean fight for him. But Musafadi Gunners being added in now, you know, a lot of value will be lost.
Yeah, we have to remember the guards have a lot of melee armor, not much ranged armor, so the gunners will do well against them. Now, we do have the whole army posturing towards that gold for good reason. Louis MT somehow turns a 15 garrison building into a 30 garrison building, so we need the siege, we need the burn, we basically need that thing gone. Louis, not in a position to defend this. Oh no. Where are you all going to stay tonight?
Not enough places in those keep to hide all those villages. The doors are shut as they're left to fend for themselves.
Let me in.
But it's not like the keep. The keep itself is not long for this world, as the mangoes doing a lot of damage as well as the torch with the palace. The Imperial Guards are coming in on the back.
They are. They've arrived. However, the castle still seems like it's going to be forfeiture here. The mangonels are moving in. They can get one big strike onto the villages when they come out, but instead, they start to intercept the reinforcements. The guards are still alive, though. And more troops are now on the way. The castle, Louis MC, is trying to pull off a miracle here. But it's down. The villager count may be in a bit of a pickle. The Nesta Bees did just arrive, though. And the mango count, not good enough to contest. He will lose the siege ball. Wait, Louis, why are we not... Where is he going? Them. Why is he not just finishing them? What?
I guess he's going to let the melee units
He just wanted to be hidden. And we have a Spearman raid as well. Okay, so a little bit of poke here. That's going to force Marine Lord back. However, Louis is far from out of the woods yet, Alice. No, this wacky, windy tunnel is going to go deeper underground before this game is over.
Completely correct. Messy game situations like this is often where Louis does thrive in the late game ride. Marine Lord, of course, definitely not shabby himself in that regard, so he's going to be fully ready for this kind of a game. As Louis runs with a raid in the south side this time, he's going to run into a pit mine there that he could look to torch, divert some of Marine Lord's attention. Now the siege mass did fall for Marine Lord in its entirety. 5 mangonels, now just left a pile of rubble on the ground.
Does Marine Lord have 20 villages at the sacred site on the south? I think he's gathering wood from close to Louis' base.
Oh, yeah, right, yeah.
Double keep. What? This is a wild creep up. And once again, a break-in. I mean, these palisades are just not holding anything back. Oh, why doesn't Louis just build gunners to defend? Oh, that's right.
Uh-oh. That's a rough way to find out.
Sad life of Shushi.
No extra range hand cannoneers with extra speed to lean on here, unfortunately, for Louis. Instead, it's going to be Mass Spear and Imperial Guard. Which against Donzo, Musafadi, Sofa, and Musafadi Gunners. That's a tough fight, to say the least.
Can we check the Shushi library? Did he actually get the roaring dragon tech? The fire lance attack? He did. Okay, so these spears, yeah, like, I mean, that shows how irrelevant the damage is feeling. I'm barely noticing.
Yeah, I mean, initially it might have worked out when, when his composition consisted of only javelins and so forth, but that's no longer the case here.
I mean, the problem is that you're this suicidal guy running at someone screaming with Semtex attached to your stick, and the guy on the other side has a gun. Like,
yeah.
Okay. Are any of us going to get through?
A fiery stick can only do so much in a fight. Maybe if they threw it, but that would be a different tech.
My stick with firecrackers on it. Have you tried guns? No, we're not allowed those. Why? Why aren't you allowed those? China prohibited it. Damn it.
Yushi not as big of a believer as the Chinese emperor, it seems.
It's quite comical that we
sticks.
Yeah, but we trusted them with large barrels of Nesta bees. We don't trust them with a gun. I want to like assume. I feel like the gun's meant to be safer. Oh, this army most definitely isn't. Knobs down. Louis, let's just go to a game 5.
I mean, how many spears can one really make, in a game, and hope to carry him through it? I mean, unfortunately for Louis, we need a lot more than that, but with the state of the game, the economy, and the map control...
So, I know the situation where Roar the Dragon, Spearman, Fire Lancer, tech can work. Regicide after you killed 5 other players.
GG is called. Marine Lord takes us to a game number 5 as he defeats Louis with Marlians against Jushi here. Bit of a nail-biting game, that one. It went back and forth a lot, didn't it, KP? It's a bit tough to call at times.
I think you want to believe in the Louis way back, right? And I think maybe there were ways. I genuinely don't think it's ever Imperial Guard, right? Like, if you were looking for something that hits, ironically, the Imperial Guards, it feels like often have the accuracy of the ones from Star Wars. Like, it's such an expensive unit. He's eco-weak. I always see the Imperial Guards as like a winning more type unit. Maybe Yuan Raiders could have helped him a little bit better, but he was already in a bind. I think for Louis, the pivotal moment was that fight where he pushed into the enemy base with mass nest of bees, and unfortunately lost a little bit too much. Maybe a little bit too rushed there. But after that stage, I felt like Marine Lord was kind of entering cruise mode. We had 2 TC, farm set up, wide flank secure. Louis just kind of hiding, hobbling in a corner. Yeah, this is the fight I was talking about. Like this, after this engagement, it was hard to see a clear way in which Louis was winning this game.
Exactly. I mean, you're so overextended here, right? You have to get a very meaningful fight done, or if you can't win the fight, at least you split off and do a lot of economic damage. But it's so hard with Siege. You have to protect it to win the fight. And then if you don't protect it here, like, it's a mixture of overextension and just not paying enough attention. It was all on the front line. Half the Siege died before the fight even begun.
Mm-hmm. And then obviously Marine Lord is classic kind of mantra is if I build a small lead, I can turn it into a big win. And well, we're going to have to see if he can build anything that would amount a lead here with the Lancastrians, because the final game, we're heading into the purest of pure. It's going all the way, folks. A game 5 between Gentlemates Marine Lords and, of course, Team Elephants Louis MT. And it is going to be House of Lancaster, manned by Marine Lord, up against Louis MT's French. And you're seeing that correctly. We have got a Dark Age Rax opening from Lancaster.
Makes sense here, right? You want to deny that pro scouts that French has been sort of, in a way, innovating on since its advent last season. They've been one of the forefront runners for that pro scouts. They will very likely look to do so here again. Louis starting with a classic wheelbarrow opener here. Up against the Spearman Rush, it is something you can get away with, but it has to be spotted very early, and you really need to get that gold in ASAP. So we'll see whether...
I mean, it's a bad
Louis
goal.
has any idea. Yeah,
Normally
that will
feel
help him a bit.
like the thing is, like, you would not expect Lancaster to open Dark Age Rush here. That's the tricky part. If this was like Japanese, this is Mongols, you pivot, you'd adjust. So it's a very creative way for Marine Lord to approach. I wonder if this is going to be a mana build as a fallback, or if, similar to Anatan, Marine Lord is becoming an Abbey of Kings believer.
Could be possible to do both, right? I think it's a bit underexplored, maybe. Abbey in combination with manas, especially situations where that defensiveness, the extra health is not something you might need. The Kings can really push your army to the next level, but then you do miss out from the levies from the Lancaster Castle, of course. Tough decision to make.
I guess the thought process is like, if your opponent's going to spam knights, there's an argument that the manas with the Castle Lancaster is not going to be as effective at defending you with the Arifar due to things like chivalry. Like, in some ways, you could kind of envision that French Jean is Lancaster's worst nightmare, I guess, for that type of build. But we'll get some truth to the matter soon. Spinman does reveal what's happening here. Louis MT is like, whoops. Probably wants to pull, what, three more villages out? Only 2.
Yeah, we need a fair few here, right? Now, the wheelbarrow is going to help a bit. Extra carrying capacity on the villagers and the movement speed, of course. He'll get enough here for the age up, but there'll be no knight, there'll be no pro scouts, at least initially here for him.
So Archer beginning, which of course has value against the spears, but will be against potentially Yeoman, which should be able to kind of beat you. The question mark is whether you're going to be able to scale them, because especially with the nerfs to Yeoman, I feel like without that mana build, it's very hard to get the numbers up. Marine Lord not quite able to get the kill there. Louis MT's wheelbarrow is too good.
Very close there for a sec. This match is very interesting here, right? Dry Arabia, normally we have seen in the past the Classico, people would call it, right? English against French here. Normally this is one of French's home maps, so to say. They very much like being on Dry Arabia. It's open nature, rather straightforward. One of the best French maps. But now we have the updated English, so to say, with the House of Lancaster. Not seeing as much English now, but instead... Chamber of Commerce coming up for Louis MT, and with that trade post, I don't blame him.
Yeah, man's trying to get a Lecoq Spore sponsorship here. Chamber of Commerce, not often seen. There's been a bit of experimentation, but I feel like every time I've seen Chamber of Commerce, it's pretty much because the player looks and goes, this is an unwinnable matchup. So, curious to see how it pays off, especially because of this. Marine Lord is going to be the Lancaster Castle build. And no surprise either. You know, if he got a split stone or gold spawn, maybe Abbey Kings is justifiable. But you can see on that front side of his base, gold, stone, 2 of each, all basically almost on one screen. The perfect Lancaster Castle placement.
Exactly right. So Marine Lord feeling cozy about the castle positioning, without a doubt. But whether he knows about the Chamber of Commerce coming in, that's a different matter entirely. We have seen this before, right? On Frisian Marshes, notably. SAS against Numudan in their deciding set for the spot in the main event.
A map where it's more expected, to be honest with you. And thus, when I see Chamber of Commerce on maps like this, it feels more like the surprise factor than anything else.
And the surprise factor is going to be here, undoubtedly. I don't think it's something Marine Lord probably expects at all. Might be a different approach for him in this game if he did. He's definitely going to scout it soon enough. The question is when, right? He does have the spears out. I think at this point, yeah, he's going to shove in the deer. That makes total sense for the Spearman. Not much more value to be gained as archer priority likely from Louis here.
And we will get the deer shoves come through from Marine Lord. Another value play of the Spearman opening. Why it's become so popular is, of course, these deer after the fact. And Louis is not likely to disrupt that whatsoever.
I do wonder here, yeah, it is going to be archers here for Louis. He's just a bit scared of the spears initially, stable to follow up.
And of course, nice thing about doing wheelbarrow that early is he already has a trader coming out to kick it off for free.
Exactly right.
Yeah. And now, did he go for the forestry? We've seen in the past, usually it's just worth yoinking that straight away.
I don't think he had the gold for it, no. He got
you're
pushed
right,
off
actually, yeah.
completely, right?
That late to it, yeah. It definitely stung his build a little bit here, which is concerning because you are playing an eco race now with the Lancaster Castle build. And you're already losing.
Yeah, first man already up, second one now on the way. I mean, I'm really curious to see what this will turn into, right? Like, which one of them is going to be the one who feels the economic pressure mounting first from the opponent and feels the need to get something done? Because in theory, Louis could just keep adding a second market buy and just go double trade. Ringold could go up to 9 manas and go for that castle timing without even touching each other, these players. As to whether that would be the case is something we'll have to see.
I think this is why Louis' choice to go archers is so critical here and fundamental. If you just go knights, your opponent actually can block you when you scale to like 20 traders by going yeoman, billman. Because the billman spears, I mean, you've seen how plastic sometimes Chevalier Concret look. It does that to standard knights. So really key to have these archers nice and early and make sure you keep scaling them as the game goes on.
Exactly right.
All right, Trader Joe time. Marketplace going to be coming up. And no suspicions from... There we go. Marine Lord does now see them. Like, wait a second. Eh? In my game?
Yeah. That certainly takes him a little bit by surprise. I would have loved to see his live reaction to that one. Now, nice little detail here on the market for Louis. Placing it slightly away from the actual corner makes it a bit more unsafe, yes, but it can in fact boost the income by just a few resources, as it counts as a slightly longer distance due to the fact that there's a tiny bit of a diagonal, right, that would increase the distance.
There's another thing, actually. Can we check Louis' vision? So I think it might have been the boar as well. Does he put 3 archers out there? Yeah. Does he actually not see the boar? Can we check the corner on the left?
Well, yeah, that might be critical, actually.
Yeah, because like that would explain why he wouldn't do this. Okay, no, that could have been crazy. Because like, let's say, so you brought archers out here to guard. Let's say Marino had a scout here and he pulls the boar. He disrupts the build, and also like 3 archers are not going to be a boar any day of the week. So, yeah, interesting detail that actually didn't matter in the end. Oh, look at this! Wow, the thing that makes you feel that the game doesn't matter. He's building more manas. Sorry, I'm very bitter about this build right now.
It's a build. It's definitely a build that one can do, right? Without a doubt. But Louis, you know, he's capitalizing on his map control, right? He's out on the day now. He's starting to set up walls without too much of a fear of demi-lancers coming out. Yeah, he's keeping a good eye at the front of Marine Lord's base. It's mainly the demi-lancers that you're worried about here. Obviously, they're not too impressive of a unit in a direct fight, but at the end of the day, they are still heavy cavalry, and you are trading on one of the most open maps in the game. Cavalry is something you want to be aware of.
Mm-hmm. And the problem is, it's not that demi-lancers are lethal as an entity, one entity. It's the collective group. It's like being attacked by a bunch of micro picks. Enough of them will crush you. And that's the thing with the demi-lancers. Like, their damage is low, but when you have a lot of ponies, all of a sudden you have a body blocker. Fantastic for intercepting trade. You just move in, club, move in, club. That's going to be difficult for Louis to answer, because also that same effect applies to villagers.
Exactly. There's going to be a blacksmith here from Marine Lord, right? So he might look to stay in the feudal age a bit longer than some might anticipate here.
Steeled arrows.
To 6 manas now.
Yeah, I think you stealed arrows so the knights can't dive the manas. The extra +1 is actually quite a substantial increase in DPS in the trade.
Very true.
And besides, like, you eventually want yeoman, right? So it remains good.
100%.
Does Marine Lord have Billman?
I'm not sure yet. We can have a check soon. But yeah, he's going to stick on 6 manas for now. I'm not sure if there's an intention to go up to 9 yet. That might be a bit greedy, right?
Yeah, 9 is usually how people die. It's just take the castle play. So, like, now you gauge whether there's pressure coming, and if there's, you go White Tower. Otherwise, you get King's College, which I think is, like, secretly one of the best landmarks in the game. It just has a lot of versatility. Like, it turns a linear civ into a very diverse one. For example, if you go for King's College, you can actually mirror French Knights and beat them before they go Royce 2 easily. Like, if they go Guildhall, you can beat them because there's a unique tech in King's College that turns your knights into heavy maces, essentially, on horseback.
Exactly right. That tech is not to be underestimated. Collar of S's. The +6
Cheap as
damage
well.
against armored units. Yep, cheap as a natural bonus of the King's College. All technologies are made cheaper. I think it's 20% if I'm not wrong.
It's
Thereabouts.
15%, but the thing
15.
is, like, the base price is not high. I think it's about 200, 250 resources in total for Collar of Esses.
Yep.
They're very, very cost efficient. We do have the Yeoman Spearman spam for now. And remember, the King's College, the discount on cost is for all techs. So the veterancy for those Yeomen, synchronized shot, all of it. Like, it's such a subtle but super effective element.
Exactly. And with those knights, like we mentioned, you highlighted, without bloodlines, the real knights will be the ones at a disadvantage in the knight against knight fight. And the Collar of Esses turns the Lancaster Knights into some of the best knights in the game.
It really does. I mean, the +6 is kind of bonkers. It's why, like, I think once Lancaster has been moved beyond, Abbey of Kings with Collar of Esses will be just crazy to witness. You know, that cycle in, heal, leave. And obviously, like, we're not even talking about all the other techs. Like, the other obvious one that comes to mind in some matchups is Heal Forts, which turns your Hovelars into absolute beasts of initial contact. Like, it's,
Exactly.
their first contact is basically at that point on par with... Have you seen that, the Martians movie from, like, the 80s? Like,
Oh, yeah.
yeah, like, wow, it's so nice to meet you. And then just zaps them all dead. That's Hovelars at the beginning of a big fight. But there you go. Collar of Esses immediately cute. Wait, did he cancel?
Oh.
What? Is he teasing me?
I think he probably wants the Spearman upgrade first.
Yeah,
right?
I was
Most
gonna say,
likely.
like
Makes sense.
I'm hyped for it, but it was very early. It does affect Demi-Lancers, by the way. It essentially increases their damage by 40% against heavy. But not worth it on their own.
No, definitely not, right? Does seem to be a crossbow priority. I guess Marine has just a little bit of a worry of a dive through coming in here from Louis, but that wasn't the case. Louis mirroring with his own Royal Institute behind this, right? So he's going to look to play into a lot of knights with bloodlines, which I think makes a lot of sense, right? I do think he'd run the risk of falling really behind in terms of composition strength here as Louis otherwise. You'd love to have the guild hall to smooth over any kind of farm transition, but you already have the trade that can help out with that, which I'm sure he's probably setting to food, or at least some of them are on food by now, most likely.
Wood.
Oh, wood?
Believe
That's
it or
not what I expected.
Oh wait, no. This is. I'm pretty sure this is a UI bug. I've seen this
really?
before. Yeah, because I've had a game before where, like, I think it might have been Dimmer or someone, and they had 30 trays, and then someone chats like, "Why is Dimmer being a noob? He's not trading for food." And I looked up at his food income. I was like, he's definitely trading food. Well, we'll see.
Yeah,
Though. Maybe they fixed that. This was like the last time I saw Chamber of Commerce. Noticed that was maybe a year ago.
Oh,
Okay, no,
damn.
it legit is wood. Look at the income. It just spiked up.
Yeah, you're right.
What?
Very interesting there, right? I mean, I guess wood for the farms, wood for the archers. It's still a bit strange to me. It's the easiest resource to get at this point in time, right?
Yeah, food should be the thing you're scared about. Those Demi-Lancers are proven to be a pain in the ass, by the way, and Collar of Esses is now on the way. So he will eventually be going to Knights. It just looks like he had to pause it for the crossbow Spearman. Collar of Esses is going to be decent, just less impactful now with your opponent going Royal Institute. The Spearman's definitely going to be the most important detail here.
Absolutely. Now the knights with Collar of Esses is still going to be quite useful when it comes to an engagement against those archers, and then the extra damage will be very, very nice up against the knights when it gets to a scuffle between them. But ultimately, yeah, the Bloodline's definitely going to win out in the end, especially with that healing from Chivalry as well. We're not content to just take the relic for now. He could have maybe opted to go into that trade line, but instead just going to redirect his army and move there with the Demi-Lancers instead.
Yeah, like the thing with Collar of Esses is you will still lose to Royal Institute Cantled Saddles for sure. But it's a lot more competitive than you think. Like, how many strikes do you usually take in a knight exchange? Maybe about 10 to kill a knight? And that means you're doing an extra 60 damage with Collar of Esses in that fight. So you offset most of Royal Bloodlines, but yeah, French still win because Cantled Saddles adds in an extra 30 damage in the first 5 seconds. So yeah, it's a cute play on the side. I don't know, it feels like he just done it for the Demi-Lance. I'm not sure if it's worth it. Now the hit comes in on the gold. This little red there. Louis gets his first worker kill of the game. Meanwhile, these guys never stopped worker killing. The traders just keep getting chopped down. These Demi-Lancers have been at this now for what feels like 2/3 of the game.
Yeah, it definitely really hurts now for Louis, right? Those losses are starting to mount now. I bet he was really kicking himself for not finishing that wall first. It's very important, I think, to finish a full wall across your trade line in situations like this. It's a similar case against something like Mali as well, if you go trade, right? Sure, it's very safe for now, so you feel like you don't need the walls. But when that income really kicks in, just like with the Manus here, and the raids start with the Demi-Lancers or with the Sofas in that case, it can get out of control very quickly.
Now, you have to remember, Marine Lord's economy is not as strong as you'd normally expect this stage for Lancaster. He only has the 5 manas. Relics are coming in to embolden him a little, though. Practically has free home. And still has these raids going on. And also, Mass Spear is now diving across the map. Louis MT is going to prep his troops in position in case it hits the trade. I think for Marine Lord, that's not his goal. He just wants map control for full Relic.
That's right. And I think it does seem like he has been sitting on 5 out of 6 for a very long time. I do think he might have actually forgotten to add the 6th one in entirely, which I think can happen, actually. It's an easier thing to do than one would realize. But he's moving on to the stone now. Yeah.
Building all these things on the same screen. They all look alike. You know, houses, manors.
Very difficult.
Why do you need a mana to gather the resources? The house is pretty much the same. Come on.
But we do have a move out onto the stone now from Marine Lord again, onto a nice fresh stone mine, so probably going to look to make a play into the tier 2nd upgrade, the 2nd tier upgrade for the manas as well, to get up to 9.
Oh, well off from Marine Lord says, leave me alone. Walls are not going to be up in time. Okay, so
single villager with a hunk of meat.
Soon to be a no villager. The problem is Marine Lord's army is still quite front-facing. He's got some coming back now, but he's split them. So I guess he's just sending back maybe like 10 spears to defend. Rest is posturing.
There's a scary position to be in against a Knight Civ, right? Where you want to be aggressive, you feel like you have the control, but there's just this battalion of knights roaming around with death on their mind.
But hear me out. Numerically, it's even. You think you're favored. You feel like you could maybe strike back. But Marine Lord is always just 300 wood away from taking a 17 military unit lead.
Yeah. That is very, very true. The Shire Levy can be called upon.
It wouldn't be 17, right? It'd be 13. Yeah, so like the thing with that tech is like it is ridiculous, but it only feels worth it truly once you have about 8 manas. So Louis has got a little bit of time to work with here.
Yeah.
He has to be sensing it. Like that timing is something that every Lancaster builder is always aiming for at the moment. 17 yeomen.
And it's very, very scary as well, right? Because, I mean, Marine Lord opted for the crossbows and the spear, so he has a good answer for those knights. But once that Shire Levy does come in, and if he leans heavier into yeoman from his natural archery ranges as well, then that will be a very, very scary army. Now, Louis does have a very significant archer mass here, which is going to do great against Marine Lord's army for now. But yeah, if those Shire Levies do come in and the yeoman count goes up significantly, it might be a different story.
Louis still being raided. This is ridiculous.
13 kills by now. Huge.
It's like, oh, we got rid of these demi-lancers. What do you mean they sent real knights? Farms getting added in interesting locations by M-Lord. He feels safe near these manors.
Yeah, he does. The mini towns at the end of the day, right? Where else would you put your farms, I guess? It's a similar situation to Japanese manor, I guess, right? You have the strong TC. Obviously, there's auras there as well, so incentivizes you to add them near it. One of those guard did get produced. I was wondering if there's a bit of a transition to them about to happen, but
I think that's a misclick.
Yeah, maybe
like
so.
Is there literally a worse unit you could build against French than Earl's Guard?
You might be thinking in mind of the archers, but yeah, I mean, with so many knights,
it's knights,
you need a bit of a different answer.
It's also like your opponent. Wait, he's actually doing. All right, I'll swallow my words here. So the thought I had against this is like your opponent could be going Arbor Trio as well. So Knight's Arbor, like everything counts Earl's Guard. I guess Marine Lord doesn't believe in the Hobolars, because that would make sense against Louis' comp.
He had some on the field earlier, if I'm not wrong. Maybe I missed, but he did have I think so.
Are you imagining like a different game?
I could have sworn. Or maybe I confused it with the Demi-Lance? I'm not sure. But behind there's Louis with the red palace going up.
And look where it is.
Oh.
AK in the center of the map secure. This is ridiculous, man. The Chamber of Commerce is winning.
I think it makes sense. I mean, you can't ask for a better trade post, right? 70 food per trade. You can switch it to any resource you want. He can fix his macro so smoothly with that French trade.
So you're saying he got a Louis MT spawn?
You very well could in this case. It is the start of an era.
It feels like it right now. This will be the first time that Marine Lord not only has bled in the group stage, dropping a game, but a very likely outcome of him dropping a series for the first time in this tournament.
Upgrades are rolling in for Louis at this point, right? We have elite status on the knights now coming in. I don't think the archer upgrade is in queue yet. Very expensive, these upgrades, right? And this is a somewhat early timing, even by trade standards, so...
Army's
might be a
reacting
little
as well. Yeah, peels off. I love that. Not the entire army, just enough to deal with this. Maybe lose a few traders, but it's all about tempo here. Map control important, as he knows Marine Lord has to mirror the play. Currently saving up for Imperial Age. Marine Lord is stockpiling enough gold to open his own bank. Will be helpful,
I do wonder,
actually.
what part was this, Marine Lord's, Louis MT's plan from the beginning? Was he actually hoping for a good trade route here?
It's possible, but then like his plan might have gotten diverted by what his opponent done. Nah, I think there is an element of he was doing this. Like the wheelbarrow makes so much sense in Dark Age because you want a Chamber of Commerce. Yeah, I think you're onto something there. Wingard is going to be coming in. Louis MT is almost ready to roll. By the way, trade's about to get better. It's finally on the way. Merchants Guilds. So passive gold trickle just to the traders existing next. The army not experiencing the power of their university techs, but a big enough advantage that he needs to press it. Marine Lord down by about 20 military here. And that may grow more. He cancels it. He switches to Berkshire.
Yes, went to Berkshire. 42 villages on the Berkshire now as a massive charge of elite Royal Knights comes in on the back. Looking to make a connection, but the spears are there just in time to prevent it. There's a choke point here that will serve towards Marine Lord's favor here. But the Berkshire is not even up yet. There's no elite techs here for Marine Lord.
No, his army is at risk of getting wiped here. Down to just 15 spearmen. Maybe the knights get cleared out, but the archers are going to be impenetrable after the fight. And there's still just so many elite knights left alive. The Berkshire does go up. But congrats, firm handshakes. Oh, what about all these farms and manors, though? Who's protecting them?
Louis MT looking to break Marine Lord's back here in the group stage. Not only taking his first two losses, well, being the cause for Marine Lord's first two losses here, but now looking to take the series as well. In commanding fashion here as the trade keeps scaling behind this.
Does he know?
Now he must know,
that,
right?
Yeah, the gold on the east side, that was very important. Just to the side of that picture, there was a villager walkout, and a knight was about to discover it. So Marine Lord, great reaction there. That was about 15 villagers that would have been dead.
And gold is going to become a serious issue here for Marine Lord.
Exactly. He has, like, nothing to work with, but wait. I mean, you know, it seems unfair. If only there was a way, like, this Civ could generate passive gold. I mean, England gets it, Marine. It's only fair that, like, Lancaster can generate passive gold, right?
Why not?
Yeah, just 360 gold a minute. It's fine.
Taxes on farms, taxes on manor lands.
Oh, by the
What
way,
about the taxes here?
we never see the icon. Burgundian imports coming in. The tech that lets you get hand cannoneers an age early. Now, you might be thinking Marine Lord's a noob. He's not. No, on the left side. What he's doing that for is Burgundian imports also discounts your hand cannoneers by 25%. So, all of a sudden,
Very
Scottish,
significant.
Exactly. Scottish might be good enough to actually get it, because now he's paying the price of Streltsy.
The issue here, however, is being locked in your base like this from two sides. It's such a difficult place to be in. And I mean, the gold from Scootage is going to be nice for now, as well as the discount on the hand cannoneers would be very, very useful. But, I mean, against trade, for scaling now, 120 eco to 80, even with the manas. Red Palace in the center on the big gold. The other big gold also secured by now, I imagine, with the keep. Triple sight lock-in. And the timer is only going downwards.
I think the tricky thing here for Louis is he hasn't got the timer that low yet. He needs siege, and he's going as cheap can be. He's building rams because he can do it on the front line. Honestly, just where you built the Red Palace, drop a siege workshop. 1 or 2 cannons here, because even if you can't reach the Berkshire, you'll kill the manors, which is what is keeping Marine Lord alive right now.
Exactly. And Marine Lord's army still pretty potent, but
wait,
the issue is mobility, right?
Yeah, but we have something funky for Marine Lord. He's Rush Stone. There's only one reason you do that here. Keep drops. Why would you want keep drops? The Earl's Guard. The House Unified buff. It's rare we see it stretched to the extreme, but I think that's what Marine Lord has in mind here.
And it's worth noting that I mean, getting up to 6 keeps is ambitious, but with 6 keeps, the damage on the Oath Guard and the Dagger Throw, they turn into, what I would argue, could be the best men-at-arms in the game.
Oh, definitely, because of the army tactics afterwards. Yep. You know, you buff your damage by an extra 6 and then 20% it up. So actually, you buffed your damage by 7.2. TC is going to go down there. The Ram, super effective because the entire army is stationed on that north side. What is going on? It just feels like he's giving over his economy to get some stone. And, you know, I don't know if there's a mistranslation for Marine Lord, but when someone says eat rocks, it's actually not a term of endearment.
It's so tough, right? He needs the stone for a keep to put on a gold to secure it because he needs that gold desperately soon enough. Resources are fast running out here for Marine Lord in terms of what he has access to, right? He's trying to lean towards that right side of the map, but as you highlighted, the cost of that is the left side begins to get a bit exposed. The Berkshire can only do so much, and against battering rams, tearing down farms, yeah, it will need a bit of help for sure.
Okay, he's got Lunar Glaives. He just researched the Throne Dagger drills, so now we get that AoE effect. Whether it's going to be good enough? Not sure yet. Louis, the food income is worrying me a little here. This doesn't look good enough, and yeah, there's why. The farms. He's trying to shift over to them now. And we also do have the Wall of Trebuchet, so Marine Lord has a very easy way now of dealing with Red Palace.
It's good that you highlight the food, because that is a problem that you can run into with French trade like this, or JD trade, which, yeah, you can get a nice little cushion for your food income early on with the traders, but the issue is that it doesn't scale very well, KP, right? In Imperial Age, once you get tier 3 horticulture, farms are way better income in terms of food and more efficient than traders, right? So even if you have 70 traders on food, the income might not be as good as you would hope it would be.
I'm starting to wonder if Louis maybe senses as well that he took a raid approach when he needed an all-in approach. Like, looked great with that dive until the Berkshire came back. And then all of a sudden, instead of finding a way to all-in again, it felt like he felt this need to constrict the map. And it may have just cost him dearly. Now, we do have the siege switch up on the way. Adjustable crossbars just got queued. So he is going to play for the big fight in the center. The question now is whether he's going to have enough time to get the troops together.
That is the question here, right? Because again, we're dealing with this situation, slow army against fast army. It always feels so tough to play for the slow army. Marino's doing a very good job of it though, right? Like this army is not to be underestimated, and Louis just can't directly engage into this at all. So as long as Marine Lord can tide the tides of time and slowly creep forward here, yeah.
He's winning fights without his key techs. Elite Army Tactics is now on the way. Another castle drop would go huge here. The Wall of Trebuchets just keep target fire down, but it's extra range and I think extra health. So actually very hard to kill. It almost just doesn't feel worth it. That night count loss, even if he got that one Treb, wouldn't have been worth it. Villages are going to be rotated onto here. We have some weird ass walls from Marine Lord. He's trying to take Louis' title for weird walls away from him.
Behind this, the Sacred Side timer is only ticking, right? 3 minutes, 15 seconds now. And sure, the Trebs are coming out, but I mean, Louis is just doing such a great job of distracting Marine Lord. Raids all the way around.
And this is the thing, right? This Mangonel timing, the question whether we're able to get it. If you have to go into the enemy base, I think it's too slow, but if you know exactly which site he's going to go for. And it feels like Louis does. He's got 2 keeps here. I think he's got one on the west side, Red Pass in the center. The Trebs need to be pumped a lot quicker than this from Marine Lord.
They do, right? I mean, there's stone in the bank from
Oh my
Greenlord
God.
still being mined. Oh, and the Treb, yeah, that's what's so hard. You have the Siege Workshop at home and you just can't secure the reinforcement path. The Siege becomes so vulnerable to these raids, and Louis just knows this, of course.
And did Louis purge some of the workers? I think he had more than this. So yeah, he got rid of them. Make space for the troopers. That's now triple mango with the adjustable crossbar upgrade. 2 minutes on the clock. And I don't think you've got enough time to break 2 keeps at this pacing.
You really don't. No, not with 3 Trebs, and only 2 of which are firing at this point in time. And the Mangoes might prove to be the deciding factor in that final fight, because, sure, I mean, this Blob in theory wins from Marine Lord. So many O's guards, so many spears and crossbows, but the Mangoes...
Multiple fights, though. He'd need multiple fights to win. That's the problem. Louis just deleted another 10 villages. He's massing up. He's manning up. Knights on the front line to hold back the army. Mangoes completely uncontested. Just a few knights dive in. They find the Trebs as well. And I can't believe this Marine Lord. He's against mass archers. And he's got up to 55 spears.
20 more O's guarding Q now, but you can't help but wonder if it's too little or too late at this point in time. But even without it, I mean, the Royal Knights put a blocker on that play entirely, and with the Trebs now sniped out, Marine Lord's looking at a desperate push in towards Louis MT's ranged mass. The archers are getting so much value from these spears, the Mangoes as well. There's such a cost-effective trade here for Louis.
It's done.
It's done.
He's got nothing left. GG called. Louis MT has done it. Marine Lord not only bleeds, but can be killed.
Louis MT going the extra mile in this set up against who many consider to be the very best AoE 4 player alive at this point in time. Gentlemate's Marine Lord goes down 2-3 against Elephant's Louis MT.
Absolutely incredible display by Louis MT. A well-earned victory here. Definitely not made easy, but it shows you just how tight and contested this is. I mean, you know, we talked about how messy these games are, and I think that's the beauty. You can argue mistakes made, but that's good. That's more forced errors than anything else. Part of it is definitely us discovering a new meta, but I think we'd agree it became a case of these guys and their wacky turns forcing unorthodox strategies and reactions out of each other. But you know what, folks? I think we're getting ready for the next series. Like, we're not going to like break this down at the end too much because we're already 3 hours into the broadcast. We've only done 1 series. So I think we want to do a quick leg stretch here. Give you guys time to get yourself a drink and party hard for a long weekend, because after a short break, we're back with Lucifron versus Beastie. Yeah, good riddance, Pesty. When he was here, he wouldn't let me have these type of songs. I'm so glad we finally got them through. Honestly, I kid you not, Miranda. I used to used to play copyright-free music. You're like, oh, I'm not sure about that. Let's make sure we just use the in-game music. Like, nah, those are the vibes you guys wanted. Even perfect, we had Marley and replays in the background. But a perfect day must continue. We had 5 games. What do you think, Miranda? We're getting another 5 games between BC and Luciferon.
It's very much possible, right? You can never rule out the 5-game series. I've come to learn is the reality. But with these two players, there's a bit of a different dynamic going on here, right? I mean, Lucifer historically has always been known as a very, very aggressive player, along with his brother. Maybe slightly less so than his brother Vortex, some would say. But still definitely favors and leans into that highly mechanical, aggressive-based approach where you force your opponent into mistakes, you take leads, and you close games out in a timely fashion. Beastie historically has been the opposite of that, right? He is sort of the old meme that he's been very, very defensive in the past, right? But that has changed, I think. As he himself has mentioned, he took on a much more aggressive route recently, much more akin to Lucifer and Vortex. Only part of that, he said so himself, right? It comes from the last tournament, Vortex being his primary practice partner, right? So those styles naturally developed within that confined space of practice between them, and that might still be the case here now, right?
Well, that's the thing, you know, they all rubbed off on each other. You know, BC made Vortex more like him, Vortex made BC more like him, which means you technically made yourself more like Luciferon. So now we get to pose the question: is Luciferon in pitch perfect form? Can he annihilate him? Or is BC's consistency can it ooze through even off the back of a ridiculously long subathon? We kick off the group stage Elite Classic 3 best of 5 with Byzantines in the blue for Luciferon, and Beastie is going wholly new here with the House of Lancaster.
Lucifer, of course, recently having come back to the pro scene after a little break to focus on life instead, which is a strange thing to do, right? Why would you prioritize, real life over video games? It seems like a bizarre decision to me.
What do you do with that life? Pay taxes? Psh, wow, that's great.
Ridiculous.
You know, like in this game, I make villagers pay me taxes. Checkmate, real life losers. We got it set here.
And a set it is indeed, as Luciferon, the Byzantines, doing what is already, in my opinion, very much different from the norm here for the Byzantines, right? We see no stone, no gold, instead a lot of wood being gathered.
That's because he knows he's getting rushed. See, this is the thing. Byzantines are technically the easiest civ to outpost rush in the game. Because unlike most civs that only need to start in gold and can do things, for Byzantines, it's the gold and then the berries as well. So that's what BC's leaning on, and Luciferon, already aware of it, will go into those pricey Limitane to defend himself.
Initially, I might have thought that maybe there's a tower in the works here for Luciferon onto the gold, but the thing is, it's actually so important as the opposing civ from the Byzantines, in this case Lancaster, but it depends what civ you are, of course. If you can get that tower up onto those Byzantine berries...
Oh, he's going for it.
It's such a strong position to be in.
Yeah, he's actually committing to it, but it's been scoured. So does this change the plan for BC? I imagine not 4 spears deep, but the other funky thing is, like, who would expect Limitano reaction? I mean, this is a build that I feel like we saw this as the opening for Byzantines a long time ago, and most Biz players accepted it didn't feel good because you burn through your food so quickly and are left with a unit that can then often feel dead weight in certain matchups, like against English or now Lancaster.
Exactly. And on top of it, I mean, historically, the other civ that's very prone to being tower rushed is Marlians, right? And they quite often, sometimes still, even today, open with the Donzo to offset that. But a notable difference is, I mean, you don't have a spear to throw as the Limitane to kill that villager.
No, you only have the extra HP, but you pay 10 more resources for said HP. So it doesn't feel that great. And usually the thing that makes it viable a little bit is having a system.
Which...
I mean, he has got that now, right? Like, he must have one.
I think so. The stone...
Yeah, he's got, because he would got stone from the rack. So, eco's a bit better. But remember, Lancaster gathers sheep 25% faster. Which kind of just beats that system buff.
Really. And I think the main thing here, really, for Luciferon is he's not too concerned about winning a spear war here. That's probably not going to happen, right? Especially Beastie going for the spears first. Lucifer needing the systems, the higher cost, you know, the sheep factor, just like you mentioned. But if he can prevent the tower, then that's, I think, really all he cares about. But such a spear investment here from Beastie, and good micro from both sides here. Very finely played there. Keeping all spears alive. Normally quite difficult to do in this kind of a situation. But I mean, yeah, Beastie, he's doubling down on the spears, we can see, right? There's no intention for few delays just yet. There's no move out onto the gold either. Beastie really, really wants this tower to go up.
Yeah, and the other awkward thing here is as this fight goes on, the exchanges happen, when you get low, that villager is going to be like having a Mongol Khan. He's your last hitter, so you have to be very delicate about your approach here as Lucifron. I wonder, do you just let it go up? Because we've seen in the past, actually, an easy solution to this for Byzantines is, because the shield wall, you can very efficiently just burn down the outpost.
I think it's an option in this case.
Beastie. Whoa, boy! Oh, what a timing there by Lucifron. Gets the kill, loses nothing for it, and an immediate cancel from Beastie.
Such a painful loss there for Beastie, and there's something you have to be so aware of in these kind of situations when you do a tower rush, because, you know, sure, theoretically, it's not something that's possible for Lucifron to do with the Limitane, right? It's like, you know, the spears, in theory, are there and protecting the villager, right? So if you misstep just a little bit, if you agree to try to deny the gold, or maybe kill some deer packs or something, this can happen. And if it's not Limitane, then it's the villagers being pulled instead to torch down the tower completely with nothing to defend it. Beastie has fallen prey to that here.
He's like, I don't want these 12 spearmen. Let's see if we can burn a landmark. Unfortunately for him, it is in range of the TC, so no value there either. Things may get a little bit tricky here. We have to remember, like, Byzantines, they do have a lot of tempered aggression in theory anyway, with things like the Lombo, Javelin options on the table. Now, admittedly, that potency has been somewhat shrunk with the recent changes, with systems being very expensive. Usually this Civ's a bit more greedy. I'm wondering if Lucifron's going to try to be system light here, because obviously if you go for 5 systems, it sounds like your economy is going to be great, but then you question how many manas did your opponent get for that.
That's right, and to keep in mind, after such a great start here for Lucifron, even being supremely aggressive, I think, can be a great choice here for him. I mean, it's something we haven't really spoken too much about, but 5 villages. Wait, getting what? Like I had to interrupt myself, because what am I seeing right now? 5 villages being pulled by Beastie onto that front line. Baby, I said he really wants this tower even more so than I thought.
But does he really want it? Is he gonna check? He just saw the spearman walking by. Lucifron isn't looking. Oh my god, he's gonna get it up.
I mean, who expects this, right? Like,
wait, but
who expects this to happen?
Why don't we just take this a step further? There's 5 villages out here. Do we just build an archery range here? Because your opponent can't have javelins now.
Why not?
You're like that dad that wants to spoil me. Can I just have it? Why not? Can I have the extra ice cream? Why not? Can I have the keys
whatever
to the
you
house?
want, princess? I'll get it for you. But behind this, I mean, it would make sense, I think, here for BC to play really aggressive, especially off of the back of this. Like right now, dropping a lumber camp, maybe some archery ranges. But the issue is, right, he's gathering stone. There's clearly a mana follow by this, and the Lancaster Castle as well. Maybe with an Abbey of Kings, this could have paid a lot of food, but this could work as well. I mean, the tower is up. There'll be no berry gathering there yet, right? You'll need a system to boost the gather rate. On the right side, berries there. It'll be a while till the mercs come in. So in theory, this is kind of similar to a situation where a Civ tower rushes Malians or Byzantines, and then they go 2TC. Here you just go manas instead, right? That could in theory work, but yeah, it's a lot of commitment with those villages.
It's definitely going to hurt his economy a little bit. It's just, you know, in very close games, a villager pull like that, Myriad, plus the 1 villager loss, that could just be the game over. You know, like, it's not like there's any way that you can just suddenly have 2.5 extra villagers every minute. Is that?
It does make me wonder how that would be possible.
All right, and that taste of sadness, the mining camp actually goes down. I mean, maybe if the devs create a Civ that like could legitimately just like spawn a building that could be your economy. Because like I don't know about you, I hate having to manage these villages. It's so tedious. Like, what if I didn't have to do that, Myriad? What if I could just like hit the delete key because I had these buildings instead?
There's a thought, eh?
Definitely a unique design for an RTS.
Sister
sure
now
some
coming
game
up
out there
on
will do
this wood line. I have to keep an eye for that for sure. But the tower is upgraded now for Beastie as well with arrow slits, right? No fortification in yet, so quite a costly investment it would be to fortify it besides arrow slits. I mean, 100 stone. Meanwhile, you're trying to get manas up as well, which are now climbing up in number. The third one on the way. Upgrade is now on the way as well for the mana, so that will climb to 6 relatively soon. Really, in this kind of a situation, I mean, the manas are going up, but Lucifer's getting assistance behind this as well. There's no external stone gathering yet, so it won't scale that fast.
No. What he could be looking for here in the next minute is a Cure Siphon timing as he exhausts these berries to get back the other one.
Yeah, it's possible, right? It is going to be... We have a Jav contract chosen yet. I just missed it, actually.
I believe he went,
Yep.
yeah, Western. I like this, actually. So the thought process here is going to be a case of you being up against yeomen so you can outrange them, kind of outgun them on the initial trades. Maybe javelins would have felt better, but
I think if you want to play really aggressive, javelins would have made a lot of sense here. But if you're playing defensive as you are here as Lucifron, which I'm not sure why, to be honest. I feel like there could be a lot to be gained from being aggressive here. I mean, you must know by now that there's mana play behind this, right? Although with the blacksmith coming up and still more archers in queue, yeah, siege engineering on the way now. First upgrade, he's going to get this tower down and then maybe look to push across as well. We'll have to see.
a little bit of harassment in the gold. We'll slow down this from the gathering there. Because I think what he wants here is a clean timing this steel arrow under mesh as well for a push. Because I don't know if you just want to camp here per se. Like, I feel if he was going to camp here, he would have tried to play over to the mining camp on the stone by now.
Yeah, for sure, right? Like, if you wanted to scale these systems, you need to go out to that stone gathering very early to get the number up fast. That's not the case here, so Ram, as respect to the Cairo Siphon, will take down the tower, and really, I'm wondering, would there be a push across the map here from Lucifer, which I feel like there should be with such a heavy unit investment, right? Beastie now. 7 manas.
Yeah, he's not chilling on this. I mean, for good reason. Luciferon hasn't posed an aggro point on his side of the map. So until he does, he's just going to keep greeting. I mean, why not, right? Like, if you could just reach into a cash register and pull some money out and no one would punish you for it, would you reach in again?
I will go no comment for that one, for legal cases.
Definitely never happened.
However, definitely not, no, it's not, yeah. And moving on, of course. So we have the Cairo Siphon torching down the tower with the 5 spears inside. Now these will be going down, and basically does not have much behind this besides a lot of income. Now he will need to use that income because I think once this army moves across, he's in for a tough spot.
Yeah,
Scout.
I kind of feel the Demi-Lancers now, Luciferon's not going to get to attack. There's 9 of them. Well, welcome to Mana Life. We had homes for all of them.
The nobles are in, so they will do a good job of distracting Luciferon's army initially at least, but question now for Beastie, right? Do you invest into unity? And I think you will, right? Like with the double broadaxe forestry as well, he knows he can't just rush castle here. That would be a bit of a death sentence, and rightly so.
And the problem I see here is you've built your Kira Siphon in your base, and now you're wheeling it all the way across the map. It's not exactly a quick attack point. Beastie... Oh my dear.
Yep. 4 and 5 on the way.
So think about this, Murad. You know, we talk about how OP Levy the Shire is, where you get all the yeomen, but you had to be castle age for that. So what if you just had Levy the Shire at home? Because you had all the archer ranges.
Yep. I mean, with 9 manas, I mean, who even needs that much gold on a food and gold and on a food and wood costing unit? We can just get it here in a feudal age, like you said. And this will deal very well with everything Luciferon has, right? I mean, historically, Lombo's obviously one of the best archers in the game, but they do have some weaknesses, namely their mobility. So, and I mean, regular archers do as well against yeomen, for that matter, as is the case here. But another 2 Cairo Siphons dropping. Luciferon's heavily committing here, right? And he realistically has
in the
to.
meantime, get into the base on the gold line. Lucifron reacts quickly, but still ends up hemorrhaging there before he could behind. Housing a good target, by the way. If he's trying to go for like... Oh, wait. I just realized. Any other Civ, Housing would be a great target against mass yeomaning. But remember, those manners are also houses.
Exactly right.
Why?
And I mean, with this count of yeoman, we already saw that first Caro Siphon is already at 33% health just from arrow fire KP. Well, close to at least. So as these yeomen scale, they'll be able to deal with those Caro Siphon, just like Zuganu would be able to.
It's ridiculous. Like, remember, Caro Siphons just have less health than standard rams. The trade-off being less clunky to use, decent DPS burst. He's going to move in the manners now. EC will have to migrate that tree line. Wheelbarrowless, only just kicked in. But honestly, at this stage, we're close to the point where Lucifron just doesn't have the range firepower to contest. Demi Lancers, oh my god, the idol on that. A dive underneath the TC. Lucifron, he doesn't realize he's sent them back to work, so the Demi Lancers can keep attacking here. The assault has failed him. House of Lancaster still stands.
That raid was so pivotal for BC. Then the idle time on the villagers forced him to go back. And meanwhile, while Lucifron's dealing with that, he was distracted on the front as well. The yeomen move in and start taking shots. And now the range mass for Beastie is double that of Lucifron. And this attack is doomed to fail.
I mean, this feels over. At this stage, Beastie could go castle and go for King's College. There's no pressure left. Lucifron has nothing left in the barrel to fire. Unfortunately, he has just been Lancastered.
Lancastered indeed, as the yeomen now going to run up towards, feeling confident enough to push across the map. And really, why wouldn't they? I mean, there's stables being prepped behind this for Lucifron, but really, what else do you really have left in this game for you? Up against 9 mana Lancaster, you're able to take 1, maybe 2 down, if I saw, but 100% 1. I think that was it.
It didn't matter for the value lost. It just, and this is the thing in the manners. I mean, you know, whether you think it's balanced or not, or the details around it balanced or not, it's tricky to play against. It usually forces your hand, and more often than not, this is the outcome you see. It just feels like an element that needs to be Lancastrated about that Civ. It's just so strong.
Absolutely. And it's always tough to tell, right? Are they adding more manners? Are they adding another TC? Are they going castle? Are they actually upgrading the manners to add more? It's such a difficult thing to gauge. So very often...
this happens.
This is the result.
Yeah, GG gets called. Beastie off to an early lead. Oh, it's a tricky one as well. Like, when we talk about those manners, I mean... think about it this way. So, you know, because I've been very vocal on this. I think, like, the yeoman nerfs weren't really needed to the extreme they were done, by the way. I think, like, even though we saw them dominant there, they may be slightly over-nerfed. The cause is the manners. It's always been the cause. The Lancaster Castle, the manners, it all just formulates into this blur. And then the Demi-Lancers on top. At, like, the core of it, the problem you've got is back when we used to have the 2TC meta. Myriad, if I opened a 2TC, what did you do?
I'd kill you. Or try to, at least.
That's why you didn't win the SDO tournaments. I'm sorry. The correct answer is you build a TC as well. Do you remember those days? It was quite boring. Like, oh, he's going to TC.
You mean those days?
Yeah, those, the 2TC meta. You remember those days? Now you remember. They're like, so that was the answer. And it's a boring answer, but at least you had a clear answer. The problem is, when someone builds manners, you don't have manners. I'm sorry, it's an English thing. Like, we're just very good at them. But that, I think, is at its core, the issue is the House of Lancaster makes what should be a punishable build unpunishable. And I think really more than even the manners, it's the Lancaster Castle that does that. It just makes them undiveable. It takes so much effort to do so.
It really does. It's just a powerhouse of a defense at the same time as being a powerhouse of an economy. As we mentioned, it's very difficult to gauge the level of commitment to manners as opposed to units, as opposed to a castle age. It makes it so tough to scout as well because of the mana placement sometimes as well. You risk, like, if you linger too long in one spot with the scout will die. Whether it's balanced or not, you know, that's a very different argument and a tough one to determine for sure.
I'll put the final nail in and throw out the final comment on it, which is, regardless of whether you think it's balanced or not, it is not fun. It is anti-fun to engage with, but this map is pure fun, baby. Enlightened Horizon for game number 2. Lucifron with the Ottoman pick in the blue. Beastie with his trusted Knights Templar. I think Beastie, since the expansion, maybe has more time on this Civ than any other one.
Absolutely. And we see the standard opening here on Enlightened Horizons. This merchant camp at the beginning takes a very long time to capture, but it is worth a whole villager once it is captured in terms of passive income. And building the barracks there for both players. Dark Age shenanigans have become a staple on this map. Of course, the wolf dens providing...
A Beastie.
Ooh.
Okay. Yeah, that was a little bit awkward on the timing there. I thought he was actually going to miss out on a villager because he was housed. He done this different, by the way. Now, this is unique to Knights Templar. Because they can chop the tree and stay here, they can capture with the villager, whereas most civs are doing what Lucifron does. And Ottomans are super efficient on this map because of how cheap the racks is. It lets you build racks, build house straight away, and get that merchant camp quicker than almost any other civ.
Exactly right. And, I mean, this is the kind of map, I think, where you really feel the tiny nerf that Knights Templars got in terms of wood. It seems very minor, but when doing this kind of a Dark Age opening, because they do start with 50 less wood than most civilizations, at only 100, it can definitely be felt like this, as that wood comes in a bit slower than you would expect. You have to be quite careful when you're opening to not get housed, to not miss out on a villager, not miss out on spear production, or you risk falling behind.
And looks like we have a very neutral opening. Quite often this turns into a bloodbath immediately with the spearmen on each side. A little bit interesting that Lucifron didn't try to force that. He instead just went double spear into fast feudal. A lot quicker than Beastie, in fact.
I really, really like this, actually. I think it makes so much sense. I mean, what really do you have to gain from pushing across the map with those spears, right? Sure, if you blob like an excessively higher amount than your opponent, you might get that merchant camp, torch the barracks, and maybe a house as well if you're lucky. But ultimately, getting that age up way earlier, and yeah, it's always a gamble doing so, even if you do maybe have the Imam or the Mekhdef to call in later. Why not just get up to the age earlier, get those boosted berries, and start pumping out units to form a real army that can contest?
Yeah, and it's like the reality check is Knights Templar are an archer civ. At the heart of it, they produce archers better than they produce anything else. So do you really want more spears walking around? I mean, you could argue there's going to be Chevalier Corfer, but the reality check is Sipahi are actually a pretty good matchup against those French cav.
Exactly right. So Lucifron not giving Beastie a reason to lean into that archer priority that we have seen Knights Templar become very, very good at. And it makes so much sense with the way the wood economy works. Lucifron finding the barracks, he's going to start torching it down, but can't stay here for too long, right? Beastie has 3 spears over his 2, a fourth one in production now as well. Yeah, Kingdom of France on the way in now. And I think you do need it here as Templars, especially in this matchup. You have to be able to fight Feudal Age, and I think without the Confrere, you don't have too much of an option otherwise to contest those Sipahi and the Mekhdef buff.
Yeah, I think it's a combo of the unit you get, but also the bonus. Like, I don't know if you noticed this, but it feels like most of Knights Templar's tech choices are made more based on the bonus than the unit they get.
It's true. Like, well, I'm not sure if it's true in all cases, but that is something I theorized like very early on in the season, right? Like, I do think Knights Templar is actually one of the most complex civilizations in the game, because finding the right decision making in terms of when you prioritize what commandery and whether it is for the bonus or for the units, and then actually getting maximum utilization from that, I think it's still something that will take us all a fair while longer to figure out to its full efficiency and optimal effectiveness. So it will be a while, I think.
Yeah. It's just obviously in the first stage, I mean, the French just give you so much tempo. They give you the faster production. It's basically a military academy early, in a way. And then the knights themselves aren't too bad. I say the best way to think of knights is more like a premium horseman than a knight itself with the Chevalier Confrère. Because they are comparative to the cost of Sipahi. Just a bit more jack of all tradey.
And it's easy to forget with them, right? Is that sure, in isolation, they're not nearly as good as a knight, right? As a Rus knight or a French royal knight, nowhere near. But that scalability in numbers, in terms of their health, that really does add up. And the fact that they're so cheap means that you can mass them quite easily. So if you do get enough of them, and you get rewarded for massing them, then it can work out in your favor. As this one spear... Oh.
It's
Had a
okay,
good
guys.
life.
He's not dead. He's just sleeping. Shh. No, it's okay. But I just realized I'm gonna have to go through this eventually with my child. Why isn't he moving?
That'll be a tough one.
I never thought about this as a dad. Eventually, I'm gonna have to explain life and death. I guess I'll just buy her a hamster. That seems to be the cheat sheet for parenting. But yeah,
Or a goldfish, I guess.
yeah, even quicker, less maintenance. But it's kind of interesting that Luciferon didn't use those 2 spears to go for the shove-in instead of he went for the harass. I mean, he did force more spears committed by Beastie, so maybe that was worth in his eyes, considering like Ottomans, you always want to be going Sipahi Archer here.
And I must say, this is a very unusual spawn here for the deer on this map. I think normally they're a bit further out, right? But here, right projected, both of the second deer packs in the center, so I think we will see quite a bit of a bloodbath forming there towards the center of the map between the 2 hills.
Also,
He's going straight away for the tri-comp.
Okay, I've noticed this more and more recently with the Pilgrims. Like, they just can't make up their mind. Sometimes they go further north on their pathing, and sometimes they do this.
Yeah, there's some interesting pathing calculations that the wonderful cow has told me about that lead to this kind of curious decision-making, let's call it, by pilgrims and traders and such. But Tricom coming in from Beastie, Luciferon as well.
Okay, this is ballsy. This timing is very dangerous. I think he maybe misread it. Beastie, he sees the opportunity, strikes down one the Imam straight away. Healing Aura is not going to be sustainable anymore. That's a big loss for Luciferon in the engagement. And he goes for the second, almost kills him as well. All right, I thought we were going to get a back and forth series, but right now, this is looking Beastie dominant. He will at least have the supply left over, but the loss of the AoE heal reliably in the fight is huge, because with only 1 Imam, you can't send them in anymore.
It's absolutely massive, right? And although the Sipahi are very, very strong, the extra armor on the Chevalier Confrere is going to pay real big dividends in these fights, which ultimately I think does mean that the Knights Templar do, I think, overall have a stronger feudal army. Now, maybe the Mechter can turn that around once it comes into the play, but it will be a little while for that one. Now with the Imams there, like you mentioned, that's so much value down the drain here for Luciferon.
It's almost like Beastie prioritized the Archer Ball to ruin this timing. Because, like, logically, you'd maybe expect a bit more Chevalier, maybe a little bit slow on the Archers, maybe even go double Pilgrim. And that buys enough time for Luciferon to get the meta and the Imam. That's a different ball game you're playing. But this timing by Beastie seems to have unraveled the plan. And, you know, I got to say, I think Ottomans, the first 10 minutes, they've probably become the most technical Civ in the game because of this Imam meta timing in fights. But it also is one of the easiest to slip up on and feel like you've immediately lost the game because of it.
Exactly right. And a slip-up is what occurred there for Luciferon. Now, it's tough to move across the map, especially against Sipahi, so Beastie's going to play it safe. He's going to relinquish himself to the deer, get a few more units out, maybe look for a castle timing somewhat, although it's typically the Ottomans that want to go castle here. There's much to be gained from the Knights Templars just sitting in feudal age, getting so much value from the Kingdom of France commandery, right? So much gold discount on the Chevalier Confrere. And as the numbers build up, it'll work out really, really well for them. But Luciferon has reinvested as well. He's going to look to make another play across the map.
Yeah, supply count is not crazy right now, though. It's not that GG moment where you just find the food and snipe out 10 workers. So the time being, he's going to look to just actually circle towards the Pilgrims, shut down that gold trickle. Really important in this map as well, Chevalier Confrere is going to burn through your gold, and you do only have those baby veins in your base.
Once those baby veins do run out, the game becomes much more dangerous. Still only on tier 1 Pilgrim for now, Beastie. Not willing to greed for any more. Rightfully so, I think. I mean, 1 is pretty good value, I think. If it slips across even twice, then it already paid for itself.
Yeah,
the second
I think
one's harder to justify.
the Archers, like, you need to make sure you're kind of leaning a bit more hard on Archers because of how much more easily they should die. Because, like, the weird thing about bulking Chevalier Confrere is it feels good because of all the, you know, extra health you get. But what's interesting is when you get in the fight, it's the double melee armor from the meta that gives a weird little edge. All of a sudden, these Sipahi have as much armor as the Knights, but are cheaper.
Exactly right. But now, the block here from Luciferon, looking a bit scarier than before, right? The Imam's still in there, giving a little bit of value, and now with the mech there, it might be what actually turns this fight in his favor, as Steel Darrow now finishing for Lucifron as well, so the time to fight is now if he does look for it. They are even in upgrades at this point in time.
Those pilgrims are still griefing.
They just won't stop pilgriming.
Yeah, like, why can't they just pilgrim elsewhere?
The spears are getting focused out.
Yeah, but the Chevalier just charged back in. I don't think there's enough supply to hold those Chevalier back, though. Despite the meta, EC should be able to shove him away again.
Yeah, the Confrere just doing so much work here, right? Even these small counts. At the end of the day, you still have so much more armor and stats to lean on, even than a Sepahi, even though the cost is quite comparable. At the end of the day, it is a knight against a horseman, even so.
Okay, that's better. That's what I was waiting for. So, like, it feels weird to do because you're basically giving access to your archers, but the best thing to do with the Chevalier is ignore them. Sepahi dish out more damage if you go for that back line, but he done it way too late there. Felt too threatened, and Beastie cannot be stopped. New Civs OP question mark? Look, I'm not the head developer, I'm not a statistician, but that is 2 games played, 2 new Civs used, and 2 wins. So what are you waiting for? Pay to win DLC. Buy it.
You heard it here first, folks. Get the DLC and you will win as well against Lucifron in the Elite Classic 3.
Whoa. You have to disclose, like, this is not a... Do not sue me, false advertising. Careful.
Yeah, please do not sue me. I cannot guarantee you will beat Lucifron in the Elite Classic 3. But I can guarantee you'll have fun.
So the way you do it is you go like this. You go, look, I'm not saying you will beat Lucifron if you use the new DLCs. But Beastie just done it twice and won twice. So why haven't you bought Knights of Crosses and Roses?
Exactly right. Couldn't have showed it better myself.
Oh, this is getting a bit worrisome, though. I mean, Ottoman's usually a very, very powerful civ on that map. But all of a sudden, Beastie, looking like he could plow through this, I believe that is going to end up being... Is that a Jean pick for Beastie on Frisian? Oy.
Yeah, very much is. Up against the Mongols, which is interesting, right? Previously, Mongols have been what was known as the most oppressive Frisian marshes civ. Now some trade nerfs since then, some other tweaks here and there. The stone gathering from the Uvu as well has been cut down. These little things have really added up to work against them in the long run. They are still a very, very potent pick there, especially with the Silver Tree. And now with Mangudai becoming more prominent, they could also be a great choice on that map. But up against a civ like JD, definitely have to be very careful with any trading shenanigans.
It's also like it's a double-edged sword, not just for the trade, the Mangudai idea as well. It's like everything just is an XP farm in that type of format. So it's very much a aggressively aligned matchup. Whoever starts to lead that element of gameplay tends to come out victor like 90% of the time on Frisian. And yeah, confirmation, it was the Jean pick for BC. So also, this is an interesting matchup if you can play Keshiks for Mongols. If you can get the trade going, Jean hates that. So mass Keshiks can be a solution. I'm just worried the trade is going to get intercepted straight away.
Yeah, it's worrisome if you just... That's the tough part if you just go for that Silver Tree straight away. It instantly means that you're going to trade, right? And even if you don't, I mean, we have seen Mr. in particular in the past do some fake-out shenanigans. He would often go Silver Tree when he has zero intention of trading, and vice versa with Deer Stones. But it's always tough, because if you miss out on the Deer Stones bonus, you miss out on a lot of mobility, which is nice to have against Knights, and JD in particular, of course. So... even Deer Stones into trade is a possibility here, but I think it's tough for the Mongols to win in this matchup if they're on even footing with JD, or French for that matter, right?
Well, let's see if it's going to be equal footing or behind. We hop in for game number 3. BC, a flawless set so far. Lucifron is going to have to dig deep and dig fast if he wants to remain competitive here up against BC, who is desperate to extend that lead in the group stage, because when we looked at the start of the day, actually B had the top spot.
And in this game, Lucifron, decent little spawn here as the Mongols are very, very safe Uvu, and the gold is on the flank instead of the front as well. So it's not like it'll be 2 screens away from his TC, as it sometimes can be.
it does feel like a coin flip sometimes. Other things going to matter is, of course, gold location. I'd say for both players. I think sometimes Jean can actually do these cheeky little outpost rushes, even against Mongols. Looks like gold spawn-wise, BC didn't get that true jackpot where there's a gold where his stone outcropping is. Curious to see if Lucifron tries to exploit that at all, because he has ran across the map and he has scouted it.
Yes, I was wondering if there would be any spear shenanigans here from JD, which is something that's very, very possible. Specifically leading into that tower rush, like you mentioned. Definitely harder against the Mongols and other civs. They're still... I would say they're still probably the kings of the Dark Age, really. I mean, the double production is so potent in massing up those spears. You save an immense amount of res, allowing you to still get a competitive age up. They might not have the best spears in the feudal age, but they can have the best spear production economy in the game because of that stone. And spears is going to be the name of the game here, as the two are already out on the field making their way across the map. I'm not sure if we see a villager yet. Oh, I think there might be one, actually.
Looming through the forest. Yep. Yeah. And I think timing-wise, that might not have actually been spotted by Beastie. Well, I mean, it's now looking quite obvious. It's like, So
yeah, it's an interesting detail. Normally that villager is behind the first two spears, but he sent them out very early instead here, right?
Yeah, so, and look at what Beastie's done. He's like, I don't care. I'm just going to gather the gold required for School of Cavalry and an initial knight. Probably not going to be Chamber of Commercing if an outpost is going to go up here, because you just wouldn't be able to trade. Technically, you could diagonally trade, but feels risky against an aggressive civ.
Completely. And now I wonder, is this enough gold for... Well, it's actually a lot of gold that he's got. He's even got wheelbarrow. Beastie might have an immense amount of gold.
Ton of gold. Like,
yeah.
What?
So this will be enough gold for a knight and for pro scouts as well.
Hear me out. It also has enough gold to get all my ecotechs in trade.
That's true. That's still a possibility. Especially because actually it's not quite enough for pro scouts, right? So, I mean, the Chamber of Commerce could very well be on the cards here.
I'm that evil little thing on your shoulder, but there we go. It's going to be Sanity that wins out. School of Cavalry, to be expected. It's just like, the problem is the outpost placement. You'd have to diagonally trade, and that puts you towards the enemy's base. And even though there's more gold, like, you only really see diagonal trade when you have map control. And with the way this is opened up, it's designed in a way that BC is not meant to have that control.
6 spears already on the field here for Lucifron, right? So normally we see them only 2 double produced batches and a single spear to fully garrison that tower. The 6 extra here might be accounting for some kind of deer shenanigans, maybe. And with only 4 in the tower, that might be the case. 2 spears to help shove alongside the Khan. Might look to bring in that deer pack, or maybe disturb Beastie's own deer packs in turn.
I wonder, what's Lucifron's opening going to be here himself? I mean, it has to be Silver Tree, right? Against Jean, any other Civ, you just think Silver Tree straight away. I think Jean is the one Civ that you feel truly reluctant with.
It's tough, right? Because she thrives so much on fighting that forcing people to come to you with trade is normally a good thing. But yeah, like you said, against Jean, who really enjoys fighting the feudal age, that's a bit scarier than normal. However, I do still like the Silver Tree choice here. Ultimately, at the end of the day, they will still be fighting on your side of the map. You should have a numbers advantage. And the Mongols can have, they have decent tools to snipe out Jean. I mean, Keshiks are trade pretty effectively against knights, even in the feudal age, as long as you can get value from that healing. And the depending which form Jean goes, in the melee form, she doesn't do very much damage to Keshiks, and in the ranged form, she's very, very vulnerable to them. But even in melee, that's the case, so... Trade definitely on the cards.
I mean, you can have the double pump as well initially with Keshiks, which I quite like against the knights. Usually you can outnumber them. But BC, he's being very clear in his timing here. He wants to turn it into a night flood. We actually have second stables already being added in, which is ambitious considering he now has to go out to the gold on the north side. What?
Yeah, pretty interesting choice here for sure, right? I mean, I was wondering if he's looking for timing here with these knights and Jean to push off of the gold, but Yeah, adding second stable in so prematurely was you can't produce any more knights. Maybe a tower would have been a slightly better priority on that gold, as he makes the villager migration now towards that center gold, and this will need to be secured, right?
I mean, the outposts are going to slow him down time. Maybe he can get away without outpost in a rush because he has Jean melee, but because it will like be Keshix or Magadai, you know you'll need static defenses, especially with how close to the Stealth Forest that gold vein is. Now, though, what if we just walked across the map and killed all your harmless, unarmed traders?
Exactly. Trader production, I think, has not started just yet, if I'm not mistaken, but that gold mine could still be a target, though Luciferon has a good number of space sitting there already, so not much damage to be gained.
That's different. Horseman from Luciferon.
Interesting.
Didn't have that on my bingo card today, especially against Jean. Means you technically don't have anything that truly threatens Jean in the fight.
That's the issue here, right? I mean, sure, they're cheaper than Keshix, much easier to blob, and in a way more cost-effective against archers as well. But yeah, at the end of the day, like you mentioned, no real answer to melee John, so a lot of value can be gained from some good Holy Wrath initiations.
I guess you will get the grab as the fort here. If you blob Horseman, you can stop a retreat, spin and clean up. But yeah, it feels very flimsy. Like when you have Keshix on the menu and the Silver Tree as well. And now we do have the traders starting to get added in by Luciferon, so it's weird to me because you could say it's a bait or it's a misclick, but he did get the Feudal Age upgrade. So there was some intent here.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder if part of him was expecting an early archery range as well, instead of that second stable, but Beastie. And I mean, now, this double stable play gained even more value, right? Because theoretically, pure knights against pure spears, not good, of course, but if your opponent expects archers and they start investing into horsemen, then suddenly the spear count is lower than it otherwise would be, right? So...
Speaking of spears, Luciferon's going a little bit crazy with that. I'm wondering if Beastie maybe starts layering a few archers. I mean, I guess it's possible you just stick knights because presumably your opponent is going to start lobbing Keshix. It is trade after all.
Exactly, and the first Keshik is in production now, so Luciferon, I think, after seeing so many knights, and yeah, no archer range at all, he realizes that maybe there's not going to be any kind of archer threat. So the knights in combination with the spears should do pretty well against the Keshiks in combination with the spears. Should do well against the knights. And Jean, oh, she gets trapped.
Uh-oh. Has been caught. Has got the Divine Restoration to use here and the cleave, and it just doesn't even matter. Are you kidding me? That was outrageous. It's been so long that he stacked up 3 cleaves.
All the spears melt there, and the destruction value tells no lies. 10 times more for Beastie here in game number 3. And Luciferon, I mean, suddenly the spear count has been completely reset, right? Again, he's forced to blob from scratch against these knights. And this it happens so often. You're building the counter unit, right? But ultimately, these are stronger than normal knights. And they have JD, which can really, really shave those health bars to the point where that knights can actually finish them off. And that XP starts mounting up out of control very, very quickly.
Yeah, it's full. You seem to have made a mistake. You think that I'm stuck in here with you. I mean, you gotta be so careful, Jean, for that reason. The Spearman, yeah, if there's one Keshik backing him up there, different game you're looking at here. Jean might still die on the exit, but pretty good looking XP bar for 10 minutes in the game.
Absolutely. Now, John may eventually go down here. If there's I was gonna say, if there's a bit more of a Keshik backup coming, then that might be the case, but only now has another Keshik been added into the queue, so I'm pretty sure John gets away here scot-free.
Yeah, it was really nicely played. He had the scout with the knights, so he had vision into the stealth forest, and Luciferon didn't, so exploit that fact with the Khan being dead. So just gets that turnaround strike with no brace in time. And we just have got more and more Night Pump. we know where this is trending. It's pretty obvious. We've seen this time and time again. Royal Institute is going to look way too delectable to pass up on this map.
And it feels so good doing this as John in quite a lot of matchups, right? More so than French, John is able to do this because unlike French, you get the discount on your stables, archery range, and even barracks if you like, in the feudal age, right? Due to that consecration ability. So no need to get a keep, no need to go castle age. So theoretically, you can keep massing these strong, cheap knights for as long as you want.
I think Beastie, is he almost out of food? Because it seems to be about the berries. I wonder if he would pro scouts this late.
It feels a bit strange to add it, because the thing is with pro scouts, right, theoretically, it's worth it if you can get at least like 3 deer packs. I mean, obviously resource-wise it pays for itself just off of 1 single deer pack. But the investment in scouts and time, you really want to get a profit from it. So if at the end of the day, you only got your 2 safe deer packs, which you would normally get anyway, especially later on, it's pretty tough to justify.
Yeah, I think like in this situation, you shouldn't be worried about it. If your opponent had mass Keshiks, I'd be like, okay, yeah, pro scouts for just a deer pack or 2 makes sense, because otherwise, let's say you go 2 deer packs, you're going to need 2 outposts on each plus the mill. So that ends up being 250 wood per. Just kind of already worth it there, right? But this is a Keshikless boy. Lucifron only just spawned a new 2. He is so far behind the heavy cavalry that, like, in theory, mill drops into deer and fishing is quite feasible here for Beastie.
Absolutely. Even the threat of raiding is just not really there with only 2 Keshiks, like you mentioned. And the knight count, I mean, it's keeping pretty in line with the spearmen here. Because earlier on when I looked as well, Lucifron was only ahead 8 spears for the knights. Beastie content to just keep making the unit that is in fact counted, which he can definitely do. I mean, ultimately, they are just cheaper than normal knights, and with JD backing them up, once level 3 comes in, which is inching ever closer now, 75% of the way there already.
JD.
And after this engagement, ooh.
Okay, like I think maybe he was trying to peel it into 2, maybe turn for an engagement. The interesting thing is just front line with JD should be good enough here, because the spears will all just attack her instead of bracing, so you get damage in. A nice charge there. There was no reaction. Lucifron was running. Leave afterwards. XP bar's looking good. I think we're seeing a 15-minute level 3 Jean. Wait, whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on a moment. She takes on the whole army. But this is a sandwich. Lucifron is an overextension. There's no escaping this. Level 3 Jean in. Lucifron, no sign of a tech up. He's going to go for a raid with the Keshiks onto the Deer Gatherers in the meantime. So we'll at least punish Beastie a little. But that is now level 3 Jean. Melee form. Which for most is too much. And definitely for the Spaniard. Beastie. A clean, swift 3-0 stop.
Quite the contrast to our previous series here in terms of game lengths, right? I mean, Beastie, this was essentially a speedrun of this series at this point. Very decisive. Very clean execution.
And we're back on schedule. Woo! Gold flappers. I mean, it's
like
kind of crazy. I don't think I was really prepped for that. I thought Lucifron, like, we'd actually see him maybe take a game, some deep state games, but I'm Beastie. I mean, I guess all of the pub shenanigans did pay off. You'd think this guy being live 12 hours, I mean, there can't be much time to scrim. Or maybe it's a case of Lucifron not in his final form yet. We have to remember he recently came back towards the start of this year, so hasn't been as consistent as, obviously, Beastie. Even Vortex having a few extra months over his bro in terms of returning to AoE4.
Yeah, exactly. Lucifron, already still, despite this, happy with his performance, at least so far in the Elite Classic 3, right? Maybe not this series in particular. It always hurts going down 3-0, of course, but despite only being back recently, he's doing very, very well for himself, right? And I'm sure that will only get better and better the longer he stays.
Yeah, and I think the good news, though, folks, like I said, back on track because we still have got a lot of sets. We're only halfway through the day now after BC just speed ran his BF5. We can have a look at the standings here because it's going to get a little bit interesting now in that group. I believe that means that Beastie and B are now matched at the top with 11 points both, which is interesting because that's actually the state of Group B after that Louis MT Marine Lord Series opening. So we now have a situation where both players, both groups rather, have a tie for first. kind of
It's just-
crazy.
yeah, pretty unprecedented, really. I wonder how that will even get dealt with, actually.
We still have one more round to decide it. Is the
Oh yeah,
interesting
of
part.
course. Oh yeah, yeah.
And then one of those rounds is going to be Beastie B. The other one, actually, no, there is an issue, isn't there? I think the issue is going to be in the Marine Lord Louis case, if I'm not mistaken. That's to double check, but I think. Oh, wait, no, we're good. Well, I'm in it. They've got loads of series. Marine Lord versus Dimu is currently going on, and then the Marine Lord versus Mia Micah. Louis MT versus Sass, Louis MT versus Mia Micah. Honestly, I'm just going to say it now. I think Mia Micah is going to decide who gets first in that group.
Yeah, most likely will be the case. Who can be wary of Miyamika's shenanigans, so to say, and not unexpectedly drop a game or some games. Not to discredit Miyamika, of course, but he is facing two titans, so he will have his work cut out for him. But even if he picks up a game or two, that's something he'll be very happy with himself, if not even win the series, of course.
And then I think in terms of other things that matter, we have to remember like there are a few slots still up for debate on the back and forth. So in terms of where the players lie, I think we do have a few that can be confirmed as they are not going to make it at all now, this deep in. But I think the ones in contest still is going to be Vortex, Wham, CSO. Luciferon is still in the running. But for Group A, Corvinus and Voldemar, it's -12 and -16. To be blunt about it, there's no hope there. And then I think for Group B, if Mew Micah had a miracle run where he destroys both Marine Lord and Louis MT, he could still make it from -6 points. But it does seem unlikely. And yeah, there you go. There's the score I was talking about. A rough group for Corv and Voldemar. And then I think... who do you think is going to make it? I think CSO might surprise people there. This one, though, I feel like there's two wild cards, actually. It's Mew, Micah, and Cat.
Yeah, Miyamika and Cat can certainly look to cause some upsets, right? That can really shake this group up from how it currently stands at the moment. There's still plenty of series to go, of course, so anything can happen almost. Besides the really top and the really bottom spots, things are very open to change. So competition will be fierce.
And that one BC series is going to be intriguing. We will, of course, have that to close out the day. Up next, we are going to be looking in on Poppy Paw versus Anatan. An intriguing matchup because recently, I think it'd be fair to say Anatan has been looking like the more dominant force there after Poppy Paw ended the year with everyone expecting him to remain the number 1 to number 3 ranking player anywhere on the podium, basically.
Yes, it has been a little bit of a tough run so far in the tournament for the Canadian brothers, right? Normally, in the past especially, Poppy Paw notably, sort of the pride of NA, has been looking like an extremely dominant force, able to hold a candle to your Marine Lord, to your Beastie, anyone else who might deem themselves in the top echelon of the players. But finding a bit of struggle so far in this tournament so far. I'm not sure what it might be. Maybe not as much practice as normal, or maybe, other players also practicing hardcore and sort of closing the gap somewhat. Naturally, the new meta is a part of it. Everything is so shaken up and varied from how it was before. It's a very exciting time to play.
I guess it's also kind of the case of like that. This is the trade-off of living in the vacuum. When we talk about living in your bubble with Luciferon and Vortex, we've seen this over the years how it can help, but also sometimes hinder them because if their idea of the meta is wrong, they are going to underperform. We saw that for Poppy Paw and Wham. Like BC talked about this in one of his interviews from the first EGC tournament of the years. Like their idea was wrong. Like he said, either me and Vortex were going to perform really badly, or they were going to perform really badly. We saw it at Red Bull Wololo, the bubble of Marine Lord and the bubble of Poppy Paw. This is the trade-off. You may keep things secret, you may discover shenanigans, you may discover incredible things, but if it isn't what the meta becomes, you can end up at a big disadvantage.
It's true, right? You summed it up perfectly. It can be so valuable having someone close to your chest they can practice with on the same level. Get these strategies developed of what you deem to be some of the most effective in the game. And then some people in the other camp may have found their own shenanigans, right? That work very effectively for them. And how those match up against each other, well, is determined in these very arenas that we're watching right now.
Now, this is a matchup to start the series that we've seen already. We can talk about the draft to begin with before we dive into that, because the last time we watched this matchup in Gorge, it was a wild mind duck. But draft-wise, you find it a little bit interesting how early Poppy Paw is prioritizing Japan?
Interesting is a good word for it. I think at this point it can be somewhat a bit safer to say, even for me. I think Japan is developing to be slowly and surely one of the strongest picks in the current meta. Maybe not quite up with your Ruses, your Chinas, your HREs, of course, but not far
Maybe
off at all.
Maybe like a strong B tier, low A tier.
Strong A tier, I would say,
Yeah,
for sure, without a doubt. Yeah. It's very matchup dependent and map dependent. But the thing is, especially for a player like Puppy, I've seen this in the past as well, even before the Yumi cost decrease, even before Pro Scouts. There's something about Puppy Paw and the Japanese that gel so well together, and I would say he's arguably one of the best Japanese players.
Yeah, well, Puppy Paw was one of those people exploring Yumi transitions very early on with the 30 Yumi into Fast Castle. Super effective for him. Alongside Louis, he was another person who was going into the Buddhist monks last year and doing a lot of experimentation there. So yeah, he's one of the people I trust with this Civ. A little bit surprised that Malians came out as his first pick in the draft, though.
Yeah, it's somewhat curious, right? Especially as an answer to... Well, it's not an answer, I guess, because Anatan would be the guest in the draft, right? So prioritize is Malians as opposed to Jushi, which was up for grabs, or even China for that matter. Definitely quite a curious choice. I wonder, does he think it might be one of the best civs in the game?
Maybe. There's weaknesses that came with the Pro Scouts nerf, but maybe positives as well. Especially if you go back towards the 2TC meta, it's something that Malians never got to truly explore before Pro Scouts arrive for their changes. But let's find out what they can do in this. We hop into game number 1 of our third series of the day here in the Elite Classic 3. Volta Esports Anatan in the yellow playing Shushi's Legacy. And over here in the red, it is going to be the pride of NA, Poppy Paw, first of his name in the red on the Malians.
Classic East versus West clash up here. North America up against Eastern Europe, so to say, to cover a broad span of areas. But
do you realize that practically every matchup ever is always in East versus West?
Yeah, in a way, yeah. Didn't want to be the one to say it. But here we go. I mean, standard openings here so far, right? I was wondering if maybe we might look at some spear shenanigans here from the Jushi's Legacy onto that Malian pit mine. It is something he's been known for in the past with China, with Jushi, right? He has done it in the past. I'm certain of it as Jushi against Malians, but that will not be the case here. It can be tricky. I mean, sometimes you get, unlucky if you're the Malians, but the pit mine can spawn forward, and sometimes it can spawn back right next to that cozy, safe, retracted woodline. In this case, it's forward, and, no spear opening is nothing too crazy. Generally, it's not the case that Jushi opens spears. Whether how he'll follow up, I mean, we saw the Forimba play from Marine Lord earlier, working out quite well for him in that game. Would it still be the case here for Puppy Paw as well?
I could see it coming out if there is kind of like a prolonged feudal. Fulani is quite delicious in this matchup, I feel like, though. Like, Sofa Flood could be quite nice. You're probably leaning more Forimba compared to, like, if you're against China, though, because, like, obviously the thing to keep in mind is if you go both Fast Castle, well, Lances are just supreme for Shushi due to the Dali horses, so maybe a little bit safer just to focus on bulking up early, spears, jabs. That also keeps your opponent honest. It means that Shushi can't really try to all-in with Chuk. We saw for Louis, actually, against Marine Lord, that attempt didn't really pay off. The only reason that game ended up being competitive as it went on was more to do with the siege than the repeated crossbows. Yep.
And with the Meditation Garden spot, heavy stone priority here for Anatan, right? Double stone mine and a wood. You might not be too happy with that one, I would imagine. I mean, in an ideal world, you'd love to get some gold, you'd love to get some food, and you'd love to get some wood. And, I mean, if you can throw some stone in there, then we're really talking luxury. But normally, double stone not on the priority list, but you take what you can get, right? Ultimately, getting the most resources is better than getting less of the right resources, right? So
there's multiple uses to it as well, right? Like, there's the hand cannon slits if you're afraid of being raided. Down the line, if you're going for a semi-fast castle build, it actually lines up quite nicely to almost, if not have, what you need for a TC transition after the Relic Race. So I think players have actually learned to use the stone meditation gardens a lot better recently. Because obviously it sucks for rushing TC. Like if I want to go 2 TC at 3 like minutes into feudal, the meditation garden has done nothing for me. And oh my god, he's doing 2 TC.
There we go. Right, and this is something I was wondering about. I think honestly it makes a lot of sense at the end of the day. This is sort of classic what you were doing against Malians, as some say, notably English in the past when they were at their peak. This would be just very, very standard for them going to do DC. The idea here is that you look for this scaling point behind the Malian economy and cow boom especially, to where you have to tide over the early castle age where you're really at a food deficit. You have to be very careful with your walling and your eco spread out to not take too much damage. And once you're fully set up, you have this point where you can move across, retake map control, and essentially just kill the Malians. But things have changed a lot, right? I mean, Farimba is very much a possibility, and that shakes things around in terms of timings. All in is also a possibility here for Puppy Paw if he deems it the choice.
And I think that's why Poppy Paw valued the Malians as a first pick in his draft, is I feel like this Civ, in its current format, has more build diversity than they probably have ever had. Like, you've got the Farimba, you've got the Fulani. Theoretically, you can do a 2 TC. Farimba also has staggered value compared to what it used to have, with the obvious play into, say, Javeliniers at first, but then later on, Mansa Musafadi of Imperial. There's just a lot going on with this Civ now. I like it. I like that it actually has some diversity, and I also want to praise the fact that players have moved beyond just sitting in their base doing nothing for 15 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, that's right. The Farimba nowadays especially really gives the Malian army that extra oomph on their units, because typically they suffer from this issue of having a lot of units, a lot of very cheap units. Ultimately, in an all-out fight, they just fall behind other units in terms of stats and usefulness. But the Farimba, with its unique upgrades and units for some of the Malian's key roster, can really change that around a little bit. With the 2TC in good timing here, comes up for Anatand. They prioritize that Jiangnan Tower for that discount. Sometimes we see players opt instead to stick to Tang Dynasty when they go for the 2TC, deeming the Song discount not worth it, and instead wanting to use that to propel themselves to a faster H3. But Anatand will definitely have to stick in the feudal age for a while longer, because I think Puppy Paw is not just going to go to the castle naked.
How much do you save on the second TC? It's not that high, right? Like, I think Song is only worth it if you know you need farms.
I think it's 50%, right? So 200 wood?
Is it 50? I thought they nerfed it. Let's click on
oh, yeah, they did. It might be 40 now, then, I guess.
Or something like that? I feel like it's quite low. No. Click on the villager, check the TC cost. This is a dynasty effect, my friend.
For the Song dynasty, yeah.
Make sure you're looking at the Antan's perspective. Otherwise, you'll get the wrong. There you go. Yeah, you save 7. That's terrible. You save 70 wood.
Yeah, it's well 120, right? Which is not very notable, I guess. So it makes sense. I mean, you save more on the age up if you stick to Tang Dynasty and go Castle Age. So
that's the thing. You save 270, right? Like, so it's substantially better. So you have to add in farms, and maybe that's the thought process here for Antan. Is like, well, I can't rush castle off the back of this. He's going to all in me. And he'd be correct on the read, because Puppy Paw, he's doing those Musafadi. He's guaranteeing that Palace Guard cannot be a get-out-of-jail-free card for Anatan.
Exactly. And I mean, you know, the classic idea here normally for civs with the 2TC, there's really one of two plans. Either you rush castle if you have a good timing and look to play from there against the Malians, or you actually go on the aggressive with the 2TC and try to keep the Malians in feudal as long as you possibly can, whilst they set up their cow boom, extend your villager lead that way, and slow down their economy. But Puppy Paw has different plans with this unit surge. 5 javelins on the field, now 2 more in queue, and more units in queue as well. Wheelbarrow already in, double broadaxe, which is typically indicative of a slightly longer feudal age in most games, right?
Yeah, I think it has to be. I mean, what do you do here? Rush castle with Fulani and find your opponent has more villages? Terrible feeling. So you want to try to punish him for this, but it's very condensed. It's very hunkered down. Outpost coming up as well. Anasan didn't really get many crossbows out, but he's just raw pushing him back with spear bulk. I mean, it sounds so stupid, but genuinely, everything Puppy Paw is producing, the answer is spears.
Completely. And ultimately, I mean, the javelins will still deal relatively well with the spears, with effective kiting and enough of a mass, but the mass is the issue here, right? Getting to that javelin count takes a while, and you obviously need your upgrades for that, which is not the case for now. Obviously, Anatan's main issue soon enough is going to become that food. With Song Dynasty, the farms will be a lot cheaper for him, but finding the space and ability to add them whilst keeping up an army will prove very difficult.
Be interesting if he can find his way into Horsemen now, actually, because what Puppypaw doing does get countered by ponies. Pony Spears wins because there's no Dontos, and yet you saw that. It's stable, smuggled in the bag. Anatan, one thing to be careful about here is the Jiangnan Tower location. Is to make sure that he doesn't reveal the transition when those units spawn for free.
Exactly right. That's so important, right? You have to keep that hidden. Ideally, you wait for this kind of like 5, 6. I mean, really, the more you can wait, the better to reveal them up to a point where you can get a full envelopment and completely wipe the mass, which if you do manage is, I mean, really, it's just GG from that point on, right? I mean, you already have the TC lead behind it. If you have an army count lead behind it as well, then it's already in such a commanding position to be in. There's double tower now up on the gold.
Yeah, and also Puppypaw has no clue. Like, those javelins didn't see deep enough. As far as he knows, it's just spearman bulk and stat defenses.
Yeah,
I've got a granary being dropped by Hanatan ambitiously on the berries. But I'm getting a little bit worried. I like the Puppypaw's playing away from the edge now. So he's looking to tech up. Probably just Javelineers, right? I don't think Mansa Musafadi has value here.
it's tough because I mean he is setting up his cows in a position which is ripe for a Fulani corral, and I think I prefer the corral here. Really, right? I mean, the problem with going Mansa here is sure you'll have some with Farimba. Sorry, is sure you'll have some really good jabs for these trade outs, but ultimately with Horsemen already being prepped now, I mean. And the villager scaling already starting to run away a little bit, you're essentially getting into a situation where as the Malians, you have to win quickly or it becomes quite difficult.
That's a fair point. Good call, because I think that the biggest problem is if this was a Donto Javelin comp, you maybe can do it because you know you can dive. But if you run Javelins in with Musafadi and there's Horsemen, you're dead. Yeah. So, plays it safe. That's going to reset the eco difference. Anderson, of course, still stuck an age behind, but we'll look to put some counter pressure on with the ponies. It's just not much damage. Maybe a worker kill or two.
Little damage nonetheless. Smart of Puppypaw to move on to the day. You want to extend your food here, even going for the corral, and it allowed this slightly earlier castle timing with this unit count than otherwise would be possible. The ranches are not full yet either, so there's definitely a priority on the timing here as opposed to the explosion in food income. Rightly so, I think, because you want to get these upgrades in, maybe start getting relics to offset some of this economic scaling even further.
Yeah, Sofa relics would make a lot of sense here. You don't need too many Sofa just to play that flank, because right now Anatan is playing a tower defense game. Puppypaw can just turn it back into an RTS quite fluidly here. And as we know with Shushi, they love being able to go into the Shaolin Monastery, so denying those relics is a double win.
It could be possible on the cards here for Anatan to maybe opt for a Mountain Lu Academy instead if he doesn't think he might be able to get those, most of the relics at least, which would make sense. I mean, normally it's difficult on 2TC. He's pushing across the map now, there's so many spares, and I know specifically this is something Anatan definitely prioritizes against the Malians.
Oh god.
Yeah, that's big.
Beautifully done. He might have been able to get deeper if he didn't charge on that initial one, but still worth it. First blood drawn in the villages. That's 5 down for Puppypaw now. The Fulani not full means he is definitely behind on raw economy.
Yeah, it's a very painful loss there for Puppypaw. You definitely don't want to start, losing villages in this kind of a position as the Malians. You're already being outscaled. You have the Fulani and the passive income from the pit mines to sort of ease out that deficit that you might be facing and even keep your head at times. When you start losing villages like this and getting idled out, it gets much tougher. As Anatan is also using the resources on the map, moving out onto the Dare. I'm sure that ball will be next on the menu as well.
Tricky to do against these potential raids, but the Sofa count not really there yet. We do have a focus on upgrading the Musafadi against the repeater crossbows, though.
Yeah, it might be a necessity to play this. It's tough to say. I mean, like, you kind of have to play the slow composition here as Jushi because of the food deficit and sort of...
I mean from, like, Puppypaw going into Musafadi. Like...
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if he was expecting a faster castle or if he was maybe valuing the raid potential. Like, I'm struggling to understand why you do this over just a few more sofa.
I wonder if part of him expected a sudden reblob of Palace Guards behind this, maybe. This clash, I mean, the numbers here definitely aren't favored for Puppy Paw, but the quality is. The archers in the back doing a lot of damage. Initially, Anatan didn't notice the archers, so he loses actually half his total spear count in that fight. Gets some decent trades.
I think what happened there is he got baited in by the fact that Donzo's one upgraded, so he was trading well in that regard, and the javelins obviously are standing their ground, but yeah, things getting a bit ugly now. Sofa's starting to arrive at the back of the base. Anatan does have an extensive villager lead at the stage. And Puppy Paw is yet to play for Relic, so feels like he's still on an all-in collision course here. I just don't see an answer to this many hand cannon sleds yet.
It's tough, right? Like, I think it's best to keep it simple here. You would love to see more sofas and more archers here. You can kind of deal with everything Anatan is putting out now, but yeah, the issue is those hand cannon slits. Tough to get real damage on this food economy here for Anatan, and the granary transition is already on the way. It is going to be the Mount Lu, as we speculated here. Even with all the relics still on the map, there's just such a good scaling point even further to be gained from that Mount Lu to boost your economy even further and make you get away with this 2TC greed that Anatan opted for. But it's looking less and less like greed the longer this game goes on, as it's starting to pay off now, KP.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? It's the taxation giving food that's going to help a lot on limited food access as it's transitioning granaries. Also, just the speed. That also means that the gold doesn't become a problem, because one of the big issues on Gorge is you get one safe gold, and then you have to take big risks. So Anatan is doing a lot to minimize the exposure points here. Puppy Paw also isn't contesting those relics, so it's not like he's removing it in a rush. Anno can focus on bulking, defending, and then playing for greed.
The tough part here for Anatan will be that food, right? I mean, this is the tough thing that can happen with Gorge, with these sideward spawns for the vast majority of resources. It means that typically, especially in a case like this, when you're on 2TC and without any map control to speak of, you can only lean into one side at a time. And if the case is such as this, where one of your deer packs or maybe berries or something else is on the other side of the map, then suddenly you have one less food resource than you otherwise would. So the sofa's keeping track of the boar as well. Let's have some berries in the south there still in his favor, Anatan, but he will need to get a granary transition going ASAP because he's getting out blobbed
waiting there though. Puppy Paw's got sofas on the ball.
Yep.
So that's going to expose him. That's going to be a hemorrhage of villages there. I know, just... I mean, the crossbow is a cool idea, but like, this many archers already there, and the sofa count being so high... what do you build here? Like, nest of bees and spears?
There's just not much. Like I think that is the answer here. Spears, nest of bees, and crossbows. But this is the tough point in this kind of a position. You need the wood for the siege to defend yourself, but you need the wood to make farms, to make units to defend the siege, to defend yourself. And there's only so much wood you can get. I mean, sure, the wood line's safe, but I mean there's still no double broadaxe for Anatan, KP.
No.
Can we talk about that for a second?
Maybe an oversight at this point. Like a full focus on the food and gold as a priority makes sense, but may now come to bite him in the butt. I mean, in fairness, all he would have done is deforested that back line of safe wood even faster, right? So you could argue maybe it wouldn't have been much better for him. The sofas would have gotten a lot easier. But this is the big difference to this map, by the way. And like, honestly, I was getting bored of Gorge. Until Season 9, I was bored of Gorge. But the change to the wall building speed changed everything. This map was more impacted than any other map in AoE 4. It is now a challenge to wall those sides. Imagine this matchup in Season 8. Anno would already have the full walls up, he'd have access to wood, or no threat whatsoever. This offers up punishment for greed.
Exactly right. And punishing this greed is on the menu now for Puppy Paw as he looks for all angles. So you can see just this stream of red surrounding all the way around Anatan's base, making it so difficult to move out or even chase out any reinforcements too far for risk of your units getting caught by a bigger blob.
This is wild though. He's going mass horseman. We talked about it earlier on the game as a counter solution to Musafadi javelins. It remains relevant here. Like, yes, there's so for detail, but he knows he needed an answer for the archers. We talked about nest of bees, but obviously the downside is mobility. And while he's not ready for the direct engagement, what these horsemen can do is raid into the base while he gets attacked in return.
If you can actually find some damage onto either these pit mines, villages, or most notably these cow ranches, that could become quite good for him. Dali horses might be in by now as well, which will make those horsemen even more effective at killing villagers. But yeah, Anatan also bleeding a little bit. The boar villagers are no more.
This could shuffle into the farmland as well. You have to remember that solid, stoic defensive line of towers is to the north. He's trying to rush up new defenses around the farms here. I don't think they've been upgraded yet. Okay, well, no, yeah, that's definitely a Springle. This one has nothing in it. I think. Just get an upgrade. So he turns over. He's going to take some shots in the back. So far are now going to hit into the tree line. This is literally just a tower defense game.
And I think there's not quite enough towers to stop this wave, as more and more units are streaming across the Puppet. Up to 52 archers now. Finally, poison arrows is in queue now. He didn't even need it before, as there were no armored or high health units to really worry about, so it's more of a luxury, really. But now, there's one Nester Bees out looking to make a steadfast defense here for Anatan, which is needed as his farmsteads are
it's not looking good. Like the Nester Bees is going to stay alive. But Anatan looks like he's on the ropes. The military difference is building. Puppy Paw just needs to rally everything to the base. He was distracted dealing with the enemy horsemen on his side of the map. That has now relinquished a constriction point for about 30 extra military riding towards Anno's base. And I mean,
you see just the sloth of farms that has been thrown out by Anatan behind this. With this a tiny bit of breathing room, he jumps at the chance to drop more farms. But how long is that breathing room really going to last? As these archers are going to make quick work of the crossbows and Zuganos that are left.
I think he's about to take his last gasp for life. The Sofa about to hit. On the front side, there's 32 Rohirrim riders about to dive in. And this is the flood to wash away Anatan. He only has 15 spears, but he has a lot of unarmed peasants that need to be taught a lesson about who the daddy of Gorge is.
Hao is desperately going up behind this for Anatan, but the clash comes in and you can barely even see any yellow at this point with how anemic Anatan's army is looking. 71 to 9.
I see the yellow there.
Now
oh, that's the farms. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, what a brutal timing. That was so well executed by Puppy Paw. I mean, I'm impressed, man. Anatan really just being cheeky with the greed into static defense. We've seen over the years, it's been a phenomenally successful strategy at annihilating the best of players. HRE used to be the classic one that comes to mind. And with the double meditation garden, you could argue he was inclined to do it, but can't fault Puppy Paw, man. I think he executed that pitch perfectly.
You really did, right? That's textbook punishment on that TC. The slight unit commitment just to force Anatan into a bit of a composition and reinvesting into production buildings that he might not otherwise want to go for when being so resource starved onto TC. Then going for that timing behind it, getting his upgrades, and raiding just all over the place, right? That's what it comes down to in this kind of a situation as the Malians. You use that superior food income. You don't mind losing some sofas as long as you neuter that villager advantage and catch that farm transition, which, I mean, Puppy Boy has done expertly this game.
Absolutely. So both of them also exchanging the most powerful pick, as these were the first picks on both sides. Up next, though, we're going to be looking at Enlightened Horizon, where that Japanese pick that came in as third prio for Puppy Paw is going to be wielded. Gotta say, hasn't felt like a good matchup for them against Ottomans on any map, but Enlightened Horizon has, if anything, just re-bolstered that idea that Ottomans counter Japanese.
Yeah, it has been really, really tough for Japanese in the past against Ottomans. That has definitely been the case. We've seen it time and time again. I do think there are some things you can do as the Japanese nowadays to offset that advantage that the Ottomans have. Maybe some feudal might be on the cards here for Puppy Paw. It's something we're gonna have to see. Of course, Ottomans, a prime pick on Enlightened Horizons, has gained a lot of traction there. One of the strongest and most successful picks. Japanese less so, right? It's normally not. They have a very strong Dark Age Japanese nowadays, so that's definitely something that's going to go in their favor here, but so do the Ottomans, right? And feudal age, it's a tricky one as to who's favored there, I think.
So, the thing with the Dark Age opening is you pay 75 wood, but your opponent pays 90. But the difference is obviously Ottomans benefit a lot more from spear pump after that compared to Japan. So, you don't really want to be stuck with 10 Japanese spears because the Imam comes out, you lose there. What's interesting is I actually think like feudal is ridiculously good for Ottomans. In this matchup, historically it was because of the melee armor. So the meta is like the game changer. You can't easily contest that as Japan. And you want to say the Yumi buffs are legit good enough, but we have to remember Yumi have lower range damage, and the meta can give 1 ranged armor instead of 2 melee armor. So, for me, this matchup in early game is Ottoman dominated based on the meta. So you have to really outplay around that element.
It's true, right? Especially with such a premium unit like the Sipahi in the feudal age makes it so tough to contest. But here we go, loading into game number 2 between Papipo and Volda Esports' Anatand. We are on Enlightened Horizon for a matchup between Papipo's red Japanese up against Anatand's yellow Ottomans towards the northern side of the map. And once again, we see the standard opener by now here. The villager with the barracks onto the merchant camp, getting the maximal amount of value from the long time it takes to capture it. Get those resources rolling in ASAP. And that's a whole village's worth of resources. Definitely not something to be ignored. The house to follow up for both players here.
Yeah,
now,
extremely
interesting
efficient,
thing.
by the way, because it's the 30 seconds for the racks into 15 seconds for the house. It takes 15 seconds to produce a spear. So if you do it straight away, you basically end up with only missing out on about 15-20 seconds of walk time. Nothing else idle. It's so efficient, and as you said yourself, it basically replaces the village's loss when you get that merchant camp.
Exactly. And the interesting tidbit here, a nice little touch there by Papipo, bringing the sheep to that farmhouse, not wasting any more efficiency necessary. And samurai opener here for Papipo, right? So this is the interesting thing here. Japanese, of course, have access to the samurai in the Dark Age. Now, notably here is the samurai. The balance between samurai and spear is something that's very, very curious, I think, and a tough thing to master, because the samurai will get beaten by spears in terms of just massing. So if you just go pure samurai against pure spears from the opponent, you will lose that very, very painfully, without a doubt. So you definitely need some spears as the Japanese, at least. But the good thing with the samurai is that the fact that they cost no wood means that it makes your transitions around the house and the mining camp a little bit smoother for Japanese than other civs, while still keeping up in units.
Now, the tricky thing, it does change something in a bit of a frustrating way. The efficiency around the tech timing. Because with these wolf dens, one of the big value points is a lot of people like, why would you care about 150 gold? Well, for a start, if you don't engage with it, it's 300 gold difference, because your opponent will take both. The other thing is you save 50 on the mining camp to get a much more fluid timing on your tech up. That's also saving you time on wheelbarrow, or rather the fact that your villagers have to walk over or whatever. There's a lot of efficiency of this play. For what you get out of it is highly justifiable, because it's also the merchant camp on top. Like, this is why this is the meta right now. This dynamic of those two details in unison are too desirable to resist.
Well said. And in this case, Papipo will need to mine a little bit of extra gold, either long distance or by throwing up a forge, and it will be long distance in this case to go to the next stage. So this is a notably smaller commitment to spears than he did against Marine Lord when he played Japanese here. But this might bite him here because the spears are moving across.
He's outnumbered. This is going to get a little bit ugly. The deflective armor mitigates a little bit, but now the challenge is, like, you can't easily reactivate deflective because the spearmen are quicker. And the other thing that now worries me is if you have to start forfeiting ground here, you can lose the merchant camp, you lose the racks. I know he's going to start prepping his own age up. He didn't keep spamming spears to get into his imam point.
Top of losing the merchant camp, losing the house here.
Yeah, the house is
quite
huge.
Painful as well.
He did just gather extra wood, so yeah, he just started prepping. I think he's building it. No, wait, he's building the forge. Oh, no. All right, there might be a bit of a pop block issue coming in. Also, timing-wise, is it worth Anastan just building additional spears here to force the Vizier point?
It could be right, and I mean, the spears will still have some value in that feudal age. It's not very likely that the Japanese will go horsemen, but it's still a possibility. They have very capable horsemen with Yuma Bannerman and the extra damage from the melee upgrade as well. Yeah, he's going to add just a few more in, just to make sure, I think, that everything here does actually get torched before any Yumi come out.
And meanwhile, the Samurai are just going to poke a little bit, so Puckboy's trying to catch Anatan not looking. Easier said than done. Just, it's not going to be too far behind this Japanese timing, just about 10 seconds difference in it. And he is looking for the hardened status, but right now the pop block is coming back to bite him in the arse. He never gathered the wood. Finally, he does get the new Samurai out. But that hurt his timing. That merchant camp is now capped for Anatan, so additional income for him. It's still a risk that you might end up losing the racks here.
And this is the danger you run into with just making Samurai nothing else in the Dark Age, right? I mean, sure, you're not spending any wood, so you can get a very smooth age-up transition and not need to inefficiently gather from your straggler trees, but you risk getting outmassed and pushed back by the spears. You did upgrade the Samurai in time there, but Anatan's upgrade came through as well, so not going to stick around for too long because, yeah, with the feudal age, Samurai, it becomes a bit harder.
He's coming back. It's the Imam point. This is where the game gets scary for Puppy Paw. I mean, this is actually what made this matchup so Ottoman dominant, is Japan doesn't like to build range units, as we know historically. And what's perfect against someone who won't deal with that? A backline healer that heals everyone.
Completely. And Sabahi now as well. I think it might be from the military school, if I'm not mistaken, which... Actually, no. I think he has a stable, if I'm not wrong. He built stable, yeah. There's still 50 stone in the bank, right? So no military school has been thrown up as of yet, as the Ottomans do start with that. But what's the answer here for Puppy Paw? I mean, he's still just making Samurai, and another little pop block here hurting him to the point where he's falling behind in villages now, only just now starting to build a house.
It's not just that, Mirrored. He's going under mesh. So he thinks it's going to be an archer transition, and he's dead wrong.
Oh. He absolutely is, and there's no melee upgrade here yet for Puppy Paw either, which is so cheap. You could definitely add it in. So fast to research as well. I would love to see that coming in now. It will definitely help out with this Imam healing, but yeah, I mean, once the Sabahi and the archers come into view, I think the Samurai will really start to struggle.
Okay, so Undermesh will have value now. Archers are being queued by Anatan. But the meta's now also on the way as well. That's going to be out of the stable, so it should be there in about 20 seconds. A little bit surprised Anna didn't try to poke at that more, showing some respect. It felt like there should have at least 2 Samurai dead from that. But now with the Sabahi, these fights just get easier and easier. It's now a secondary line that can attack of melee. And Puppy Paw, it looks like he's in a Castle Age build right now. But for some reason, we're doing it in Age 2.
Exactly, I mean... The problem is, once this Sipahi count starts mounting, the Sipahi, with the extra range, they're actually able to kite men-at-arms, as if they're ranged units. The men-at-arms can barely even, well, Samurai in this case, they can barely even get a hit if the Sipahi are microed effectively. Add the Mech Aura into that, makes it even harder. And the mobility, of course. There's only so many Samurai you can make. Like, I don't think this is... I mean, sure, theoretically, if you get to a blob of 30 and A move, it might work out, but getting to that stage is a different matter.
Samurai, wait, he's actually going to dive the TC in Feudal Age for these. Let's see if it pays off. I mean, the army is now rushing home to deal with it. There's definitely a lot of idle time being achieved for Puppy Paw, but this can very quickly full-on whiplash. Just a few men-at-arms going down is all it would take for you to lose momentum here. He's going to find the woodworkers on the back line, and unfortunately for Anatan, that tree line did spawn up against the edge of the map, so no easy rotation, full 360.
This is quite an attempt here by Anatan to get himself a bit of breathing room, right? I mean, it's quite of a Hail Mary, I must say. How much damage you can get done is tough to say, because the problem with the Samurai is that they are so slow.
Yeah. And so ineffective here. It's a meta with the melee armor. There isn't even a healing. This should be a winnable fight. Surely. The Imams. Once they show up, it's going to look truly depressing for Japan. Where are they, actually? Like, are we paying those Imams overtime? What's happening? What? We can hold back the reinforcements, brother.
a bit of a hotkey situation there for Anatan. I think I've run into that many a times. You definitely want them on a separate hotkey, or pathing will ruin you, without a doubt, but you risk forgetting if that's the case. Yeah, I mean, it's quite painful for these samurai, right? I mean, they're making a final last stand in true Japanese samurai code of honor fashion.
Very dramatic deaths, by the way. Like, they're still rolling around the floor, like, why? Why only us? Oh, God. And behind this puppy paw, it's not like he was macroing up for Castle swiftly. He's building... Alright, like...
He's just spamming samurai.
So some people go like, why? This is failing. I kind of respect it. You've chosen your strategy. You know, like, when you enter the arena and, like, choose your weapon. And you choose, like, a scimitar. And then your opponent chooses a gun. You go, oh, actually, I want a gun. No, no, honorable warrior. You have chosen the scimitar. Fight. So I kind of respect that Puppy Paw is just double downing.
Bushido is in full swing here, as we see it manifested. I mean, it just feels to me like after that Dark Age opener, I don't really... Like, Puppy Paw seems to have not really had a direct plan afterwards, right? I mean, just making samurai here? Like, was he looking for a flood initially? Like, this whole time? Was that the plan? How much damage can you hope to get with that? Or was he looking for a timing to upgrade them and then just A-move? But
there is another possibility here. It's possible Puppy Paw is just a goddamn weeb. It's just like, samurai's so cool. Look at them. They've got naginatas, all this awesome armor. They look sweet and red. He's even got the katana pattern.
Yeah, I mean, just...
We're committed.
The samurai do look great, but they look so much better in Castle Age than in Feudal Age, right? So surely you'd want to get there first, but not Puppy. Not in this game.
The problem is that it looks like he's got a decent competitive count to tech with. We have to remember, he's running out of resources quick with this. The gold veins are tiny in the corner. The food doesn't last very long. So if the plan was to sneak Castle, you can't really afford any more losses.
No, he cannot. And with the Sipahi count building, I mean, you saw just how difficult it was for those samurai to get away. One barely escaped with its life there. Gotta see if the Sipahi not engaging any further. But he's slowly trending towards the Castle Age Puppy. There's no more samurai in production for now, much to the dismay of our viewers, I'm sure. But that will be fixed quite soon.
I mean, this is the thing, though. Like, this is playing out exactly how I've seen so many Japanese players fall victim. Maybe not the samurai element, but the mass Sipahi with meta into a dive is what we're heading towards. And he's in position to do it when the tech up happens.
Yeah. Exactly right. And the samurai, sure, they will beat these Sipahi head on. Especially with Castle Age upgrades, but the Sipahi can just run around the base killing villages.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if Anatan's sensing it right now. Looked at the count and went, that's not as many samurai as it should be.
Yep. Yeah, I think he smells it. And Anatan posturing very aggressively now. And like you mentioned, there's only another small gold vein behind the base here for Puppy Paw. There's still plenty of it in there, and he's going to be able to get all the upgrades that he does need in order to mount a defense here. Whether he has enough is a different question.
It's time. Anatan knows. He's like, why are the walls up? What are you doing? Starts to approach. Tech up is complete, though. And remember that veterancy comes in fast, so he needs the damage done now. Might even be worth activating the Fortitude just for the better trade. Instead, Anatan sends a few Sipahi in, and I think instead, they just reset the castle, right?
It would make sense, right? I mean, you can't really kill the samurai count. Even if they were still feudal, pushing into the base is quite tough here. So he's going to split off some Sipahi, look to get some damage done. Interestingly enough, the Yorishiro was placed inside that stable, which Puppy hid at the back of his base. So Mounted Samurai follow-up is going to come out here, but Anatan already prepping spears. Yeah, he's just going to lean back, not let Puppy Paw have too much space, and age up himself.
Mount Samurai is ambitious here with the gold, though. You know, with Samurai, I'm like, okay, you have some runway here, but Mount Samurai, you can build maximum 10, and then you need to move out into the center here. So, very dangerous direction Puppy Paw is steered in.
Now we see Anatan is trying to strike this difficult balance of how many units do you commit to defend here, which is always tough in a game like this, and how early do you actually go Castle Age. It's always a bit of a tricky spot to find yourself an age behind. Now, one useful thing for him is that the samurai are all very mighty, but all very, very slow. So getting to the other side of the map will be a bit of a challenge for them, giving Anatan plenty of space and room here to age up. And do also this behind this as well. There's a Sipahi coming for a big raid behind this.
Yeah, he built some of the samurai, though, to head into Anatan's base as well. So send some home to defend, some into raid. Needs to be a quick reaction here. Might be a situation where the crossbow fortifications actually would be worth having. The Vizier point's not quite there just yet. Sipahi are going to be fishing for that backline economy. We do have a wall being rushed up by Puppy Paw. Question mark over whether it's going to be quick enough. We are underneath the primary TC with these samurai. And the Sipahi trying to stand their ground. We do not have a meta aura, though, to bolster them. The villagers on the deer have been found. And Anatan's look to escape. So far, both of them feeling the pain of lost villages in this exchange.
Yeah, absolutely. And behind all of this, Anatan was getting so close to that age up, but now just gets denied completely, right? A lot of the samurai do fall down, so that's a lot of resources lost there for Puppy. But as long as he's keeping Anatan in this feudage longer than he'd like, he might be okay with it. That Sipahi count, though, is very, very scary to the point that even Puppy Paw now are starting to add in spares for fear of them getting upgraded.
Yeah, and you never really feel good if you have to add in spears as Japan. It's not exactly the highest prerogative. I mean, in fairness, like looking at this, the Mounted Samurai is kind of a questionable thing against Ottomans anyway. They have got the organic counter, which will be the Janissaries, so it's probably good that Puppy Paw is steering away from that. It's just troublesome, like with this opening, just a few Mounted Samurai, he's ran out of gold already. So Puppy Paw needs to start claiming some territory fast. What would have been sick is if he'd done something like Mounted Samurai opening, bait his opponent to go Janissaries, and then rush Yumi as a counterplay. But, like, you know, that's Gigabrain 5-step procedure, and if your opponent doesn't dance along for all 5 steps, you've got an incomplete dance. That's what we are going to see Puppy Paw knocking at the door, though. Anatan, he's a little bit of time for that veterancy. 45 seconds out for the Sipahi. And did not have the Imam in position to pick up a relic. And the relics are disappearing fast. Puppy Paw already dragging 2 of them back home for a good time. Soon to be a third, actually. Sipahi, hello. Veterancy not in yet, but he doesn't give a duck. Switches the melee armor. There are a few spearmen in there, though, so really needs to show it respect. And Mano with the... Wait, did he forget to switch the Mehmed Imperial Armory? This is quite rare against Japanese. Like, you actually want to be on the Springholds. Instead, he's got a Mango in queue, even though he's up against mass melee blob.
It's a little bit questionable, right? I mean, you really want those Springholds, especially in this kind of a situation against so many spears. His idea might be to just get out one Mangonel, have that, you know, be a denying factor against any kind of range units, and then you go into the Springles. We have seen that time and time again. Whether it's 1 Mangonel or 2, it can vary depending on the game. But yeah, Puppy Paw is running into the difficult situation that Japanese often finds themselves, say, in this cast stage, which is, what exactly is your composition, right? I mean, obviously you need spears for the Sipahi.
Do you need
Mounted
villagers?
Samurai was... Oh, well.
We don't need villagers, right? Those things, those are optional. I got told they're not needed in all the build orders. What's going on? He catches him at the perfect moment.
That is so painful for Puppy Paw. So many villages going down now, swinging the lead back around in Anatan's favor now after those raids that Puppy Paw did very effectively. So the hurt of that's definitely going to be felt as Puppy Paw's income now stalling quite significantly. There's going to be Samurai and Spears here for him with some Yumi behind.
Yeah, so I was talking about the idea. I think for him was like the Mount Samurai was meant to bait the Janissaries, and it felt like a long shot, but when you look at what Anatan is building, it's kind of working. So the Yumi is going to pay off. That's going to budget him a little bit more efficiently, especially after that heavy hit on the gold. Yeah, a little bit of a worrisome situation here. We have to remember Anatan also has got the military schools getting added in. So starting to edge ahead. The Relic Affair should end up being a 4-1 split for Puppy Paw, so that's at least a positive for him.
And positive is what he needs to find here. I mean, he has the army advantage at this point in terms of count. But the army strength is a different matter entirely, especially when you factor in siege as, yeah, West Maginot out, and now it's going to be all-out Springboards for Anatan, which gets mass melee like this from Puppy Paw is certainly going to pay dividends. Janissaries being added now as well, actively produced as well.
And this is like interesting. The value of Springboards is a little bit of an overextension to reach it, but the point is because Puppy Paw is playing at afford golds, he's going to have to make a stand. A Japan without gold access is not a civ. Like this is, I would say, alongside French and John, the most gold-reliant civs in AoE4.
And you'd be right, completely. They have so many expensive units. Their best units cost so much gold. I mean, that's true for most civs, but usually a lot of civs have some sort of what you would call, you know, trash unit, like a lower tier unit that doesn't cost gold, horseman, spearman, archer that can sort of hold the candle. I mean, the Yumis are good, but in situations where you're gold starved, typically
you don't want to be Yumi spear is what you're getting to. Like,
yeah, exactly.
That sounds like a nightmare.
You need to have a lot of upgrades to make that viable, and those upgrades cost a lot of gold.
Oh, always comes back to that gold. I feel like I'm being shafted here. I wonder, does anyone want some Ronins? Those could cost gold. Nah. I feel like the Ronin camp's a cool idea, but it's just an awkward map for it because of that gold detail.
Yeah. I mean, it's like I really like the Ronin. I think people are also kind of misreading them somewhat. To me, it kind of seems obvious that the Ronin is a sort of late game gold pump to me. Like, you want those tickets to stack up, you suddenly have a lot of gold, then you just spend it on the Ronin to quickly and easily remass with some men-at-arms for that matter. Because, I mean, paying 100 gold for one men-at-arms, that's slightly less armor, but faster. So, Palace Guard, essentially. It's, you know, it's not really worth it.
I find they're an efficient raider because of that better movement speed. Like, for a castle timing, they're super effective in that regard. Especially if you're doing something like, you know, Naked Castle for Greed for Relics at like 9 minutes. You capture that, that's going to be 2 units for free to counter pressure your opponent. But yeah, I think it isn't... Usually the way we see it at the moment used is like, oh, wow, I've been building spears. Let me add in 1 Ronin here so that the archers get brief. It's... if you have 20 spears, having 1 Ronin isn't going to change much.
Yeah. We see some more Mounted Samurai raids attempt, but it's kind of tough on this map, right? Because you have that massive cliff and wall, which would direct your raids in a very predictable position towards this northern side of Anatan's base. So another map where, at least initially, cavalry loses some value.
In the mid-game, quite a horror story to try and address, especially with the way that this map just keeps pushing you further and further and further away from the safety of that corner. Like, actually,
exactly.
Like, I love it for that reason. Like, I think the map I compared it to when it first came out, I was like, this is kind of like Forts, but done right. You know, like, you have got this safe place, this safe haven to begin with, but it massages you out of it in a very reasonably understandable way. And
yeah, I do agree. I do like that part of the
wait,
design.
not the port, not...
Humba.
It's probably a good thing you didn't go in, considering how many spears were there.
It's a nice bit of food denial there for Puppy Paw. No longer access to it.
I can't. Did they fix that or not? I can't remember. Someone told me they fixed it, but it might just be an observer bug.
Yeah, I think it's still inaccessible. I'm like 99% sure. Second DC up now though for Puppy Paw, so it's gonna have that as a bit of a scaling point. But scaling against the Ottomans, some people would wonder whether that's exactly a wise thing to do.
Yeah. Well, what are we gonna do with scaling, Puppy Paw? We're gonna go to Imperial. Do you really want to go to Imperial against Ottomans? No. But we're doing it.
And Japanese, I mean, they have a very strong Imperial Age in their own right? They definitely no slouch when it comes to the late game, but You get so much passive unit production, and Anatan now with 35 Sipahi, taking a page from Louis MT's book with those counts, and the Springles behind. Massive engagement coming in here as the spears engage directly onto the Sipahi, but the extra range is proving really useful here as they hit over the spearmen by this. Janissary is doing so much damage by this work combined with the Springles.
With the katanas, could this actually be enough? It's fitting down a little bit. The Janissary count remaining stable. We actually punt in through Ronin from the backstab now, and that's big. Yumi's fire gets drawn to the other side, and enough Sipahi left to flood through. Anatan able to brute force his way through it in the end. It's Mass Yumi against Mass Sipahi. The best of the ponies against the worst of the bows. And the best of foes for Puppy Boy is Anatan. With a move like this, could easily just secure the game now.
You can see the way when the Sipahi were chasing those Yumi, just the way they were killing them with one strike almost just from the sheer amount of them. It was like a Hoover picking up dust on the way. Very brutal to watch. And the Ronin actually is surprising me for sure. Moved in really clutch in that fight, just like you mentioned, the sidestep there coming in to draw that Yumi fire. And yeah, Anatan taking a decisive lead in that fight.
Yeah.
Now looking to put even more pressure.
Funnily enough, I don't know if Anno realized that. I mean, yeah, we have gold vision. There was probably an opportunity to just take out the TC there with the Fortitude burn. Instead, he'll just reset, look to go again. I mean, Anno is starting to stockpile a little here. I don't know if you could go Imperial. You know, there's many things you could do in life, though. I don't know if that's more valuable than just sending it.
Yeah, I mean, why would you even bother here? Especially because now he knows about the second TC. Why would you even want to go Imp here, right? I'm pretty sure we're going to see a recommittal here. More Sipahi and Q, more Janissaries, Springolds as well, still being produced. I thought I saw... Yeah, I think he switched it over for a moment to something else, and now back to Springolds because it was in Q now, but... Yeah, likely a full recommittal here, maybe a move in by Anno.
What was the worst possible comp you could build in Castle Age we talked about for the Japanese?
Yeah. It's funny how things come full circle, eh?
Just lose a few fights and then look at how we got it. It's one of the pause moments, like, you're probably wondering how I ended up in this awkward situation. And then it's just a highlight reel.
Yumi Archer against Mass Sipahi Janissary. You're probably wondering how I ended up here.
Well, the story goes all the way back to the Dark Age. You see, I built Samurai, and I thought it might be a good idea against Ottomans, and then I decided to build more Samurai because Bushido, but turns out it was a Bushido. Shouldn't do that against Ottomans. All right, I'm going to stop now.
Really, really tough position here for Puppy Boy in this game. I mean, the Yumi count is looking really, really healthy, but really the issue is more so... Are you going to address all that siege? I mean, theoretically, the Yumi will do very well against the Springolds, but finding the angle to get onto those Springolds without getting massacred by the Sipahi is a different matter entirely.
Yeah, and these... I mean... We saw the Katana Bannerman in the last fight, and it just felt like it was irrelevant with the spears. Like, I don't trust that element to carry you through against this Mace Sipahi. And Anatan is just going Imperial. Like, this is happening. Hugpool. Can you actually mirror quick enough? I'm skeptical to say you can, actually.
Yeah, I just don't think you can. And even if you could, what would you make? I mean, you can upgrade the Yumi, you can upgrade the Spearman. Maybe there's a world where you might even have enough resources to rush out an incendiary arrows at that point, but... I mean, you're still spamming wood and food units against... Well, the Sipahi is a wood and food unit, but it feels more like a luxury unit, frankly. But then you have the Sipahis. 9 Ronin on the field still as well.
And they just got auto-upgraded too.
Yep.
I love free upgrades. My opponent not so much. Oh, not bad. 164 HP. Should we get some Elite Army Tactics while we're at it? Okay, but that's probably like... Let's go do that for just 9 Ronins. Janissaries are going to get caught out.
A marching band of Janissaries just catches this this Samurai raid, although the Samurai is still doing pretty good work here cleaning up. There's no front line, of course. Yeah.
What are you on about?
Janissaries,
oh, the front line. And the back line.
I mean, historically they do have, what's it called? Like, blade at the end of the gun, right?
Oh, bayonet?
The bayonet, yes,
Yeah.
that's it.
I mean, I'd rather just shoot them. Do they even...
That can work.
I don't think they even... Do they even have bayonet, like, attached... Well, I think they have bayonet attachments still, for, like, modern military, but I don't think they get used anymore. I think like, people reach the realization, it's like, it's probably just better to shoot them. And, ooh, shooting a shot, puppy paw, with most scrappy, budgeted army comp you can imagine, is getting the cast of the Crow.
So Imp will be on the cards here for Puppy Paw without question. What kind of upgrades can he muster though? So there's still no great bombard on the field, which is good for him. So Cast of the Crow will be pivotal here in the defense, at least for the moment.
I think he
Gold
needed
access is bug.
like
Definitely needed it.
Yeah, if he went for
100%.
Tanegashima, he just gets dove here.
Yeah. Stonewall up in the north side to secure that gold, that much coveted gold at this point in time. Puppy Paw will need all of that gold to make a halt here against a powerhouse late game civilization like the Ottomans. Now in full swing. A Sipahi count up to 42. Biology now on the way as well, already a third of the way finished. And more villagers by Puppy getting caught.
Yeah, and also this is where he's extending for the gold. So Cast of the Crow, back pat buddy, you protected your TC. What about the gold?
Oh,
What
and the
needs to happen with
caravan. Oh, the trade caravan carrying so many resources goes down as well.
There's so many other issues here as well. Can we check the gold on the TC? Because I think he's down to about 1,000 gold left. He wouldn't have a lot. No, the second TC. You can't see it because it's smothered in red. Yeah, 1,500. Not great here. Should be enough to get his upgrades, but I mean, surely you want to find your way into something other than Spim and Yumi. He has at least... Oh, wait. He actually secured the corner, so he's got the full wall up. Wait. Can we check the tree line on the north? Because he might not.
Yeah,
There's a teensy tiny
certain
gap.
There's a gap there. Yeah, 100. That's a gap if I've ever seen one. That's for sure. And you can kind of tell on the minimap as well. For those who don't know, this is something you can use in your own games. You normally, if it looks on the minimap like there's a gap, that's usually a sign that there in fact is a gap there. So you can see on the minimap the terrain.
I mean, let's put it another way. If I had a gap that big between my two front teeth, I'd still be single. It doesn't look big when you look at it directly, but there's probably enough wiggle room there to flood 2 Sipahi at a time.
Yeah, completely is the possibility here, as flooding is what is on the cards here for Anatan, because with biology in now, no Imperial Age upgrades for Puppy Paw at this point in time. Anatan wants to force a fight here, and with so many Springles, this could be a good choice.
Yeah,
Mangonel is going to do good work.
This is big. Like, he keeps baiting the brace. Okay, he's going to just engage now. Because you keep baiting the brace, you just get extra shots in. So Mango's trading out the backside, but the Sipahi are already breaking in. How many died? Like 5? Barely any of them went down for that. The trash army is going to get thrashed. The dog is going to get taken out back and put down by Anachad.
Massive wave of Sipahi flooding in now. There's just no more hope left in this game for Puppy Paw. I mean, in theory, he had the right composition to deal with it. Mass Archer Spear against Mass Sipahi and Springles, right? There's some Janissaries mixed in there, but really that wasn't the core of the comp. But you can see how hopeless this is. What else could he possibly do? I mean, sure, there were issues in the mid-game, but it feels so difficult to deal with this composition for the Japanese specifically, but increasingly for most civs nowadays as well.
I agree. It's been a matchup that has been the scourge of their existence for a long time and will continue to be so here on Enlightened Horizon as well.
Anatan tying up the series 1-1 here, taking us to a game number 3 on even footing between these two players.
Interesting to see what Puppy Paw was trying to explore in that late game as well. Like, truly, what was his ambitious goal to recover the game? I mean, I do wonder in those situations if Ona Bugeisha can be your saving grace, like very good attack speed into the Sipahi, but I think it has the same issue of that melee armor mitigating a lot of what you can do. And also, it requires so much setup.
Absolutely, it requires a lot of setup, and it's kind of the same issue with Spears. It's just such a pop-in efficient unit up against something like the Sapahi and Mass Siege. I mean, it's just so difficult. I think from a composition perspective here as the Japanese, like you just have no good answer against the Sapahi at all. Like your Spearmen are just as strong as any other civs, not counting for the extra 2 damage, but I mean 2 damage is not really significant because of all that bonus damage anyway. Extra health would be nice, something like the Abbasid, but they also have the range as well on top of it.
It's definitely a powerful pick. I think Ottomans are really starting to find their stride in the current meta. This map has been king amongst it for sure. And, I think you at least got one of Anatan's most comfortable and effective picks out of the way, but you could argue the same for Puppy Paw. We hyped up the start. Like, if there's someone who knows how to make Yumi Japan work, it's meant to be Puppy Paw. Definitely a creative opening, but I don't know. I see Samurai underwhelming in Dark and Feudal Age, and I just kind of always wonder, when is that dog going to get his day?
It's really tough. I mean, it just felt a little bit to me like the Mass Samurai idea was interesting. Theoretically, it's something that can work in an extended feudal against civs that don't have a a supremely effective answer for it. Like there's no knights here, there's no camel archers here, right? No unit that directly deals with the samurai. But getting to a point where you have enough to just run over your opponent, it's so difficult at this level, right? And it just felt like there wasn't too much of a follow-up plan for Puppy Paw after that initial Dark Age. You can say after this fight, things started really going downhill for him.
Yeah, the big clash here. A little bit deceptive, just the way the spears blend in, but he would have needed enough time for Nagayari as well, which I don't think he got. And you would have needed double the spears. Even then, I don't know if that would have been enough against Springolds.
Maybe if he also had other tactics here on top of it, maybe it might have been enough, as well as incendiary arrows, but yeah, I mean, conjuring up that many resources is not easy to do on the back foot.
Yeah, it's like the classic, if I had $1 million, I'd own a mansion. It's easy to say, not so easy to do. So, up next, we've got a map that definitely doesn't make it easy on the boomy civs. Carmel, infamous for the gold staff, to a bigger extreme than what we see on Enlightened Horizon.
Carmel, very interesting new map in the current season, coming fresh with the DLC. A bit of an amalgamation of a few other maps that we've come to know over the years. Very notable key point of this map, like you highlighted, KP, is that gold situation. Not much gold here to be had at all. A lot of very small mines initially around your base. There is one large center gold in the middle. A big gold vein, 8,000 gold there. That's a big point of contention, and that will undoubtedly be present in this game most likely. But besides that, this map has a lot of food, KP, right? And not only deer, but also berries as well, right? So great for berry civilizations as well as deer-reliant pro-scouting civilizations. Historically, OTD has been one of them. Mongols as well, to some extent. Pro-scouts on the menu here, you think, again?
Yeah, Pro Scouts feels pretty good. You can just go for a deer shove as well. It's something that Mongols in particular can do well in this matchup. They can just go for the double spear spawn and then just push deer in. If Puppy Paw sees it, though, he can grief the plan. Order the Dragon, obviously not as good at that deer shove, just because the spearman investment is so expensive. You know, building 2 is equivalent to building 4. So, would expect Pro Scouts to have him. I think we did have a remake due to, like, bad spawn or whatever, or a crash. So, we're going to get into the next game in a second. You don't want to trade on this map. The Silver Tree location would be terrible because of the trade post location. Yeah, I expect this to just be probably Mongol aggro after Rack's opening, and Puppy Paw trying to grab the deer home.
Yeah, that could be one of the way it goes down. I mean, notably, a thing on this map is the initial resources for your TC are always within range. So,
yeah.
I mean, a tower rush might be on the cards, but fully pushing someone off of the gold in that Dark Age is not really an option because of that TC fire. But people opens on the deer straight away here, and I think this already means that I don't think we'll see any pro scouts from him.
Yeah, quite possibly. Order the Dragon is one of the more efficient civs at just walking out to these locations, even later into the wider deer, with just one outpost. Mongols, meanwhile, he is going to do the deer shove. Yes, that is actually a thing. I didn't just make it up. The deer are
Indeed.
scared of literally everything in this game. It's smart as well. You start with the 3 deer close to your TC. It's why I was a little bit surprised Paul didn't go for like a rotation at the front of his base of the scout to nudge the deer in a bit deeper first. But obviously he's trying to prioritize the sheep, because if neither party goes for pro scouts, it's basically a race to see who has less safe food faster.
Yep. And what's been gaining a lot of traction as the Ottomans in recent times has been that fast Kaghanate Palace Imperial Age, right? Especially on this map. We have seen it quite often. And
Of
it
the
can be
Mongols, yeah.
extremely oppressive if unpunished. Yeah, I mean, historically we have, of course, the Swabia possibility for HRE and OTD in this case. Not as strong of a play as it was before, and much easier to punish than it was before as well. Whereas the Mongols are throwing their own hat in the ring with the fast Imperial Ages. But the Kaghanate Palace is proving potent, right?
It is tricky here, though, right? Because the small gold veins. It's so much moving with a step readout regularly. Like, normally, step readout fast imp looks good on maps where you have a 4K in your base. Because you can kind of actually just drift into the next age off of that, right? He did get 2 close together, and it is, at that point, close to 4K. So it actually might be the perfect type of spawn for it, especially with that double tree line already insulating him. Only negative, of course, is going to be the state of the stone, as the Uvu is in no man's land.
Yeah, absolutely. So, if Papipo would have opted for some sort of Dark Age aggression here, that might have been a bit of a problem, but, I mean, typically, if the Mongols open spears of their own, they can't really ever be pushed back onto their side of the map, unless they did some sort of severe blunder.
Wait, can he just stand here and stab them?
I think so. Ooh, that could be a bit painful here for Puppy.
It's weird in terms of range. He is at risk of
Yeah.
like he's just in range. But you can use this opportunity to lame your opponent's deer and then run back for your own, which I think would be the high value priority for him. I think he's got I think the Gur is shoving deer from the south side right now.
I'm getting maximal value from it.
Oh, okay,
He's
no.
He's looking for some sheep, yeah.
I was like, the free starting deer is one thing, but if he's gonna shove 10 deer back to base with a Gur, then Anatan is a monster.
Yeah, that would be pretty next level, but there is a limit to what you can do with the deer shogun, right? The issue, of course, being that if they're so far away, they'll start veering back to their natural spawning location. So you need at least a few, ideally 3 units to start shoving away these further away deer packs, no matter how insane one's micro might be, which both of these players definitely do have insane micro.
What is Puppybor up to here? This is a very slow tech up timing.
This, I believe, is a quintessential fast castle rush coming in from OTD here. The one on the age up, right? Oh, never mind. I was about to say, but then we see a pull off of gold completely instead of opting for stone.
Yeah, this is a Puppypaw signature. I think he's done more 2TC Order of Dragon builds than anyone else I know. I was curious if he's going to try for it here, because like technically this opens the door for the fast Imperial Mongol build.
Completely correct, right? And you're right, Papipo does love his 2TC on OTD. It is something that can be very, very strong. You do hit this very extremely powerful timing in the mid game with Burgrave Palace. You can get out a lot of units on a strong economy. But like you mentioned yourself, the threat of that fast in from the Mongols is something very scary, because OTD is pretty slow off the blocks with a play like this. So something that might be circulating in Anatan's own mind now. I'm not sure if he spotted it yet, though, right?
I feel like if you spotted it, your spearman would be camping the flanks, because like this is the risk that Puppypaw is doing with this build. Well, where's his protection against the spears? I guess you could argue enough villages and you could just defend yourself, but it's still very risky if he goes wide here, which is what you need to in Carmel if you want to secure the food.
And it is going to be greed, yeah. He's moving all the way out. I thought he might place it between those 2 wood lines and the gold initially, but no. He wants to go for it, and that's pretty tough here with these spears. I mean, there's only one on this side of the map,
No,
so
they're
realistically...
out of position. Like, he won't be able to stop this now. Like, it's unfortunately, the positioning of those spears is not ideal, because Anatan did send them back for the deer shove.
Exactly. And with OTD villages especially, the tankier more durable. So
Hit harder as
I mean,
well.
one spear.
Yeah.
Exactly. One spear is not going to do too much here. Even nice little shoving on the rest of the deer by Puppy getting so... In a way, Anatan kind of helped him with that positioning because he pushed one of the packs closer to the other one. But, I mean, realistically, like, Puppy was going to get all of this food anyway, right? So...
And now, as a result, Anatan is going to try to punish it, but with this many deer close by, Magadai doesn't feel like it's going to solve the problem.
Calm does go down, though. That's a bit of a pain, without a doubt. Information is king at this level especially, but really that's true at any level of play.
Yeah,
missing it out.
I'm scratching my brain a little about with this Magadai idea. Like, I guess maybe he tries to hit the gold in the main base, because there's no way that food is going to be exposed anytime soon.
I think it's a play towards the wood line specifically, I would guess. We have seen that become so oppressive with the Mangudai and the Falcon vision, combined with the extra range from the Khan's Hunters. You can just keep dancing around these smaller wood lines, especially as they are on this map, and just put so much pressure on those wood gathering villages. And it's just a really strong play that I guess Anatan wants to get some value out of here. He's going to use that to delay Puppy Paw and then go for an age up behind it himself, it looks like. Was pro scouting as well.
Hey, you want to get fast Imperial, you need some food home, right? So
That's
makes
true.
sense. I mean, Puppy Paw went 2TC. We know from last season, 2TC always lost to Pro Scouts. It's a little bit more complicated than that nowadays, the nerfs into PS, but for the idea of like a fast Imperial build, with the timing he has in mind, this all makes sense so far for Anatan.
It really does, right? I mean, this is classic Mongol fast imp here, right? The Mangudai to put some harassment and pressure into Pro Scouts, into getting the deer in, and then going for that step redoubt for the 50% extra gold drop, or very significant bonus on that, actually. Not mentioned enough, in my opinion. Very strong. I wouldn't go so far as to say OP, but a nice little bonus for the Mongols here to help their economy keep up with some other civs.
Mm-hmm. And I think the other awkward thing for Puppy Paw, you can't really mirror to the same degree until you secure these golds. Like, you can see the threat that is already there. He's going to be forced into Gilded Archers, which, if your opponent is looking to rush age to age, Gilded Archers isn't going to keep up very well.
Definitely not. Now, I am theorizing something of a crazy play here in mind for Puppy Paw. I don't know if this is something he thinks of, like actively thought of or not for this, but is this maybe some sort of play into an Elsback drop onto Anatan's base when he goes imp? Because theoretically, it makes a lot of sense, right? I mean, the 2TC scaling is going to, I think, align quite nicely with that. Obviously, you don't need the Swabia because of the 2TC behind it, and the Burgrave is going to give you a lot of a very good way to produce units cost effectively with the discount.
So the problem is, you went into a reasonable theoretically, and just like people who thought the GameStop stock was going to crash, theoretically it makes sense. It doesn't always play out that way. There's only one problem with trying to Elsback drop a Mongol player. The moment where he just packs all of the things up and walks away.
Yeah, it's true. That's a possibility. There's only so much space on this map, right? Maybe something like an Elsback in the center, I think, would make a lot of sense.
Okay, I like that you've dialed it back, because you were actually heading the opposite direction for a set day. Like, yeah, but there's only so far he can run. So, like, if he moves his base, I'll move the Elsback. I'll just cancel the landmark and build it deeper. What now, suckers?
It would be funny to see this game of, like, he drops the Elsback, then he sees the buildings packed up and moving, and then he just cancels the Elsback and chases them.
That's what we need. We need mirrors back. I want to see a Chinese mirror where both of them Barber can rush the center of a map and just keep moving the landmark.
Oh, it's been so long since I've seen that.
Thank God. I don't think we miss it that much. But, man, that gold, it's crazy. It's already one vein tapped. He could skim into Imperial just about with step readout now.
Yeah, that gold will be just enough there on that one. Nice and safe as well. The question it will be, where does he get his gold after that, right? There is another gold mine nice and safe tucked away there in the corner, so that'll be really nice.
There's a better question. Who's going to win the race to Imperial? Because what if Puppy Paw just... I don't know, went another age. Like, what is that economy?
The economy will get out of hand pretty quick. That's without a doubt, right? And I mean, the macro is not far behind it either, right? You can see the income is pretty damn juicy here for the OTD, despite the deer that Mongols also have access to under their TC. But already the villager count is obviously somewhat deceptive. It's actually a bigger difference than it appears, because those OTD villagers do take longer to train and are better than regular villagers.
Now, the good news is because Puppy Paw had to go Burgrave and infantry focus, Anatan, the good news is Relic should just be a free plate to clear. Maybe one Relic gets contested, but it seems very unlikely Puppy Paw is going to be able to rush out of his base here with the composition he's chosen.
That's true. That would not be the case normally. But I wonder to what extent Puppy Paw knows what's going on here, right? He must have some semblance that the only real natural follow-up for Mongols to this kind of play from the OTD is an all-in, which is pretty tough on a map with so much safe food, or an Imperial Age to look to outscale completely, which seems much likelier to me. So Puppy Paw might put more pressure on those relics than one would normally do in this kind of a situation. But that might also mean that Anatan makes more units than Puppy Paw might expect for Castle Age.
He definitely wants to keep that Burgrave pumping non-stop for efficiency. Normally it's nice to get Men-at-Arms and Landsknecht, there's more savings, but neither's going to feel very good against the Magadai anyway. Anatan, I mean, this is a very efficient timing. Like, you know, Karganet adds in, is it, I'm trying to remember, was it 700 resources on average a minute? It's a lot.
I think you're about right, yeah. Around 700 or so. Yeah, and the timing is going to be really nice here for Anatan. Normally you're forced to delay it a little bit more, set up some more towers, springboard towers, maybe towers for later with the bombard emplacement, get yourself some res to get some key elite upgrades on any units you might have made already. But Anatan, of course, because of the slowness of this OTD play, gets to go there almost without any secondary investment at all. No economic upgrades behind this. No, well, Wheelbarrow now getting queued up, of course, but yeah, it's pretty damn fast, eh?
You know, this is actually the real Gamba wing of AoE4. It's just a lot safer. Like, you might luck out and get a Weepy Pow and then a Nest of Bees, but eventually something good will come along. In the meantime, you just keep spamming Magadai and never look back.
Absolutely. And the Magadai in Imperial Age, what a unit that is. The fact that they benefit not only from some unique upgrades, Shearbow limbs notably, giving them an additional +1 damage, obviously the extra range from the Khan's Hunter, as well as 3 university techs all affecting the Magadai for extra health, damage and range, turns him into one of the most oppressive late game units in the game.
Oh, look at that. Relics are still on the map and he's getting Warrior Monks. What?
What a happy coincidence.
I mean, an important one as well, because technically, like, standard moving monks are very likely to get caught trying to run these relics home. Puppy Paw is going to run it into the base. This is a substantial military lead. Panatan, he does have the bombard emplacements on the way.
Yep. Rams will be necessary to contest this base here from Anatan. There's a lot of towers being placed. Bombard emplacements, like you mentioned, coming in now. Rams will be needed without a doubt, because the one thing that Mongols can't back up is the towers and the Uru.
We'll see if he actually does get the timing right for it. He's going to prioritize the scale armor first. I mean, there's no going back for Puppy Paw here. It's either you get the damage done or you die doing it.
Let's have 2TC scaling behind this, so maybe he won't be too intent on going all in here with everything he has.
He's going to get hit in the back.
There's no rams either.
Magadai, unfortunately, the Men-at-Arms spot that straight away. The cannon placements will be enough to start scaring Puppy Paw away, though. It just doesn't feel like he's got the burn power for this. Too many ranged units, not enough melee.
Exactly. Like, the Burgrave has been pumping overtime, but realistically, on 2TC especially, you will need more barracks to produce units here.
Wait, he doesn't...
Because...
He doesn't even try to repair the outposts. Okay.
Well, one down.
Somehow. Some way. Meanwhile, the Magadai gave a little bit of a visit to the Men-at-Arms. Weren't able to find too much from their skirmishing. And Anatan is now just playing a little Benny Hills game with that tree line.
Anatan did roll really well on the Kagana there, actually getting 3 Roost Knights here. Must feel very, very good. Complete with poleaxes, of course, and Boyar's Fortitude.
It feels
Fully
a little bit
upgraded Roost
sad
Knights.
for the direct fight, though, right? Like, right now, this is kind of the problem, is the things you can get out of this, you know, all the frontline things are going to be heavily armored, and your opponent has gone Gilded Crossbows, so the rating for sure, but he still needs to answer direct fight, and actually, in some ways, the Nest of Bees might be a gift from God.
That's true. I mean, with such a significant range mass here for Puppy, Nest of Bees is going to be pivotal when it comes to defense. Still no rams by Puppy Paw here yet, right? Which I find a bit curious, because there's no real effective way for Anatan to take them down. Well, at least there wasn't, but now suddenly with the Knights it's a bit better, and so many scouts as well. Now the rams are placed down. Just going to make a play slightly deeper here towards Anatan's base.
Knights are at least trying to threaten a little bit, but the crossbows can just instantly kill those. The interesting thing here is obviously we do have some wall lulls on offer to try and defend with. Unfortunately, that's where the Gilded Crossbows, the Gilded Archers, they are your absolute and utter nightmare. It's easy to reach in a snipe. Wait, is that 3 Nest of Bees in a row now?
Yeah, it is, and that can happen sometimes. Like you said yourself very, very correctly, I think. This is essentially the safer gambling play here for Mongols. I remember one game where I had 4 Hui Pows in a row as my first 4 tickets.
No.
You can probably guess the result of that game, as my opponent ran to my base
did
with
he just get
Guards and Lancers.
Did he just get 4 Nest of Bees in a row?
Yes, he just did. And that's the risk you hey, it's better than 4 Hui Pows. That's all I'm gonna say.
Well, this is the thing, Murad. Like, you took the bad RNG, so Anos can take the good when it matters most.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
And it's going to be so good against the Rams as well, right? The damage really adds up on the Rams too. And Puppy Paw trying to hit from pretty much all angles here. A prudent choice to try to find any of Anatan's
Wait, did he
running
just get
economy.
5?
5 Nest of Bees in a row. You could quite rigged at this point.
I mean, I was gonna say it ironically as a meme. I didn't let it expect it.
Just wait for the 6th one. And Puppy Paw must be so confused right now. Like, how does he have?
Oh my god! Like, Puppy
Nest
Paw
of
will be
Bees?
in the Discord molding about this later. If he loses because of this.
Oh yeah. Absolutely crazy.
We should keep a high score
And-
tracker for best luck, worst luck. All right, here we go.
Yeah,
Is that going to be sick? No, it's
Oh,
actually
it is banged
discovered
out.
a different unit.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good as well. Can't be denied. But I mean, this makes it so tough for Puppy Paw. I mean, realistically, units would have made it tough as well, but then the Rams can actually do some good work. But now the Rams, as well as the range mass, is just completely shut down.
Yeah, and it's also 5 Nest of Bees is a solid number to deal with this, right? Like, any more, and you're like, okay, I actually want Bio to go do things now. Does need to be careful of the men-at-arms in particular. That's the thing he doesn't have a solution for. Cannon place is going to come in big. There's the Knights riding in. Warrior Monk as well with the extra armor means he can stand his ground a little bit better here. But it's all about protecting those Nest of Bees. He lives or dies by the bee. Which is ironic considering how much Anatan has historically scrimmed with that guy.
As we said, it all comes full circle here. Now the good thing here for Puppy Paw, there is 2TC scaling for a long time now. So this is not really an all-in by any means. I don't know, or actually maybe it is, because we don't have a single farm yet for Puppy Paw. So it is a pretty intent play on this aggression without too much of an economy to fall back on in terms of farms.
And it could get harder. There's a sick Nest of Bee.
Yeah.
And now he gets Palace Guard when he actually needs a front line.
It's actually so rigged. Like, I can't believe my eyes, to be honest.
I mean, honestly, it's very obvious that Anatan's dad owns Microsoft.
Yeah.
Yeah. If account name equal Anatan, give ML RNG on Cogna.
Yeah. A good bit of line of code there. The MLRNG is what was the case in this game.
Hard-coded in the engine, as you know.
And what do you do in this spot as Puppy Paw? Like, he's correctly circling around, looking for an angle to penetrate into the base here. Find some good damage. We just can't. I really like the Horseman edition. That would be really useful.
He's getting hit in the center. The villagers just got found in the gold. So the Magadai, we're raiding in. Okay, we'll be able to get away. I think he has to come home because he doesn't have a front line. I think maybe Anatan's timing this a little bit wonky. However, where are the diving units for Poppy Paw? They come around the back now, but villagers with the shivs out could save a life here. Nestbees needs to be kept alive. Critical, all of them, in fact. And he does get the kill. Gilded Horseman gets brought down. No siege lost.
Did manage to snap one Nest of Bees just at the start of that fight, but unbeknownst to him, Anatan, of course, got another one at that point, so it's looking still like the original count. The Horseman, as I mentioned, really good idea here, but getting enough of a mass of them is so tough with such a stunted food income, I would say, because...
No, not like this. Villagers trying to rush up the defenses, but so many are likely to go down here. Even gilded villagers can't stand up against the Magadai Imperial. Wait, he's not even garrisoning.
So many have went down there. Poppy Paw's economy struggling even more than before now. He's still trying with his entire army mass here to penetrate this, but... I mean, it's just 5 Nestor Beast, KP.
And he's just literally clicking left and right. Left and right. It's like he's bombing on a wave, you know? He's just in the ocean, weaving back and forth in the strong wind. This is ridiculous. The Magadai may be camping a little bit too long here. The value's already been reaped. But obviously, Anatan, he has... okay, it's happened. Myriad, you're too close to the cast. Your RNG's rubbing off.
This, like, I can't understand this. Like, this is like China all over again. You may have an 100 pop lead in army, but there's 5 Nestor Bees, so, you know, you have nothing really. Like, the fact that this makes it possible.
We have warrior monks to heal any injured villagers that have the front line for us. It's all good. It's all good. Nestor Bees shots. Oh, no. No, like, wait, the villagers. Anatan, calm down. What?
Is a bit of excited, those villagers looking to torch some of those crossbows, I guess, but of course that's a different game we'd be playing. Now, finally, Hui Bao has come out here for Anatan, the first bad luck roll of this game so far.
And immediately back into good luck.
Oh yeah, and the Elite Roost Knights once again. There we go.
If you had RNG like this, Myriad, do you think you'd be a top 3 contender in EGC tournaments?
100% Copium. I just need to roll my 5 Nestor Bees after a few units, you know.
Could you imagine the build order for this? So 13.5 minutes, you get Cognate Palace built, and then like every single minute after that, it just says pray, pray, pray.
Yep.
And if you pray hard enough, you would.
A necessary caveat for that build order would be to make sure you have a necklace of your birthstone and clutch and rub it profusely as you build the Cognate Palace for that luck booster, of course.
That statement needs to not be heard out of context.
Definitely not. Please do not edit this. Thank you. Mangudai doing what they're best at here. Well, their namesake, really. As they come in, raiding all across this exposed farmland over Poppy Paw. I mean, there are gilded villages. I think textiles might be in as well, but maybe not. So, I mean, plenty of them are going down, despite that.
Plenty more to come. You wouldn't believe Poppy Paw had an eco lead in this game. It's 63 to 80 now. Unbelievable.
And the value provided by the Cognate can't be understated. However, big raid here by Poppy Paw, actually. Anatan doesn't see there's so many villagers here. He does spot it just in time. The Gilded Archers are going to start moving forward. They have good move speed, so they'll be able to kill a lot of these villagers. And Anatan's economy is not exactly as solid as Poppy Paw's, despite all the damage that he has dealt and now cut down to size again.
I think Poppy Paw is now trying to move up into the Imperial family. There's still one relic that Anatan actually hasn't played for yet. Magadai are going to dive in and... Oh, no. That's too many workers again. It's about to get a little bit rough. Horsemen are coming in for a backstab, but he's got the Warrior Monks that can easily absorb there. Gallop activated as well. Horse Archers are mixed in here. It's a little bit awkward on the micro. You don't really want them in the same group for that reason. Every time you think Poppy Paw is in a position to now take a lead. Ridiculous. And I'm trying to remember, like, wasn't there a trick with the Cargonet where could you force a repeat production? No, it's been fixed, right? Like, I'm pretty sure it's been fixed. Like, this was true RNG, this game.
Yeah, absolutely. That was an issue in the past, I believe, but no longer the case here today.
Because you used to pack and then unpack, right? And it would just keep resetting a predetermined. But that has been long since fixed, so... Yeah, Anatan, it literally has a leprechaun in each of his pockets on his cargo pants. That's the only way I can explain this RNG.
Yeah. And I do think it was needed this game, because without those nested bees, I don't think Puppy Paw would be so reticent to step into the base. There's another round of
these nested bees? Why would he hesitate diving these nested bees?
Just that pocket there of pure death beneath that town center is just... Yeah. Anything in close proximity gets vaporized.
Imagine if we didn't, like, if we had one of those mods on where bodies don't disappear and also, you know, like, effects don't disappear. The whole ground just smoldered by nested bees burns. And oh my, imagine the amount of bodies you see in this base. This is ridiculous.
Comes in again? Without a doubt.
Reminder, Puppy Paw went 2 TC at about 6 minutes into this game. Anyway.
That lead is dwindling minute by minute in this game for Puppy. He's still trying to play for that Imperius behind us, and really, I mean, even with this many villager losses, it still has to be Elsbach, in my opinion. Like, a Swabby here feels like such a waste.
I mean, you're not going to want to build that many more villages, in fairness, right? Like, this Civ, you don't want to be above 100 eco anyway. And there we go. Elsbach in the center. Just give the 8k gold, because, you know, that 8k gold usually decides the game a little bit like it does on regions. Except when you're against Mongols, who have infinite unit production. And a villager lead.
Exactly.
He actually has the village. Are you kidding me with this right now?
The map being so open, combined with this mass mobile comp here from Anatan. I mean, most of these Magrodai are just free, right? He is actively producing some of them, but a bunch of them are free from the Cargonet Palace as well. And they're just running rampant, unchecked across Puppy Paw's base. We'd have loved to get some wars up, but the economy, it's easier said than done.
Hannah's like, well, yeah, it's time to actually finally move out. I've ran out of wood in my base safely. I mean, that's the thing. Like, walling on this type of map is so difficult in the current seasons with the slow walling.
Yep.
It's so open. Like, it's intentionally designed that way. Akin to kind of maps like Prairie to be difficult to play defensive.
Now Anatan, behind the Kagane units, he decided that the best support unit for that is natural 47 spears to support.
As you do, because, you know, we're now China. Do you not know that by the nest of bees?
Well, there's a lot of historical overlap there, right? So I can see it making sense in this particular instance. However, those 5 nested bees in a row is not making much sense in Puppy Paw's mind at this very moment, I wonder. I would imagine. However, the army count looking pretty good here.
Yeah, except for those nested bees. I think maybe... Yeah, Puppy Paw. Mangoes? You just don't have long gold here, though, is my worry. Like, you've got the 8k, but you haven't got relics. So it's not like late game you like the idea of mango adjustable crossbars.
Absolutely, and even that has been nerfed pretty significantly recently, right? To the point where I would argue that I think nested bees now in Imp actually stronger than mangonels as well.
That's a controversial statement, my friend.
I don't
think you'll ever convince me nothing's as toxic as this.
No,
line.
Oh god.
No! He just can't stand still. And
He's looking for an angle.
There is no angle. The angle is go game 4. Unbelievable. And this is the thing as well. Like, it feels doubly bad with Gilded Archers, because with normal archers, you at least stutter step and shoot. Gilded Archers are best when they get to stand still. There is no standing still against this.
And normally, Siege-like nested bees and mangonels loses decent bit of value against OTD specifically, because they have so many less units, so the spread is much harder to gain value from. But I mean, at these amounts of not only army but of course nested bees as well, it doesn't really matter because there is no safe spot away from that hellfire.
And he's raining down upon him. I mean, even if he had found the ability to wall, let's be totally real. Incendiary arrows could have been finessed in here, and you still find Palisade walls kind of failing you. This is ridiculous. It's the efficiency of these small details. Like, oh, Warrior Monks, let me just use them on the Horseman. That also then buffs the remaining Magadai to dive deeper. And I think at this stage, I mean, Puppy Paw, it feels like you're out of this. Right? Like, he hasn't found a way to punish it this entire time.
Wonder what really is the comeback mechanic here for Puppy Paw. Half his economy's idle and still dwindling behind us at this point. Again,
this is
it feels
like what team players hear in their nightmares when they go to sleep at night. Just the pittering of Magadai bows.
most likely it is. Yeah, I need to
That's
know.
what
I mean,
Puppy
again,
Paw here tonight.
game number 4 here goes over to Anatan. Wait.
Game 3.
Game 3. Oh, God.
Calm
Yeah.
down.
Yeah,
Calm down.
I questioned myself halfway through, like, oh my God, how much have we seen already? Nah. Game number 3 goes over to Anatan, taking a lead now in this series on Carmel with the Mongols and the fast imp for the ages with, frankly, the most despicable RNG I've ever seen on a Karganet. Making miracles happen here.
Twisting his mustache while laughing. If only Anatan could grow one. Yeah, absolutely crazy way to take the lead in the series. And I mean, the biggest question mark now is whether you can just reset from a potential tilt feeling. Like, you have to be frustrated. Like, anyone would be frustrated by that. That was ridiculous.
100%. That must be really difficult for Puppy on a mental level, and that's completely understandable. Obviously, at this level, players get quite accustomed to unlucky situations like this where, you know, some things don't work out and you have to reset after the game and move on with a fresh mind. But something like this, right, where I think Puppy Paw genuinely had the right read here. Like, I think this strategy was catered for this to work against Fast Imperial. The economy behind this with the Burgrave allows a really good flood of units. I mean, just look at the army pop, right? But the Nesta Bees completely putting a stop to that.
Yeah, it's crazy. And now we find ourselves in a situation where you've got what, like, was it Puppy Paw in the lobby on the right or the left? Did he have House of Lancaster or did Anatan? Okay, so yeah, Puppy Paw's going to be on House of Lancaster. We're going to have Byzantines on the other side. Honestly, quite likely we see a game 5. We've seen this matchup once today, and it didn't look great. That was the Lucifer and Beastie series, if I remember correctly. So curious to see like how he can evolve this. If it had been Anatan on House of Lancaster, you likely would have seen an Abbey of Kings.
Yeah, absolutely right. Anatan is one of the believers in the Abbey of Kings. He joins me in that regard. But yeah, I mean,
I'm there with you, my friend. It's crazy.
It can be really, really good.
But this game, it's just I still can't get. I just had to move on and focus on something else because this is just absurdity. Like watching those moments back, incredible. Like Anatan, you know, if he doesn't make it as an AoE 4-player full-time living, just buy a lottery ticket. Make more money anyway. So Dry Arabia for the Byzantine Lancaster match. It literally is like almost pretty much an exact matchup of what you had earlier.
Absolutely, it really is. And I do wonder to what extent it will mirror or veer off the beaten path of the last series, right? I mean, we have had some interesting things happening in that first matchup between Lucifer and Beastie. The surround on the village is notable. I'm not gonna give more spoilers, right, for people who have not seen the series, but some crazy things happened there. I wonder how much of that will be similar here, because I think there's a lot of different ways that this matchup can go.
Yeah, like that was a very rare case of seeing the Lancaster go for the Rax rush. In theory, you can do that against Byzantines quite reliably. Arguably, they are the most susceptible to a Rax outpost rush out of all the civs due to the fact you can delay the play and still find value on the berries. But, you know, the assumption is your opponent is going to react with you an outpost or Limitane or whatever else themselves. Outposts are usually a little bit challenging because obviously you'd have to build it 4 to the berries and then no one can garrison inside. So a little bit tricky in that regards. By the way, reminder, folks, this isn't even the last series. Oh god, I can't believe I said that out loud. I could have just pretended and then we could have ignored it. There's another series afterwards featuring another Canadian. We're going to be having Beastie versus Wham to round out the day. So if you haven't got yourself something to eat and drink, do that. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, you should probably do that as well, because there's still probably 3 or so hours left here, which means lots of ads that could disrupt the experience. But time to disrupt the flow, the calm, and get straight into the aggression, because it is happening. Game number 4. Puppy Paw of House of Lancaster, Anatan with the Byzantines, and it's going to kick off with that Dark Age Lancaster rush.
Straight away, Puppy Paw's wasting no time in putting on the pressure in this game, as we have seen Beastie as well do in his match against Lucifron, in this very same matchup on the very same map, the tried and true Dry Arabia. Puppy, first spear already out, second one in the queue now to make its way across the map towards Anatan's very forward and very exposed berries, KP.
Yeah, that is a glutton for punishment. And the sad reality is, like, in a more passive game, Anatan would have benefited from this spawn, because he also had the deer beyond that he could have shoved in. But instead, that's likely to get shut down immediately here. No moon on the stone, so, you know, it seems like Byzantine players aren't convinced you can play greed here. We've seen a lot of matchups, you either go 1 or 2 people to gather stone for the system rush.
That is no longer the case here, right? You have to be very careful with the possibility for that spearman rush, because, I mean, sure, you can maybe get yourself an additional system, but at what cost if you get pushed off of gold and off of berries earlier and hurt your timings even more later on, especially if the other save is going to go very aggressive. Now, this mill opening is quite interesting here for Anatan. Is this just a play to get the berries in early for a merc camp, or is this maybe a hippodrome play?
Anatan was one of the believers in hippodrome even when everyone else passed it up, so it wouldn't actually surprise me that much. I mean, I wouldn't even be against using Akratoy just so you can just rapidly gather the berries, because if this is the play, you shouldn't really need it in the next 2 minutes afterwards. For Puppy Paw, I think this gets very curious if he, for example, went for Abbey of Kings, but I've got a funny feeling with House Lancaster. Like, he's got a good spawner for it as well. He's got the primary gold and secondary stone next to the tree line, so he can actually insulate himself quite nicely here.
Especially because of this slightly unorthodox opening from Anatan, right? You might be tempted to go Abbey and go very aggressive against something like a winery, but if you see berry gathering like this, normally that means hippodrome, and especially if he sees the hippodrome, he might go for the old reliable of mana spam instead, just to get himself ahead in fear of that aggression from those Triumph Horsemen, which can be very, very scary to go up against, especially as an infantry civilization.
That's where the Spinman spam should, in theory, be good. Billman as well, down the line. We're about to find out Puppy Paw, last piece of gold been dropped off. Is he going to play defender or aggressor? It's going to be defender, and he actually opts to place the Lancaster Castle on the east side stone. Curious.
Heavy priority on the stone defense here instead. I think going to use the range of the castle to maybe put some manas towards that left-hand side.
Does Puppy Paw see that stone? Can we check that on the...
right?
No, because he could have rotated on the east side of his base, and then the scout maybe didn't see. If we check his vision.
Oh, yeah, I think... Oh, no, he did know about it, I think.
Okay.
I think he just saw it earlier, yeah.
I think, yeah, it looks like maybe he... Because I think he done the left side dart and then walked back into the base, so... He did know. I guess maybe the concern is against a Byzantine all-in rush. Like, if you prioritize that golden stone, you're going to be really far away from safety. Because the thing we have to always remember about Manas and Lancaster Castle is they keep villagers safe from a dive, but they also don't. Right? Like, you don't have an outpost that you can garrison in.
Yeah, exactly right. And, you know, going against the Byzantines, the Cairo Siphon, the additional range, the effectiveness of that ram, certainly something that could play to a factor against something like mana play. So Puppy Paw opting to be safe instead and basically rather defensively on that stone instead of opting for that juicy spot in the center between the stone, gold, and the wood line. Definitely a bit worried about the Cairo Siphon, I would imagine, especially with the Hippodrome, which he did spot, I believe. That's normally signs for a pretty all-in type of move from the Byzantines.
Yeah, I think you just assume it based on the fact he was gathering the berries. It just doesn't make much sense either if he goes Grand Winery after that. We do have the deer being shoved further away. He also has moved people out of the stones, so we will start to see that ramp up in the systems quite early.
Indeed, as people. Gathering up the stone and wood now needed to start that mana. Gold as well building up in the bank. So we're likely going to see at least 6 manas here.
Only
With
6?
the spearman already on the field. Only 6, yeah.
That sounds a bit light. Why doesn't he like manas? Just build more.
He'd love to build more. I can assure you that one. Whether Anathan's going to let him, that's the real question in this situation. Spearmen are already out on the field, so that's going to help a little bit against that early aggression from the horseman, right? Allows him to probably get away with 6 manas here, relatively safe. But then again, there's an archery range now as well for Anathan, so that's quite a commitment to units already.
I'm wondering if Poppy Paw can just stick at only 3 manas and just start to scale into Spear Yeoman. I mean, it's weird. There's a timing where you're ahead, but then you can quickly fall behind with the system scaling. I think that's the crafty and subtle thing about Byzantines now with this new system rush build. Getting level 5 system, it's ridiculous the way it scales you in a long feudal, right? Like, and it's also interesting because like against Lancaster, you do kind of compete economically as you go deeper in the game. Let's say I've got like 100 villages. Once we're at that stage, that's an extra 26 villages. So it balances out reasonably well against manas. Obviously, the trade-off being manas coming a lot quicker.
And that's right, the Byzantines, well said indeed, that once the water level reaches 5 and those the influence zone expands of the Byzantines, the income can get quite drastic, without a doubt. So Byzantines now trade off a slightly slower start in exchange for a much stronger explosive mid-game economically, which Anathan is going to look to set up here as assistants. Coming out onto the berries, rightly so. That's definitely where you want them, to get that olive oil rolling in. We still have the question of what mercenaries we're going to see here. I'm not sure if you researched it. Oh yeah, it is. There we go. It's actually... Oh,
I love this. This is a nano special. Yeah, this is... I wasn't sure if he'd actually go for it, because like if you look at the options, they're in weird locations. The trade posts are really, really far away here. But that's sick. So did he place it in the...
He opted...
stealth?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That's crafty as well because of where he done it. His opponent doesn't know. And also remember, there's an awkward detail on Poppy Paw's spawn choice of the Lancaster Castle. He hasn't protected the gold.
That's right. And obviously with the Hippodrome, the Sipahi are going to gain extra value, without a doubt. The notable caveat with that mercenary camp is, well, obviously the distance it takes for the villager to walk there, but even more notably is the lack of assistant influence, right? Like, you're getting these interesting mercenaries like the Sipahi now, but the trouble is, they're going to come out pretty slow compared to anything else.
Well, you do produce them quicker out of the neutral trade post, but yes, with the system build in particular, it feels sucky now. On the old build, it didn't really matter because it balanced out with 50% increase compared to Conscriptio. But yeah, it definitely kind of stings now, considering how quickly Byzantine players are usually ending up with level 5 system by about 9.5 minutes max.
Scout almost goes down there for Puppy Paw. I wonder if Puppy Paw has spotted it by now or not, because he must be getting a little bit suspicious. He was circling Anathan's base for quite a while with a scout, no mercenary camp in sight, despite starting with the berries, so he must know something is up here.
Am I imagining things, or did Puppy Paw just cancel the muster?
I think he did, you're right.
Yeah, so he saw something he didn't like here. Because he definitely had muster the nobles on the way. It might have been that he just wanted... Yeah, okay, there you go. So he just switched. He goes, okay,
yeah,
I see what Anno's going for. The Sipahi plus Horseman is threatening enough. I just want the age up.
Changes his mind a few times about the placement, gets it as close to that secondary gold and the initial deer pack as he can. Apt choice, you definitely want to secure that. So now you have your right flank secured by the Manors and the Lancaster Castle. White Tower is going to secure the left side. And the White Tower, of course, for Lancaster Castle, for the Lancaster, any keep they produce is going to give them some Earl's Guard.
Does it feel like maybe Anatan tricked Poppy Paw a little bit? Or did he expect this to be FC in return?
It's a good question, right? I mean, the system setups into FC makes a lot of sense here for Anatan, but with the Hippodrome play, it throws things into a different direction. The Anatan, I think, has been really hard to read this game, right? I think Puppy was thinking the same. I mean, the mercenary camp, the system, the stone gathering, sorry, for the systems, whilst also having 2 production buildings behind it. It's a strange way to lay out your plans and your base for feudal age.
It's interesting because it also keeps you away from the classic comp for Lancaster, which is you want to usually go yeoman spear a lot of time you see. Even this crossbow is going to feel weird. Like, hilariously, if Anatan keeps skinning Sabahi, it's almost like he's trying to make Sabahi a nightmare for Papipor in this series. After the Ottoman Japanese game, he somehow now experiences it again here.
That would be a very devious but brilliant plan from Anatan. I wonder if that's part of it. It very well could be. Muster the Nobles has been called now. The Demi-Lancers hit the field with their free veterancy upgrade. Not too scary in and of themselves, but at the end of the day, cavalry is cavalry. And killing villages, that's something they do just as well as other units.
Alright, here's food for thought. You turn this game into a collective nightmare for Papipor. So you begin with the Ottoman Japanese remembrance and how painful that was. And then you follow up an Imperial Age with Nesta Bees. We're going to get Trump? Nope.
Yeah.
He just doesn't care. All right, so just poke him away. We'll be able to snipe 1 or 2 of the Demi-Lancers. A little bit surprised he didn't activate it, but this has always been a classic issue, I think, with Triumph, is in a cavalry on cavalry fight, Triumph is actually terrible.
Yep.
Because they just run away. Like, oh, no, you pressed the button. Well, I'm going to right-click for my button press, and you're countered.
Exactly. And you definitely want to get that point with Triumph where you can use it to take this one decisive, ideally game-winning fight, or at least puts you in a game-winning position. So Anatan doing good to hold his trigger finger there, not getting that Triumph activated too early.
These Demi-Lancers are so obnoxiously tanky. Like, how
they
are
are
you
called
not dead?
shock troopers, right? I guess so. That was the intention somewhat.
I think we should just make the armor and the horses look more boxy. Like, truly embody that idea of a medieval tank.
You know, when I first saw these Demi-Lancers, it struck me just how much they look like HRE knights in Castle Age. Have you noticed that? Like, they're almost identical.
But then, like, in Feudal, they genuinely look like they smeared crap armor over themselves, right?
Yeah.
And it's weird, because in Feudal, they're incredibly valuable in their own special way. They just don't look at it based on appearance.
That's right. Because now, people taking a page from Anatan's book with the mass spearman as he moves across the map here. And Anatan's economy, you can feel the struggle a little bit here with the Hippodrome, right? There's no winery to fall back on. The Sipahi play... He has a Sipahi, but what's the follow-up really now?
I mean, yeah, this is the thing. It feels like matters are getting worse because the Osgard spam on the way.
Yeah.
He has got some arbitrary. I just don't think that was intentional. I think that actually might be the RNG of the Golden Horn Tower. Maybe not, actually. Yeah, he's adding in crossbows. So possible that Anatan is simply reading through what's actually happening here.
And there's relics. 2 in for Anatan, the third one on the wave. 1 in for Bapipo and a second one on the way. Pretty reasonable split here for the Civ. Something is kind of what we would expect to see. Anatan did call in the Imams, I believe, to get himself a bit of a boost in that regard.
Relic timing is at least good for him, right? So the split will favor him. Hobbypaw is starting to stockpile a little here. I was about to say, I'd be surprised that this was Imperial before mass manners, so he's going to be unlocking the second tier.
Now, second tier, Bapipo intending to go up to that 9 mana point where his economy is going to explode even further than before. And this White Tower is going to make raiding him with the Sipahi very, very difficult, right? Like, he's covered from all angles, really. On the right, we have the manors and the castle. On the left, the White Tower.
Either way, this is like a very tailored build by Anatan. Because the thing you have to remember is he's only getting Arbitrary and Sipahi. he didn't choose a contract still. So like I think I've seen him do this once or twice before in like the last month. Is a very specific build he aims for. Yeah, there you go. So like he does not want the other options. Like he thinks that these tick the box for everything. And I gotta agree. I actually think like of the neutral trade post options, this is the divine coupling. You know, you get the best crossbow in the game, and you get the best horseman in the game.
That's actually a very, very good point, right? Not going for any of the contracts, ensuring he only gets this. And you're completely correct. He has two of them, arguably the best units in their class in the game. And I mean, crossbow horseman is not a bad composition by any means, as long as, you know, it works against the opponent's composition, which here it very well could do. I mean, he's going to have the superior crossbows. He's going to have the best horseman in the game. Well, people might need to look at switching.
I know switch is a little bit funky though. Cataphracts, when he saw crossbows already. It feels like he actually needs more of a front line. Like, I won't say spearman, but I know why he's not doing it. Like, it's the same logic as English longbows. You don't want to build spears against these type of archers.
But then there's quite a fair bit of value to be gained still, right? Like, you activate the shield wall. Even if there's some yeomen there, they're going to soak up a lot of damage, allow your... So sort of some meat in the front field for your cavalry to survive. Great attempt in the north is going to get pushed away here by this little battalion of units for Papipo, keeping the deer gatherers safe for now.
You can sense this is kind of unexplored territory by the hesitation for either party to commit.
Yeah.
Right? Because, like, they tried for a second there, and then it got weirder with the Sipahi and the Arbitrator. Like, this is not really something to this day that you experience much against Byzantines. And then to sprinkle more chaos into this little pot of fun, we've got one of the nooses.
Exactly right. So both players are being very, very careful with their movements here. None of them are willing to throw too much away here. They're both kind of just allowing their economies to do the work and waiting for each other to slip up rather than trying to force mistakes here. And of course, using his cavalry here to keep an eye on the opponent, find some angles to go in. People a bit worried, not really wanting to move out, understandably so. I mean, it's the classic issue of a slow composition like this against cavalry, especially Triumph cavalry from the Hippodrome for the Byzantines. Very, very scary to have that used on you in a fight. I don't think Papipo even saw it being used yet, as Anno has not used it yet, if I'm not mistaken.
No, I think it's at max point stockpiling at the stage. Nice intercept on the back gold, so Papipo has to play forward for risk because he is trying to go into Imperial now. Honestly, would not surprise me if we're looking at a Berkshire build, considering the focus on Earl's Guard.
It would make a lot of sense, right? They'll give an additional 1 damage to the Earl's Guard for a total of 2 with the white tower as well. Only 4 more keeps, and he reaches the new cap of 6 that the Berkshire unlocks for him. And at that point, if you get the AoE throwing axes upgrade, they can become an incredibly scary force.
Yeah, and after we hyped it up, it's going to be Wingard Palace. I guess it's
like
just
that.
too tempting to resist. I mean, the Demi-Lancers are going to be pretty handy as like a frontline absorber and a raider. Outside that, just blobbing a lot of the Earl's Guard and spears. Always worth it. We do have Sync Shot also on the way, so Papipo going to be a big threat to that back line. Arbitrary can now Pavis drop, if I remember correctly. Like, before the synchronized shot timing nerf, you couldn't get Pavis down quick enough, but now I believe you can.
Exactly. And Sync Shot, kind of a shadow of its former self now, right? Not only does it do significantly less damage, but so much harder to hit now. A lot of units are able to kite around it.
Yeah, like, I don't know. I kind of roll my eyes when I see people still complaining about it. I'm like, it's fine. I've cast it multiple times in highly competitive games, and it tickles now.
Yeah, I think so as well. It's not nearly as potent as it used to be. Although sometimes it does feel strange. Like, I don't know if you've noticed this. Sometimes it feels like it does a lot of damage, as long as it feels like it doesn't do enough.
I think it's like, I can't figure out if it's dispersing damage between all the units in the circle range, or if it's specifically hitting locations. That's the weird thing. It just... Sometimes I'll see it hit a big bulk load and do no damage, and then other times it melts them. And then...
Exactly.
in the same verse, I'll see like 4 units get hit, barely, and then another time they just instantly die. So yeah, it's maybe it's just not as apparently clear as it could be of a skill.
Could be. I think so for sure. Anatan making a play now towards the sacred sides, getting the classic. Starting to build up towers around them to get those mangonel emplacements, which is such a difficult emplacement to fight into. Almost on par with the bombard emplacement, nearly. Well, system level 5, 2TC behind this. Anatan is scaling pretty comfortably here, right? A lot of groves coming in now too. He's firmly set for the late game. People are still very cautious, right? Even with these elite upgrades coming in.
Yeah.
He must feel like he's ahead. Yeah, but he's not moving in.
I don't think he realizes it's 2TC. I think that's the biggest problem here. So he just thinks it's an eco outscale. Get scutted, chill for a bit, get all your upgrades. But reality check is Anatan dropped that second TC about, what, like 5 minutes ago? So he's been scaling a lead. And with Sistan, he's very competitive at this stage. Foreign engineering company is going to make it even more so. We have to remember, foreign engineering company may be quite worthless in Sipahi, but it turns Arbitrary into the true king crossbow we know them to be. Both Gambesons and crossbow scarabs.
Absolutely. Bobby Ball finally making a move now towards the center, torching this tower, but I feel like he's missing his timing a little bit. He has such a scary, powerful army that he could have used to really pressure Anatan with his fairly vulnerable composition with no real reliable front line against so many spears and nose guard. But now, with Impin...
Do you not just die to Nesta Bees? The more I'm looking at Puppy Paw's comp, the more I'm a little bit worried about that now.
It's a possibility, right? I mean, God, like you said yourself, he's trying to almost bully him with the same units that have been a thorn in his side this entire series. But I don't think it'll be as big of a problem as before. I mean, they are very, very expensive, right? So you have to let up on the mercenaries if you will invest in the foreign engineering company Siege, for that matter. And I mean, there's a very, very scary army massive from Puppy Paw. Much scarier than in the OTD game, I would say, with these imp upgrades coming in now. Incendiary arrows almost in as well.
And also, who needs Nesta Bees? Just build Mango Towers, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
Like, no other Civ hits Imperials like, let me just build my Castle Age emplacements. Oh dear. We do have... That's actually a big deal. He's got the armor coming in for Lancaster. It's like a mini arbitrary effect, but for Longbow and Spearman. So we'll give him a lot of effective HP with the Padded Jack.
Well, useful up against all these Sipahi and the Cataphracts for sure. I want to torch down the Magnet now. He definitely wants to get that down before any fight. Crusher comes in, got big damage here. Big damage on the range mass in the center. The cavalry are looking for an angle here, but there's a lot of front line from Puppy Paw. And the Yeomen are doing so much damage to that back line in the meanwhile. Triumph still not popped, so Anatan a bit hesitant to go, but now it gets popped as they go directly in. March comes in the front. There's not many space left here on the front line. Puppy Paw gonna look to turn here in the choke point, most likely, yep, just like that. And as the Yeoman teeing off those maps, comes in at the back as they go directly in. Puppy Paw has no more front line.
No, he has no front line, not much of a back line either. The sick read by Anatan, a grim start of the fight, but the patience shown. 23 minutes into the game to get a triumph usage, and the patience he showed on that trample through, waiting until those lethal spears had slightly overextended. And this is where Puppy Paw feels a little bit cursed. Remember, he only had 20 crossbows, didn't bother to elite tech upgrade them at all, essentially allowing Anatan to get this type of run through. And all of a sudden, a noteworthy and continued degree to grow eco lead, military flex in favor of Anatan. And he hasn't even reached his full form. He's still got other things to come. We've still got the use of the foreign engineering company to keep in mind. And Puppy Paw, after taking a bruising like that, his only immediate reaction is to go back to the trash comp.
And what else would he really make in this case, right? I mean, sure, you could theoretically go Collar of S's Knights here if you actually had Collar of S's as a possibility, but that is no longer the case with the White Tower, of course. But behind this, I mean, yeah, Yeoman will do work against the Arbaletrie, even with the Pavis somewhat, but ideally that's not something you fight into. But again, we're dealing with this very, very expensive premium composition from Anatan with Homer Sipahi, Cataphracts, Arbaletrie as well, now starting to add in some hand cannons. And Puppy Paw It's one of the best trash armies in the game, but at the end of the day, it's still a trash army, right?
I mean, if you want a trash army as well, you mentioned Collar Vestas, think a different direction. Hill Forts. Hill Forts solves for a lot of what Anatan is doing. It's just about that pump. You pretty much just stick the unit in to get a charge, and it'll kill the archers arbitrarily. And then that can open up something like even Earlsguard to potentially carry. Yeah, it's tricky, man. And also the read by Anatan, like the moment that the sync shot got used, no hesitation. There's an argument that maybe Puppy Paw overkilled using all sync shots at once there versus just saving half for a second flurry.
Yep. Biology coming in now for Anatan as well. A key detail that was missing for him in the last fight. Might have prevented him from committing too deep, yeah, for sure. But now that it's in, he might look to make a much deeper commitment than before.
I mean, not even Scuttage all this time. Like, it's crazy to think the things that are missing here for Puppy Paw.
Yeah.
I can't believe that.
That's actually huge.
Just instinctively expect it. And, you know, we have to remember, he was the one attacking. Like, he made that choice to go in for that fight.
Yeah. Not having Scuttage this entire time is so painful, actually. That's a lot of passive gold that's been missed out on. Only now coming in, during a pivotal point in the game where it might even not get enough time for it to pay itself off, as Anatan with a very scary army.
Did he just sync shot Sipahi?
Yes, he did.
All right, well, this may end up costing him dearly. Hand Cannon is also now arriving from Anatan with the Arbitrier. The castle should be enough to scatter away, but that's what we built the foreign engineering company for.
The oil will mount up in the bank soon enough, and he might look to go for one of those royal cannons. The de facto premium siege against any kind of buildings. There is no better anti-building siege than the royal hand cannon.
I feel like it's the best. Yeah, I actually think it's just the best cannon in the game. You know, like,
oh yeah,
Culverins have more range, sure, but like if you think about it, it's such a pitiful range difference, and cannons insta shoot, plus they move quicker, and then you have the other usages around the board. Like definitely beats bombards. Like you said, it's good at sniping units. Number on the exchange is good enough as well, not overkill. So yeah, a lot of upsides, but weirdly enough, Anatan, it feels like it needs the bombard quicker. Can't wait for the cannon.
Can't wait for the cannon, and might just want to swell those Sipahi numbers and Arbaltier numbers even further, potentially. As from the Stealth Forest, he comes in with the Sipahi.
Hold on. There's an opening here because, look, the melee went the other way around, so he could go for the trample through. Triumph gets activated to get closer. He's holding the Triumph. What's he waiting for here? Sync shot? Not that great. The pathing is griefing him a little bit. Anatan. Numbers may not be on his side at the tail end of this. They're bulky boys. Can the Spearman carry through, though? Puppy Paw with a valiant defender the choke point. Looked good for a moment, but he's starting to falter. And there are bombards coming in to clear the castle after this. There is still a decent amount of cataphracts left alive. And Puppy Paw has no front line left.
And that's such a painful fight there for Puppy Paw on top of it. He got as good of an engagement as he can possibly hope for, besides that slightly premature entry by the cavalry onto his back line. But besides that, they were all caught in a choke point against the spears. But still, it didn't matter. The biology, the backline from Anatan, just doing so much work here. Pushing Puppy Paw all the way back to his base. And now the raids start happening as well.
Yeah, it looked like a scrappy fight as well. I kind of was surprised we didn't get the trample past on the spy earlier. But, you know, I think he was worried about the spears just intercepting the brace. Could have been even worse for Puppy Paw. He done a great job of actually executing that fight near the castle with the double tree line, but the aftermath is just shock and awe at this stage. You've seen the damage coming through. The eco difference is getting huge. The sync shot in, nice, but you're going to need nicer than that. He has got the military lead, but what he really needs is a way of hitting Anno back.
At this point, the gold struggles for Puppy Paw starting, right? I think he would have loved to have some more crossbows or hand cannoneers in that fight, because now 16 cataphracts on the field. Almost the same amount of spears. That's not the kind of counter count that you want to have, without a doubt, in this kind of a matchup. Now Royal Cannon working on the keep. It's not long for this world.
And that gold secure is crucial here. Anatan is leading even harder into the cataphracts. Needs to now that he's invested in cannons. So I haven't really afford the Spahi. We are going to get the Riboldi boys coming out. Riboldiquins on the field, which feel great until you now retreat towards the Royal Cannon.
Yep. And this composition, archers, cataphracts, even without gulp, they can certainly pack a punch.
Puppy Boys using the Wingguard well to just rebulk the army. It's going to be a focus on getting the spearmen out.
Yeah, and such good cost effectiveness from getting the spearmen from the Wingguard as well. Just like the other options too. Such a good amount of res saved and time too. You can afford to blob spears up again very, very quickly.
I think Anno is looking for that big jump onto the yeoman here. Like, this is a huge investment in the cataphracts. Oh, sing shot. See what I mean? Like, you know.
Yeah. It's like nothing there, right?
Like, it melted the archers last time.
Yeah. I guess it might be the amount of yeomen, you know, like, that could be a little part of it, in this instance at least. But sometimes it's still somewhat confusing, to be honest. But this cataphract count is looking really, really scary, KP.
Yeah, and it's not even just a direct army contest. It can literally just go down the flanks. So I like Puckpaw's idea of just sending it. I don't think you can be defensive here. Question mark is, are there mangonel towers? That's your biggest fear away. Sink shot. Good hit. Cataphracts, they need to trample through. Problem is there's Robotiquins. The Robotiquins are actually proving super effective at making him hesitant. The cannon does get one snipe. Second one might not be long for this world. The retreat could prove difficult. Formation shuffles at least going to pull the spears away fast here. I think Anatan, after you look at the military difference in count, he's probably happy for this to just be a stalemate.
Yeah, most likely. And it's just those cannons. The amount of damage, they two-shot Robotiquins, KP. That's actually so significant in fights like this. Especially because of the range. Robotiquins have to get so close.
We've seen it like against Rus, right? Remember the Rus fast Imperial builds and then Byzantines. Like, there's no hope. All of a sudden, Royal Cannon appears. Flips the entire world. Not easy to snipe as well. Like, look how many yeomen just shot that. Barely any damage.
And this cataphract wave. Once Triumph gets activated and the trample comes through, I think it might be looking very dire. The problem with these spearmen,
Yeah, and that sink shot didn't hit that well because the cataphracts ran back into the saturation, so absorbed some of the shot. This might be the trample moment. Okay, yeah, someone covered their eyes and then said charge. That was not the hit he was looking for.
Definitely not. Triumph didn't get activated yet, however, if I'm not mistaken. Didn't see it, at least. So he still has that in the back pocket for him to use if he needs it. The fight's looking a bit scrappier.
Yeah, the cataphract count is kind of surging ahead, though. A little bit fearful for the yeoman. Roboticon does need to be sniped. Archers will go straight after it. Sink shot does come in because he stacks. But there's the Triumph. Trample has been recharged. He's going to make for the back line here. Bypasses what little spears remain. It's simply yeoman versus cataphracts right now. The catas, they need as much run power as they can get. These yeomen are just so good at kiting like this. I don't think it's enough.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's no charge from the cataphracts either, right? They cannot charge like regular knights, only trample, and once that's on cooldown, it's on cooldown for a long time. But yeah, this keep will halt Anatan's march again. But people, I feel like there's so many good sink shots, but he needs probably hand cannons or something, right?
I think it's kind of working out for him because, like, I know people are going to try and highlight, like, as yeoman's the problem. I think the thing that's actually stopping Anatan from really breaking the fights is the Robotiquins. Like, they nerfed it so hard, but I feel like the artillery contingent is still totally worth it. Like, it's actually crippling the cataphract's ability to go in. And that's worrisome because Anatan's running out of gold. In fact, he's setting up trade currently.
Yep. The scaling point of the trade will allow Anatan to keep this going to his heart's content, one would say.
I think he'll be favored with that. The problem is, you know, olive oil to balance out with the cataphracts, but once you have trade, that fixes that. Needs to be careful not to reveal that he's doing it, though.
Yeah, I had to delete the wall to save these cataphracts, but it does open a little entry for those spearmen to chase and go in, disrupting some economy, maybe.
Hive bombs coming in. You could definitely feel the scraping in the barrel a little bit.
Yeah.
Upper has gathered a lot of stone, so you can start keep dropping, and down the line we maybe see the Earl's Guard getting laid in a little bit. Would be pretty good against the archers, just because, of course, it means sometimes they're going to be attacking a suboptimal target.
Yep. But now, 56 archers for Anatan, looking to match that yeoman number, but of course at a significant deficit in terms of strength directly compared to the yeoman. Wepo has 2 TC behind this, so he's behind in economy in terms of raw count. Of course, the manners have to be taken into account, but that will allow him to scale back into this somewhat. But the gold is going to become an issue for him for sure, right? Anatan's starting to scale trade. People is going to have a much harder time doing so with so much cavalry running around.
4 Revoltquins now. 2 Culverins on top of it. Sing shot. Calibration shot. Calibration shot. Yeah, now there's the real one. That hero yeoman, the one who didn't shoot. But that isn't going to be an easy trade out. Go straight in for the Royal Cannon. A castle drop now from Anatan to try and stake a claim in this area. Just be careful with the few cataphracts he has. Can't really afford a remax. But wait a second. Where is Puppy Paw Spears? Yeah, they were held fire in reserve. Archer's now diving in. Revoltquins are going to get sniped. And the Triumph gets activated again. Starting to look a lot better here for Anatan. Puppy Paw doesn't have that raw mass of yeoman he once did.
The yeomen are falling quickly. The cataphract numbers aren't quite there for Anatan as they were in the previous fight, so it will hold him back from pushing too far in here. And the sink shot comes in big damage on the archers. Doesn't quite wipe out the Bass, but notable trade-off there. But the Culverins are left exposed. They're gonna die, just like the Revoltquins.
Yeah, I think Puppy Paw was caught with a little bit of transition. He's thinking about Earl's Guard down the line. Yeoman just kind of overextended without reinforcements. I think there was a few cataphracts raiding in that baited the spearmen back to defend and gave Anatan a really big win in that central fight. A key moment as well, considering the trade is currently in his infancy, so he needs good exchanges.
Absolutely. At this point in the game, in this post-Imperial stage where upgrades are pretty much all done and forgotten, it comes a point where it's all about how cost-effectively you can trade repeatedly with armies back and forth. Who has the better economy, who can maintain the better economy, raids on the flanks. This is when rams start to break through stone walls as well, which have not come into play just yet. It might be next on the cards, especially with trade now in the mix for Anatan behind this. Now they're keeping the north here to secure this sacred site.
Yeah, so I guess Anatan wants to try and force Puppy Paw to him. Which, I mean, it's not like Puppy Paw has been defensive. He does keep trying to attack in. There we go. That time villagers died. We just needed 50 yeomen all shooting at once.
Yep. That's all it takes sometimes to kill a few helpless villagers. Cannon, again, moves straight to the front line and gets sniped out instantly by the yeoman. Incendiary arrows doing a lot of work in such situations against siege especially, significantly increasing range units damage against them. Yeoman against normal archers, that is definitely not a fight that Anatan wants to take.
I know. What
But
the hell?
There's a big reinvestment into cataphracts behind this, but it's very slow.
The problem is you can only get this cataphracts because the gold he has here. And also, another problem now is the cataphracts are going to spawn in the front line, so he needs to be careful not to lose them. Nice cover on the retreat. Sink shot hits really nice there for Puppy Paw. Anatan, he has got, what, I want to say maybe, is it only like 8 traders? I don't think he's got a lot behind this. The gold in the west is running out.
He kept scaling cataphracts this entire time and had the gold to do so, but now that it's running out, it will be a while till that trade kicks in. There was no secondary composition in the works here for Anatan, so it's not like he had elite horsemen or Limitane to lean into here to bide over until that gold income kicks in. So a bit of a vulnerable spot if Anatan. He does still have that keep there. Keep him safe.
You do have the strips now. Kind of wish you had the King's College more and more the longer this game goes on.
Yes, you definitely do. I feel like the upgrades would have been so significant in this game, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the army tactics or whatever it's called would be that useful. The one that gives 20% bonus damage. He hasn't, maybe just for the spears, not too bad against Caddis, actually. But outside that, you know, Hobblars down the line would have been a cool option. You mentioned S's possibility. Like, there's a lot of value that could have actually been siphoned from that. He was
100%.
forced, right? Like, that weird opening from Anatan had Poppy Paul paranoid that he was going to be under fire.
And now, with the gold income starting to look better and better for Anatan, 1.4k a minute now, the Poppy Paul 600, all passively. A lot of cataphracts.
He gets in. The spearman count not looking that good, but the triumph activated. This is the fight that he's been waiting for. Yeoman count may be lower than it's ever been. 35 currently falling. The castles are also going to fail him. The Robotiquins are going to be on the way to reset things. But Anatan, now with the archer lead, looks to push it even further. Even hand cannoneers now mixed in. Just a sliver here or there. And on top of that, the farmers are now in trouble. There was never a full stone wall. The cannons can guarantee the Robotiquins cannot fire back. How long is this triumph?
Yeah, how many tickets were in the trial, in the Hippodrome to make that possible? Finally, it runs out of what feels like almost a minute, but the damage is done. Poppy Paul's infrastructure is getting torn apart here by these cannons. The archers themselves can now hold the line against the yeoman count as it's spinning only further and further. Raids behind this are cutting down Poppy Paul's economy.
Oh my god, where are we going? There's goals guard that aren't even guarding the home. On top of that, we have a desperation Hobbler play. He needs that siege gone and he knows it. I think Anatan has overextended beyond his push because his production's too far away. Like, his stables are on the ford, but his archery ranges are still all the way at home. So that's a really big problem because right now, what he needs is additional archer pump to clear these spears.
Yeah, forward production is such an easy thing to forget, and it can be tough to find the resources to invest into it and the space to do so sometimes, but if you don't, this can be the result. Your push just stalls and you get pushed back again. And meanwhile, Poppy was actually raiding with Earl's Guard behind this, streaming into the base. This is classic late game AoE4 we're running into here, right? The numbers are dying in the center, but meanwhile there's units being churned out left, right, and center on the map.
And you can't even be like, it's silly that trade is infinite. Well, there's also 9 buildings that are giving infinite, so I think we're kind of even Stevens on the pain of how the hell do you end this game.
Yeah, it's getting tough, especially with trade being now set up for Anatan. But the amount of space Poppy has to maneuver is kind of thinning here. I mean, really, it's the manners that are keep making all of this possible here for Poppy Paul. But it's necessary for the save at the end of the day. I mean, you're playing full infantry here. It's so tough to gain any kind of traction on the map against cavalry. He's been doing a good job with the little map control that he does have.
Oh, and
getting an angle on these sites is pretty good here for Poppy Paul.
I think he also maybe like keep drop on the trade, but also the Earl's Guard again. Just buff that damage up little bit by little bit. You have additional leap techs on the way for Poppy Paul. That should be the Hobblars, so he's looking for that switch into like Cav.
And it can be an apt choice here. If you can start running Hobblars deep into the economy, I mean, not having access to hill training definitely will hurt a little bit, but still the Hobblars, with how fast they produce, oh, that's a lot of those going down. The last of Anatan's physical goal besides trade.
But he's not out of gold. He's got plenty in reserve here. 3,000, in fact. More catters on the way, so... I think the problem for Poppy Paul, what Anatan has realized is, oh, if he's going to attack me, he doesn't attack me quick enough. So what I can do instead is just raid him to death. Like, the villager losses are stacking up for Poppy Paul a bit here.
Yeah, absolutely. The economy, we can see now in the income per minute, slowing down a little bit for Poppy Paul. It's mainly that gold count that's quite worrying. Luckily, his composition doesn't demand much of it, so he has 2k banked up and only 700 passively. No Anatan. 1,500 at the moment. Cannons firing off in the back. Little clash coming in here, but Poppy Paul not willing to overcommit. Rightfully so, as there's a lot of units here to deal with. Another culverin left abandoned is going to go down.
We'll just build more. Sing shots. Does spread them out here. Good damage. Cannons do have to retreat, so that's going to force the spearmen to expose themselves. Anatan, it's all about losing archers, keeping cannons alive. Poppy Paul, it's all about losing spears, keeping yeomen alive. He has got a lot of yeomen again. No trample due to the spearmen still playing blocker. It's just ridiculous. He always has this moment where you wane, you're like, oh no, he's going to lose. And all of a sudden, it's double the military for Puppy Boy. Here we go. Cannons go in. Triumph has been activated once more. Into the breach goes Anatan. And this time, the Yeoman count maybe feeling a little bit too fast. No, he does end up getting A-clicked onto the spears. That's a really big deal. The Cannons were not able to keep pace there. So Puppy Paw will make it back to the base as a result of that.
Once again, backed into a corner here, Puppy Paw is, but that is normally when dogs bite the hardest, so to say. And I think he already has a keep up on the neutral trade post, if I'm not wrong. Puppy does.
Yeah, but there's been trading to the west side, so Anatan's getting a worse rate, but he's actually getting. And you know, oh, wait, where are we going now? Wait, what?
Might be a missing gate there, if I'm not mistaken.
Is he legit? Oh no, he's okay. He's been a clever lad about it. There's a marketplace smuggled there.
I see. Very good. Despite all of this, right? I mean, Puppy Paw has been using a non-premium composition to trade out fairly effectively against a mostly premium composition, Cataphracts and Archers, right? Now Hand Cannon is being mixed in once again. So the destroyed value looking pretty good for Puppy Paw as a result of that.
It's starting to feel like Puppy Paw might be inadvertently helping his brother out for the next series. It's quite late for BC, if I'm not mistaken. Prime time for Canadians.
Soon enough, it'll be tomorrow if we keep going at this rate. Now, there's another charge coming in here by Anatan's Cataphracts. They come in with a Triumph, which has already run out. Tickets are running very low at this stage.
Holding the trample.
Right?
Maybe you could push it now. The problem is the spears. They can just turn around for the brace. The Robotiquins are not fighting, though. Another sink shot into the center. Anatan just tanks at the face. There's a second wave of spearmen, and all of a sudden... God, this game is never ending.
This will keep going for a decent while, I imagine, right? I think this might come down to a wood starvation problem here for Puppy Paw eventually. The map control is limited, but then again, he broke through the right side.
I just want you to think about that statement for a second and remember they have infinite wood.
They do have infinite wood. The thing is, like, spamming so many yeomen and so many spearmen, right? Manus can only do so much. But they are doing a whole lot, so it might be enough.
He has pushed in past that wooden palisade. Last time he done this, it cost him a big hit to the military. Could happen again here. Doesn't use the trample just yet. Sink shot is just going to be a calibrating shot. Save some in reserve. Robotiquins have to leave due to the archer dive, though. The Triumph activate. Puppy Boy is actually trying to stand his ground here. Hold on, the Robotiquins. They are able to square up. However, the cannons have now arrived. So, likely another retreat. And then we come back and do this again next week.
Yeah, the Robotiquins giving Puppy Paw a lot of agency in this fight, but it's tough with the archers, right? I mean, it forces the enemy archers forward to get onto your Robotiquins, otherwise there's no way the Cataphracts can ever take a favorable fight on the front line. But when they go close to those yeomen, it gets tougher. Second round here by Puppy coming in with a lot of spears and yeomen again. A siege mounting up for him behind this as well. 2 Culverins, 3 Robotiquins now, and a Trebuchet.
Spear count is maybe looking a little bit light for the amount of Cataphracts there are, though. I wonder if Anno could just do Nest of Beast here.
He might. It might actually be what's necessary at this point in time. But then maybe he's worried about Hobbler switch. It's tough. Because the thing is, both players feel that they have traded pretty reasonably with the comp so far. So they don't really want to blink and switch, right? Because what's been working has kind of been working so far. So risking switching it up could be a way that you end up losing a game like this. But Culverins again, not again. Abandoned again. One of them's definitely going down, but I think the second one will be okay as the spears come to connect.
He is learning. He's evolving. The Canadian may become more dangerous because of this.
And he actually got all of his upgrades now as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, like, even the siege is feeling a little bit more tanky. Archers are starting to get better trade outs against the yeomen because they're actually reaching their targets now. And we do have cannons now targeting onto the castle. So less threat from Earlsguard, as if Puppy Paw was really going to do it.
That castle goes down so quickly to those royal cannons. Chemistry in by now as well, I imagine, for them, giving them even extra damage, whereas Court Architects normally somewhat forgotten about as an upgrade. Spearman, frontline, already gone here for Puppy. Another wave comes in.
There's so many more behind this. Like, look at the count. It's 48 yeomen until 38 spears. They're just not here yet. It's kind of crazy to think how maybe this could look better for Puppy Paw if he had some more full production, but tricky thing there is look at his wood. He's actually struggling to afford all this now.
Absolutely. Trade has been working overtime for him, but Puppy Paw is still in this game, whilst not having mined gold for who knows how long at this point.
Scuttage, my friend, and the fact that we only need food and wood.
It's kind of incredible to watch, to be honest.
Or disgusting. It's, you know, one on two. Oh, Anatan actually scrapes the bottom of the barrel. Actually came back for the 800 gold. The good news is, at this stage, so many units are dying, Triumph starts to look good again. You know, like, it's a very weird tech.
There's value to be gained from so many bodies hitting the floor repeatedly for both sides here.
Wingard working overtime this entire time as well. Very much necessary for Puppy Paw in this game.
Oh.
And again, we reached a stalemate. I mean, Anatan pushed across the side again.
We've got Hobolars. So he's looking for a solution because it is 4 royal cannons now.
It feels like we've had these hobolars coming in for the past 10 minutes. And they just don't come, you know what I mean?
They're gonna be there. They will. Look, there they are. Look at them. The
Look,
hobbits.
there's the hobolars.
They've arrived. It's not, in fairness, like you expected too much too soon, Myriad. The hobbits weren't going to arrive that quickly. We're at 52 minutes, which means we're only halfway through the first Lord of the Rings movie. Okay? So relax.
Still a while to get to Isengard.
we've still got 5 hours.
The Cataphract count is now back up to a very scary point for Anatan. Siege for Puppy Paw has been reset back to 1 culverin, 2 Rebaldaquins from the gunpowder in the Wingard. Another engagement coming in.
And that is going to be an overstitch by the Revoldaquins. One goes down. Lancaster in stand your ground brother mode, which is weird because I thought they just like to run.
Yeah, with 4 cannons here for Anatan, that's a lot of damage being dished out, not only onto the siege but on the units as well.
Was that good enough? That was actually a really good trample to get in on top of him. And now things have gotten weird. Puppy Paw's spears are running into archers. His cataphracts are running into the yeoman. This is technically the perfect engagement for Anatan. Puppy Paw just keeps running away.
And now, with the cannons is just too many at this point for Puppy Paw, right? The manners are starting to fall now. It's what's been keeping him in this game for so long without all this map control.
Even the sink shot not good enough here, and that's going to be it. Finally, it's happened. It took one hell of a tug of war, but Anatan will be able to break late game Lancaster. A 3-1 victory, but a hard-fought one at that.
Anatan must be happy with himself after that performance, taking down North America's greatest 3-1 here in the Elite Classic 3 group stages. What a way to do it as well. Byzantines winning out over the Lancasters on the final map here in, I mean, you said it perfectly, KP, a slog of a tug of war that has left both players drained, I imagine.
Well, I think, have they got more series to play today? I'm trying to remember actually off the top of my head. I think one of them does, maybe both, has another round to play, so that's going to impact them deeply. The hilarity is, we still have another series, so it's a slog for us as well. Final series of the day. I think a lot of people have been rubbing their hands together for this. It's going to be technically NA's second finest up against one of Europe's. Beastie versus Wham, the final set of the day. We're going to head to a short break, but you know, as we look in on the groups, you can see that it's going to be Beastie at top, Wham mid of the pack. This win would mean the world to him. It would feel like it could secure a place in those playoffs. For Beastie, it just consolidates him at the top. Other side of the groups, we're still looking at Mia Micah to be a little bit of a wild card here. Looks like he wasn't able to paint an ugly picture for Loot MT and Marine Lord, though. Those two are still bruising and cruising. Top of the boards, 14 points apiece. But yeah, that rounds up the state of the groups. There's still a round to be played, though, so we're going to head to a short break. When we return, Beastie versus Wham will be your final set of the day, Saturday. See you soon. Did you drink the energy drink yet? You should have. We're not done. It's another series. And it's going to be another one of the Canadians. And these guys, they like their mid game, they like their late game. So it could be a very late night for a certain European. I'm, of course, talking about me and Myriad, but also Beastie. That's right. It is getting pretty late. For me, it's almost 11 p.m. For Beastie, it must be, what, close to 1 a.m.? He's a DGen gamer to a certain extent, Myriad, but there is an element of this is maybe getting beyond the chill zone when we remember that he has been live since, I think, midday.
It's tough, right? It's a tough situation for Beastie because of those reasons, whereas right now, of course, prime time in North America, the start of the evening, normally when the days for a lot of folk, they're very active around the world, so now, first matchup of the day. It is a bit of a rough one, I would say, for WAM, right? Mongols up against Byzantines on Dry Arabia. Historically, this has been pretty decent for Byzantines initially. When they first came out, it wasn't too bad for them. Then it became very good for Mongols, and I think recently it became really, really good for Mongols, especially because of the longer setup time now for Byzantines. They're even slower off the blocks than before. So, that's going to hurt.
Yeah, I think this is going to be an interesting matchup because, you know, you can even see it in the initial picks. The reality check of these two, Wham, he doesn't like it when he gets called a more defensive player, even though when you ask other pros, they'll say he's a defensive player. And he is compared to Beastie. Beastie's been the more aggressive party, and we can see that with the picks. So what this is about to be, folks, is a test. Attacker versus defender. The new meta, a little bit slower, theoretically better for a defensive party. Could it be good enough for Wham to get a win over Beastie? Or is aggro play gonna be the name of the game? We open up on Dry Arabia with the perfect civ to represent the new aggressive Groover Beastie. Mongols rather in the yellow, and Wham in the blue with the Byzantines.
Simply straight away opening onto the stone mine with the Byzantines, so looking to get up those systems nice and early for him. Not too worried about the Mongols' Dark Age shenanigans just yet, it seems like. Although Beastie is very likely to go for it, as 150 wood spent already, and judging by the positioning, it is likely going to be a barracks, and so it is.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. I mean, with the berry positioning alone, you target that all the time. We'll see if Wham's got some creativity juices flowing, a little bit like what we saw out of Anatan with his Byzantine build just before this series. My instincts is he's just going to go Limitane Flood to counteract this play. Tricky for the Byzantines. Normally, the biggest issue you run into here is you run out of resources before the Mongols when you have to keep committing to more spears.
Exactly. That difficult time is when you run out of those straggler trees, right? The more you commit to spears, the more wood you use from them, and there will come a point where you will need a lumber camp and a house and a mining camp as well. And that's normally when a lot of civs do break against the Mongols when needing to open spears like this. We never really need to, but if there's a choice you go for, that's a risk you have to be aware of.
It's like, in theory, if you go deep enough in the age, there is like this good feeling of, hey, I'm going to have, you know, system buff on 25 villages. Imagine that for the Dark Age. Whereas the stone's going to start to eventually expire, and it's only 70 stone flat anyway. But it's so deep in, it's just not a realistic goal to have in mind. Usually a Mongol player has eked out some sort of edge by then, especially with small details like the Khan, that can get those last hits on injured parties.
And already the Mongols double production paying fruit here, right? 2 spears, 3, now up to 4 on the field for Beastie. Meanwhile, Wham, only his second in queue now. Will take a little while for him to catch up, but ultimately it is Beastie who's going to be the aggressor. So on his side, he should be fine initially, depending on where Beastie decides to opt for this tower.
You could try to lean it between the berries and the stone. I think it's safer to just put it in the berries further away from your opponent's base, just so there's not a risk of a rush. And I like that. Just the deer shove to get it away. You know, we have to remember when we saw deer shoving really getting back into the meta swing of things, at the heart of it, there was 2 Canadians that were deeply responsible for it, I feel like. And it was, of course, Wham and Bobby Poor.
Absolutely. They were the innovators of the deer shove as we come to see it today. And they certainly has paid fruit for them, as it has for others by now as well. Basically, I mean, the dream world is to get the outpost up on those berries like we mentioned, especially with a secondary berries being directly in front of it as well, and there's no safe berries whatsoever for Wham's Byzantines in this game.
No, you got all the trees on the back, which is kind of the worst case scenario, I feel like, for this matchup. Preferably, you want to have like the berries at the back. Maybe you can afford to have the gold sacked on the forward because you don't need it once you reach feudal. So yeah, bit of a tough start in that regard for Wham. Beastie is now going to have to start squaring up. He does have the spearman advantage, but not in terms of raw numbers here right now. He's got a lot of boys running across.
Yeah, and it's always tough to try to get a tower placed as well in these spear wars in the Dark Age, even for the Mongols, right? Normally, in a lot of cases, if the opponent does open spear themselves, that removes the possibility of a tower, unless you bring something like 2 villages forward to rush it, but then it's always a very risky move, of course. Falling behind that economy and even losing those villages or the tower would really, really hurt. Well, he's moving on the gold now, so he's going to start gathering it, and the Mythology count's looking pretty healthy.
Yeah, especially with that initial hit the Beastie took. Definitely not a favorable trade there. You have to remember those Limitani do have more health as well. One thing that is going to be interesting to keep an eye on, though, is going to be the food. There's a big reason why Beastie shoved those deer further away. Wham can't be looking healthy on sheep after building this many Limitani in. That is not a healthy engagement for Wham at all. 2 of the villagers just about get out of the pinch.
Close call there for Wham. Accurate defense, I think, did just get activated just to offer us a little bit of respite there at the end. Luckily, the villagers managed to get away. Losing 2 down there would be a horrible blow for Wham to take at this point in time.
Okay, how about this for horrible? One's teching, one's not. You'd think it's the guy who built more spears. Nope, that's the stone generation perk. And the cost of these Limitani being higher, they're stinging Wham now.
Yeah, it definitely hurts. Wham needs to read through this and get his own age up coming soon, but at this point, just look at the gold compared to food. He's so far deep in this Dark Age, KP.
It's ridiculous. Like, this is the thing that most people learned very early on with Byzantines, why you can't do this, in particular against Mongols. They can do it much longer. It's always been the case. In fact, if we do a sheep check, I'm pretty sure Wham's down to maybe like 4, if not less. Okay, oof, a little bit better than I would. No, that's Beastie. Yeah, Beastie's Gucci. Wham's down to 5 sheep. And remember, those have all been clubbed. So, not a full 800.
Yeah, it's already a bit of a struggle here for Wham, right? I mean, you can't really go into growth so early. Your berries are... I wouldn't exactly call them safe, despite being somewhat into TC range. Winery's going to come up now.
Oh, he did get the outpost up, actually. He done something cheeky here. He set up an outpost on the system location, and now he has a garrison force. But there is still a location, if BC wanted it, on the south side of these berries that would block it.
Yeah, absolutely. And with the tech-up advantage now as well, the spearmen getting upgraded, archers are most likely going to follow here for Beastie, and that will make it so much harder for Wham here.
Yeah, and this is just not a fight that Wham can take anymore. The good news is he's wasting his opponent's time on the mining camp. And like right now, BC, he just wants to remove options, a tech out of tech type play. Even if it's not to go Castle Age, the fact that you're denying gold here means that Wham can't rush into blacksmith techs, so you can get clear edge and archers like you were talking about. And on top of that, even just eco techs, which would be so valuable with these system scaling.
Completely. The real issue here for Wham is that these berries under the Grand Winery, that is it for him in terms of food. The sheep are fast running out. He's already adding the first grove, already preparing for that painful transition he's going to have to make. So even if he doesn't manage to get all of these berries, what comes afterwards? The deer are all at the front on the right side. The berries are all at the front on the left side. It can't get more painful than that.
Yeah, and it's pretty obvious what Wham's going to have to do, right? It has to be archers. Not going to feel great about it because your opponent could easily turn this into a 1-1-1 build now and just pull away from spears entirely into Archer Keshik. Nice snipe of the Khan. Did at least get the arrow off to get the boys out. And he is trying to go back onto the gold again, but this may be a bit premature.
Premature indeed.
Can we check BC's vision? I don't think the archers are close enough to see. But that Khan snipe is why Wham thinks he can get away with it. Yeah, look at that. Sneaks it out.
There we go. Just manages. He might look to get a tower up there, but he has bigger problems now,
Yeah,
with this tower being torched down. No reinforcement either. It's gonna go down. The bounty goes over to Beastie as well. One goes down, and he's pushed off completely,
And
KP.
the systems. So the big problem there is Wham, he decided to seek shelter. Only 2 villagers made it in. The rest ran away, so he didn't have the full firepower to even contest that. That's now going to be a system loss. That's minus 125 stone and 50 resources for Beastie. Then he can lean around into the mining camp as well. You won't get any additional assistance at this stage. I mean, he could afford one, but you need to afford the aqueducts as well. Yeah, this is rough, man. I'm not really sure what Wham's meant to do with this anymore.
You have to really feel a little bit for Wham in this situation, right? The spawn, so unfavorable for him for a matchup like this. The secondary spawn in terms of food was just terrible for him as well. And obviously Beastie, of his caliber, is going to fully punish this kind of a spawn, and punish he did, as now even his starting berries, Wham, has no hope of getting.
Yeah, he's forced to go into Olive Groves super early under full pressure. Not a great feeling. It's not like he's going to be able to scale into Mercenaries either. Like, this is just... Yeah, I have a saying with Byzantines. If you play Byzantines without Mercenaries, are you really playing Byzantines? And the answer is most definitely not. Like, this is, at this stage, a shadow of a Civ. This is Byzantines in the 14th, 15th century.
Exactly right, and against full pressure like this from Mongols, the farm transition is likely going to kill you very prematurely in this kind of a game. And behind this Beastie, he can make a few more units, get some upgrades, and race towards the castle age if he likes. And with the man-at-arm flood and archer upgrade, what's Wham gonna do?
Go next, to keep it simple. We've even got an outpost coming up. That's going to be Yam. Means that fluid control of the fights is going to remain with Beastie. Wham's like, can I just... This one little... This one I can have, right? I'm not so sure you can, actually.
Yeah, it's looking pretty dire. Beastie's out on the day now as well.
Such
naturally
confidence.
as you would do. Yeah, I mean, what is even the threat at this point, right? Even as a horseman, you wouldn't be worried about at this point, because with what food can he get out any kind of threatening amount of horsemen? And Beastie just has to sit here, right? He just has to sit around these berries, occasionally check in on the day. And yeah, I mean, a full grove transition is in order here for Wham.
And this is the importance of the tower. It's going to allow him to just, like, alleviate any concern he's sneaking out. And that will just basically relax him into this castle play.
Exactly right. And I mean, even the mercenaries, it's not really an option for Wham at this point. The groves, 100 olive oil income per minute, is going to get him his first batch quite soon. I mean, one batch of mercenaries is way more. Way more will be needed to take care of this mass.
Yeah, I mean, you should probably go Lombos just so you have someone to poke back with, but... I think at this stage, Wham senses what's probably happening. You could think about Kurota in this type of game, but Step Readout just offers a lot more easy scalability. And there you go. Yeah, the other issue is, like, if you're on the timing, you'd rather have all that extra gold coming in than have to wait for pack up and then wheel the Kurotai over. By then, you could just have 10 Keshiks diving your opponent.
Exactly. So it's going to be a nice slow control Deja play for Beastie. Only 6, actually. You could have probably rushed it a bit more if you wanted, but you'd rather just, you know, buy this time. There's no real worry for him here. He just has to keep reinforcing this front line, make sure Wham does not get access to any external food. And behind it, you know, get the archer upgrades, get some men-at-arms going, and yeah, even Kurotai, which won't even be needed.
It's kind of funny how Byzantines gets ranked to the top in a lot of people's minds. Mongols gets ranked to the bottom. But when you put these two in the same arena, Mongols are the ones that get to bully.
Exactly. Is the beauty with the balance of the games nowadays, I think. Like, you know, theoretically some saves are S tier, some saves are the bottom of the barrel, but that's not necessarily always the case when matched up against each other, as we see here in Byzantine. Yeah, and Wham just knows there's no hope, really. GG is called. Swift game number 1 going over to Beastie.
Sometimes it's because you only got 4 sheep. Other times it's because the berries seem to want to be with your opponent more than they want to be with you. Either way, it leads to this type of discrimination. Beastie with a very quick opening game. We said it was late for him. He's got no time to wait around, no patience for it. 13 minutes under Arabia. The last time we just watched a Canadian on this map, it was, what, 50 minutes?
Exactly right. And what a game that was. But no shenanigans of that kind in this opening game here for us. Quite a good pickup here in terms of a matchup for BC as well. I'm certain that he was very, very happy with himself seeing Byzantines on the other side when picking Mongols in the civilization picker. And on Dry Arabia as well. This is a good win here for Beastie. And certainly sets him up for our next match, which looks to be, I think the locations are correct if I'm not wrong. It will be French for Beastie up against Wham's Odor of the Dragon on Carmel.
What's your feeling on that matchup? French or OOTD favored?
It's a bit of a weird one, right? It'll come down to a food situation. I think the OTD probably wants to get Castle ASAP. They might not even contest Pro Scouts. And then turns into a mid-game situation where... I mean, I think the French is kind of a better civilization in virtually every way than OTD, which makes it tough. Like, even as a scaling point, it's tough for OTD because French skills are better, I would say, so...
Yeah, you can't really play long feudal against them because the French knights, yes, the spears hit hard against them, but the reality check is healing over time. Then the castle play, like, you don't want to play knights yourself. You know, I always like to explain Gilded Knights quite simply as, would you rather have 2 Royal Knights or 1 Gilded Knight? Because that's the thing you're proposing, right? When you pay twice the price, you're essentially halving the opportunities to hit with a raid, because if you're looking at different locations. And on a map like Carmel, especially, you know, even with Pro Scouts, the golds tend to be exposed quite fast. So that raiding has a lot of potency to it. And that's before we even start talking about things like Royal Institute with the extra health that makes you feel like a Gilded Knight. It's going to be a scary one. Maybe Wham, I think we might be seeing something akin to what his brother done. So maybe we just get the 2 TC build and then try to hunker down for a later phase of the game. Could be a bit tricky against French, though, because I feel like that's a civ that could also 2 TC in response.
They very well could, especially nowadays. OTD can have some decent little timings with the Burgrave, maybe getting some knights out and pushing back any kind of initial French aggression, but it's always tough on a map like this, especially with the tiny gold that you do start with. That will run out so quickly, especially if you plan on making any Gilded Knights for that matter. But I think the 2TC can definitely be interesting here. It might have to come off of the back of a spear opening here for Wham, but as apparently is the case, that will not be the situation, as moving out into the day directly. The thing is that TC will have to be in a much more attractive position if he does go for it than his brother Poppypaw did, because, I mean, that knight from the French is likely going to be there just in time.
Exactly. The threat level is much higher if Wham wants to do that Canadian patented 2 TC Order of the Dragon build up against Beastie's French. Game number 2, and you know Beastie's going to be coming out the door swinging. The concern here, we talked about like attacker versus defender. We saw that cannot always work out very well for Wham in this matchup in terms of players. But is there any way where he could really play the aggressive role in terms of civs here?
Might be a tough call to make, especially in the feudal age. I mean, what do you really have going for you as Wham with the OTD here in a feudal fight? You have some great spearmen, but you have some men-at-arms. That's not going to do much against the knights. Maybe you could play into some kind of a horseman spearman situation that can usually do quite well against a knight archer composition, especially if you catch them off guard, but it's not a composition that scales very effectively into the mid-game, especially if you haven't taken favorable trades.
Especially the openings, because you'd be beginning spears, they'd be beginning knights, so that means that they could go onto the flank resources you cannot. The other issue with spearman opening to defend is it sucks for gilded spears, because you don't have as many entities, so it's harder to guard multiple angles and also attack at the same time.
Although if you do go for some kind of a TC play, it slows that down in turn, right? And there's no guarantee that you can stop a knight, or like enough gold for one knight being produced, which then just goes way past your spear and cancels your TC anyway, right? Risky, it would be risky opening. So Wham does not opt for it. He does opt, however, for a Dark Age Wheelbarrow as the OTD here. I think that's the first time I've ever seen this.
It's definitely not something I've seen often. Usually the thought process here is, you know, the movement you're going to do, you'll do early onto the deer. I mean, it's possible this is about TC timing, so have Wheelbarrow to run out, which would make more sense in this matchup than ones like the Mongol, because obviously there's French Knights. So you would need to be quick out to place the TC.
Exactly. I mean, part of me does wonder whether it's a play towards a very, very fast castle age here for Wham. I mean, Wheelbarrow would actually slow that down a little bit, but the echo, the economy increase that it affords might be worth it.
It's the kiting, right? Like, the idea is you shouldn't be able to reach me, so you can just kind of, like, pivot against the early knights, maybe?
Yeah.
It could be a creative play, especially if you think that French are going to go for pro scouts here, which, I mean, we're on Carmel, right? It doesn't get more tempting than this. This is full Emperor Sidious behind you, just saying, do it, as you hover over the button.
Difficult temptation to resist without a chance. But now, I mean, it's a possibility for Beastie himself to opt into maybe a 2TCA, like you mentioned the possibility of, but it's not something that you do, you know. It has to be a response to something almost.
It's opportunistic, yeah. There was a time where it was the default builds, and French was very good at it, but players have gotten so much better at exploiting the value of timings around early nights.
Absolutely. Now, Mindlock is going up with 2. Very slow and controlled age up for Wham here. There's decent macro on wood behind this as well, so unlikely to be any castle rush shenanigans. But it is a move out onto the stone instead. It might be a 2TC, as we foresaw.
Timing on this, though, feels pretty bad, no? If you want to go loose with the TC.
Yeah, I do agree. Like, I was wondering if maybe Wham wants to opt in to get 1 or 2 gilded spearmen out instead before opting for that stone gathering and placing of the TC. That's not the case here instead. I mean, the timing, it's...
Okay.
It might work out if he drops it in that southern corner, right?
This is tough now. So Wham, I think he's going to bait himself into a trick here. So the scout is going to keep an eye on the knight. And based on the knight's movement, he's going to go the opposite direction. But Beastie was already on the stone. He actually just revealed himself there. He's now playing the mind games like, by the way, I know. So don't you dare think about dropping that TC outside of the base.
Part of me wonders whether that's something Beastie might have wanted to allow Wham to do in order to punish it severely. But then again, I mean, very retracted food-based TC on a map like this is way harder to punish than other ones. So much food access, right? It means it's any kind of all in is so tough, especially against OTD.
It's just that one night, though. Like, if you go out for the TC, you'll lose against him. Like, just a little bit of kiting, clubbing, occasional recharges. It's just not going to work. So, the smart read. I think BC's just, like, 2 steps ahead here. He forces defensive TC while also simultaneously going pro scouts. If this had been a TC drop on the deer, probably pro scouts a little bit too slow to punish. But with such a low-value town center, BC is off to a phenomenal start in game 2.
Yep. And 2TC on this map, I think, has some underexplored value, I would say. And that seems to be what the Canadian brothers are leaning into on this map in particular. However, against a civ like the French, it can be very difficult. The natural scaling of the villages behind it. Pro scouts now in as well, so the day are going to be up for grabs. And the tough part for Wham now will be actually defending his day from being taken. With knights hitting the field, archers likely to follow as well. All of the economic upgrades now in queue for Beastie behind this.
Yeah, I mean, why stop at 8 scouts? Why don't you just go 12? It's Carmel. Go crazy.
And you really can, right? And what's really Wham going to do to stop this? He needs the space, without a doubt. He needs the space to secure his gold and his base. And he will also need it to secure that food on the left side. That's so much food that if he wants to have any chance of contesting in this game, he'll need to get. Otherwise risk ending up in a similar situation as the first one.
So, we talked about the entity issue. Your spears are very high value, but they are low quantity. Makes it very hard to get out. I mean, I wonder if Beastie maybe just need to go mass knights, per se, versus like a semi-fast castle, just to secure relics. Just kind of take away the one line of hope for OOTD here. Also important on this map for both sides, considering how limited gold is.
Now there's a move out onto that secondary gold there for Wham. The first one is running pretty thin now, so might as well get that secured while he has the breathing room to do so before the pro scouting day really kicks in and BC's food income skyrockets to unprecedented levels.
Looks like we do have the archers.
Yeah.
I think maybe BC's targeting a feudal in timing here.
It could be a move, right? I mean, if you play full food denial here as Beastie, and you manage to prevent Wham from moving out, sneaking out onto any of the boars or any of the dares, that could very well work, right?
And we are getting Wham's walls now.
It's starting.
You know, my favorite part about Wham is when you confront him on his prolific walling. He usually says something along the lines of, "You gotta do it. Everybody does it. You gotta do it." Like, I don't know if you've heard these type of stuff. He always does everything. Man goes, "Oh yeah, everyone else does it. You gotta do it." I swear to God,
I have
nobody does this on Carmel. Nobody.
Big part of Wham's walls in particular are, I'll hold that thought as we see this little clash here. One of the knights does go down to the spearman, second one being chased now. The wall is going to go up for no real cost there for Wham besides some excessive idle time, but one of the knights do go down.
He does have archers here now, so should be able to start breaking through, but definitely, yeah, problematic that knight loss. Just so tricky to stop OTD's build speed on that wall, especially when they commit that many villages. Yeah, well, it is going to be a target to cast Lace down. Makes sense when he sees the knights coming. Gilded Crossbowman is going to be the golden solution. Even against archers, technically, if you can get them out quick enough, Expos is your savior.
That's true. The extra range makes it possible for them to trade pretty effectively against the archers as long as they kite and have a safe place to fall back into. In this case, there will be a base, of course. So we'll be very strong on the defense. The Gilded Crossbow's an amazingly useful unit in this kind of a situation. But again, same problems we talked about before. This gold here. This is the only gold access Wham has access to, right? He has a tower on it, but the tower, I don't know if it's connected to the network from the TC. I don't believe so.
I think the mining camp maybe clutches him. Yeah, I think it's the mining camp that's got him in range.
Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Just in range. So that'll be helpful for now. But the food is also going to become a real issue here for Wham. And yeah, we'll see a reinvestment here. Horseman instead. Should be a decent play here. Question is whether they can get enough of them.
There's villagers in the corner from Wham. Okay, yep. Well, that it's ambitious to think Araslitz is going to come through here. He needs to get the troopers over here fast. So yeah, BC just trying to force the fight so archers can trade out. Actually holding back a little bit.
Yeah, there's enough spears here to definitely scare away the knights from torching the tower. Though Araslitz comes in at least. But only one horseman, 2 out now. Ooh, so much damage.
BC is just still an all-in collision path here. Pro Scouts is yoinking away more options. It looks like we have got a ball pull on the east side. I wonder if BC could just try to prioritize the front side of the base instead. Like you said, the gold. Just keep Wham locked in this age.
Yeah. Well, the gold is an important factor here, without a doubt, for Wham. That might be holding him back in the future, but I think I do understand why BC is prioritizing the food so much, right? Ultimately, if Wham just keeps scaling his villages and keeps making spearmen, horsemen, none of them cost gold, he can theoretically win out in terms of a composition with just access to food and wood. Yes, his key upgrades in already by now, right? Undermesh as well as Bloomery, these are the most important ones, and he does have them.
Especially the horsemen, I think, like more so than just spears. Like you can kind of body against knights to a certain degree if you have that infinite food type feeling. And also, it just turns it into a true food race. Like, you know, even if your opponent's 2TC has like a 15 villager lead, it's not much wood on this map near your base. So, good luck with the farms.
You can see just how effective that the French villager production speed is. Even now, only 2 villagers behind. Sure, Wham lost 1, and they are OTD villagers, but that's, I mean, they're pretty much neck and neck.
And we also have Beastie going all in. We talked about this, attacker versus defender. He's not going to let Wham play his game. He's going for siege engineering.
Yeah, definitely going to be a play onto this tower initially, maybe towards that second town center later on, but it is so condensed. It's a tough position to all in with rams. And when you get into those choke points, it becomes even tougher for these knights to maneuver properly And against Gilded Spearmen, one slip-up means a lot of dead knights, right?
Mm-hmm. I mean, we saw it a little bit earlier. They feel like they're made of plastic against those. So got to show the appropriate respect. And food is at least accessible now, but I think the key concern is going to be wood and gold. He has got that back tree line as Order of the Dragon, so wood will be fine. Funnily enough, he's going back to the food again.
Yeah. It makes sense, right? It's so tough to all in, like the actual base in this situation. All of Wham's economy is spread out towards that deer pack. Well, the bulk of his food economy is in that deer pack in the south and the boar on the right, as well as the deer pack there. Now, even more villagers migrating towards that right side as Wham sees the commitment from Beastie towards the left instead. The Ram's likely headed directly towards that tower in the south. I mean, if Beastie can kill those villagers, that's a big gain. Scouts do spot out this operation here now, though.
There would be a rotation. The problem is the spears could easily intercept him. So yeah, dive to the south side. A bit tricky with that fire armor now.
One villager has no space.
This is what villager? It's a magic trick. Look, he disappeared. Okay, so he's gonna sacrifice a few archers? Oh no, that's a lot of horsemen. Beastie.
Splitting the army.
Phone. And the ram finally caught up. The archers need to regroup and deal with those Gilded Spearmen. He's running out of map to retreat on, though. But he blocks just in time to save the knights. Goes in for the 8-click on the north side, but these Gilded Spearmen are going to feast on those knights.
And this is the tough part with Carmel here, right? You overextend behind the base, and this is the result of which, right? The Gilded Spearmen doing so much damage against the knights and the OTD.
Did he reroll? He rerolled. He actually blocked him in here.
Oh no.
That is ridiculous timing. So BC can do ring of roses here or go through the TCs. He could technically circle to the east side deer now because the spears are now behind him.
But the army count is not looking very good anymore for BC. He still has so much deer out of the TC courtesy of Carmel, right? But now all of Wham's own deer is also opened up for him.
Oh my god, BC's hitting the east side. He wasn't looking at this. So he gets a strike in, but it comes at a high price for the French knight count.
Behind an army and behind in villages is not the kind of spot you want to be in against OTD as any civilization in the game. That's for sure.
It is crazy. We have proxy racks in the center and the 8k secure. So Beastie, he's going to ramp up pressure. Like, he's not letting this go to Castle Age.
Yeah, I mean, he has no other choice, right? He can't decide suddenly to macro up behind this. I mean, the destroyed value tells no lies. Double in favor now for Wham. His only choice really is to double down here and try to catch Wham in a greedy castle age, as he would assume off the back of a good fight. Oh, I mean, I can just go castle now, right? BC instead heavily reinvesting. It is a prudent choice.
Gotta be careful. Needs those spears to arrive. There aren't many of them right now. Nice. A little bit of a muddied affair in this engagement. Good target fire by the archers, but not quite enough damage to one-hit the spears. A trickle of spears could be actually enough for BC to break this fight. Wham! Yeah, he needs to get out of here, but it's going to be an ugly retreat.
Yeah, slight overcommitment there from Wham. Bit of overconfidence from his previous victory in the last fight there in the south of his base. And now Wham rushing towers up instead.
Oh my god.
Necessary.
Yeah, this is going to be double ram, just to clear it. And this is the awkward thing. 2 tower defense has a downside, is E-repairs will only serve to protect one of them. So
that's right.
Should be an easy clean for Beastie. Wham, he has at least got the resources stockpiled. So Castle Age on the horizon. The question mark is whether he's going to be able to stockpile additional gold to do things with.
Yeah, that is the question here. Belgrade coming up way safe behind in the base there. Near the food gathering. Now, Wham has cut units completely to make this happen. Whether that's worth it or not, we'll have to see. I mean, he has a good amount of gold in the bank. He could theoretically get out a lot of gilded crossbows with that, but I mean, with this mixed composition now from Beastie, it muddies the waters in terms of what the right unit is. I mean, gilded crossbows will do well against everything, but really, they only counter knights directly, and the mass is going to become a serious problem soon.
I think that's the challenge. Like, how do you get enough? And you'll probably go on with Vet Spearman as well. Yeah, there's the priority. Here's another interesting detail for you. Beastie just set up an outpost on the west side of the base. So the 1 gold option that Wham would have he'd be seen going to.
Exactly. Unless somehow Wham spots
Wait,
the outpost and veers on the edge.
Hold on. That was the deer gatherers. Beastie knew that they left, but I think he assumed they went back into the base. So he doesn't know about that gold income. Horsemen, in the meantime, are going to start cutting reinforcements. This is a big deal. Spearman now coming out just in time to scare him away. But now, this is urgent. Beastie needs damage. He's not even aware of it. Wham will have gold.
And that gold is so important for Wham right now. If that gets spotted out, that gold could be the very difference between a win and a loss here for either of these players. Beastie, there is no intention of Castle whatsoever behind this. You can see the massive investment into units behind this. All resources are going into units right now. The gold float is getting a little bit out of hand for him as well as the food struggles start to kick in.
Rams
left
going to start
the
getting answered.
Yeah.
A bit of a housing issue for a moment there for Wham. Looks like as we dive towards the berries, Spearman will be able to scare him away. So not too many economy losses there for Beastie. Still within the range of acceptable. But acceptable for how long? Gilded Knight and Gilded Crossbowman just got queued up.
Yeah, crossbow production is going to start now, right? And with access to gold, that will not be an issue for Wham to afford. Now, of course, it's a limited amount of gold. There's only so many villages there, only 5 of them, yeah. So it's a little trickle of gold, but much necessary here for Wham.
I think you just go crossbows. Like the Knight... The Knight is... One of them is good for a raid. The problem is the Knight is probably going to give away that you have gold access, because it's a hell of an investment.
Exactly. And even men-at-arms getting added in here by Wham. I mean, I understand it against the spears and archers, but you really have enough otherwise.
Nice fight here right now. Beastie able to peel onto the villagers, scares them away. Spear count is filling quite fast, actually. These do respect this. Remember, these are veteran spears, so they absolutely annihilate French Knights. There's going to be an outpost now towards those berries. Might be worth getting some arrow slits here for Beastie. And the Gilded Knight has now arrived. At this point, Beastie is probably saying along some of the lines of, where is his gold? Like, where is he getting this?
Yeah.
In fact, I'm starting to wonder if Beastie even has scouted that gold. Because it's so on the edge of the map.
Yeah, it's so
Okay,
inconspicuous. Yeah, he must see it. He must see it, but it's so tough to read, right? Like,
I think
this is
doesn't
such a
matter to
risky
him.
play.
Like, this is ridiculous. Look at the difference in military now. This has to be it. I mean, Wham, he tried to sliver his way through this, but we talked about a new era Beastie. A man fixed on aggression, and I think this is maybe one of the truest embodiments we've seen from him today. Doubles down upon doubles down upon doubles down to win it in feudal against Order of the Dragon.
What a way to do it as well. Beastie taking game number 2 here against Wham. Another quick game in the new Beastie fashion. Now all-out aggression. Game after game here from Beastie against Lucifron, as well as against Wham here. Beastie making his mark with his newfound aggression.
Yeah, it feels like the playstyle that he was leaning into more with the first EGC event is still the way to go, at least based on what we're seeing here in the Elite Classic 3. It's paying off in huge dividends, and makes sense if you think about it, even if it's not the meta that we settle on over time. What you have to remember is when you introduce new civs, new maps, new meta, attacking is the favorable direction to take because people haven't figured out the mutations yet on how to defend through those scenarios.
That's right. And so many players are eager to test out some strategies and some other plays, especially with the new civs that they haven't shown in the past to others, except in practice. And oftentimes, some brutal, unrelenting aggression can be the way to completely cut that possibility.
Yep, and you know, it's interesting to think about the way this is playing out. I mean, people, like, I remember talking to a few and they thought that like this would be the patch for Wham and Poppy Paw in particular because, you know, they do better, I think, when the meta is a little bit deeper in the game. I think that's where they're more comfortable. It's definitely where their playstyles seem to embellish, Wham in particular, but it doesn't feel like it's there yet. And this next map is a scary one, Myriad. We're talking about Sacred Grove, a map that we cooked up. And the entire intent with this was to create a map that gave safety in the beginning and then paranoia and concern as it went on. With the Pro Scouts meta shifting a little bit as well, that paranoia has actually grown. And it's a little bit like Gorge in some ways, but also has those dividers to a bigger extreme. So I like to think that it takes healthy elements from something like Hidden Valley in terms of like creating lanes on the map, but in a way that is approachable. The concern here is this matchup may not be approachable for Delhi. It's the classic one. John, who usually ends up farming on the Ghazi and getting those level 3s a little bit too quick.
A very classically volatile matchup here, right? And very tough initially for the Delhi, I would say. Now that can ease up a little bit later in Fudo as long as you take some good fights and you get a stable foothold on those sacred sides. But it's difficult, right? I mean, you want to go into spears, of course, to deal with the knights, and then you need Ghazis to deal with any archer play from JD. But against melee John, that's so ripe for a Holy Smite to deal a lot of damage and swing the tide of the fight. Now, the early mass that Delhi can get out is not to be underestimated, but it can be very, very tough for them historically against Night Civs, right? And getting a Castle Age on a map like this is not that easy with how exposed you are outside of your base.
I feel like Beastie baited him here. If you look at his draft, Marlians makes so much sense for Sacred Grove, right? I think like John probably fits into the deeper picture better than Marlians for like maybe Phrygian or Enlightened Horizon. So although you could play either one here, I think there's maybe an element of Wham was expecting something else, because this has been one of the few banes of Delhi's existence historically. Let's see if it ends up being the curse for Wham or maybe the beginning of a recovery. Hop into game number 3. Beastie already on match point in the yellow vision. And over here, hoping to find some way of striking back. Wham on the Delhi. And you know what the sad part is, Mary? We talked about like offensive versus defensive Civ matchups and the offensive being favored. Credit to Wham, he tried to choose an offensive Civ. But Beastie seems to have one-upped him here.
One-upped him indeed, as likely will be Wham, who eventually ends up on the defensive with the Delhi Sultanate. As I mentioned, the amount of units that Delhi can get out early, especially if Beastie does opt for professional scouts with JD, can actually be very, very scary for French or JD in this kind of a situation. And of course, Dome of the Faith and the extra scholars providing quite a bit of boosted research time means that you can hit a timing with Delhi where if the French is not ready with enough archers and knights, then the massive Ghazis and spears will allow triple cap on the sides, after which it turns around very quickly in Delhi's favor.
It's definitely a snowball-oriented matchup on either side here. And I'm curious to see if BC will try for the Pro Scouts. It feels like it's a little bit of a stretch against Delhi openings at the moment. The deer is close enough, you might even be able to just shove it into the base. There's one thing with Sacred Grove is like that central lane that's already a priority because of reach to the enemy base becomes an even higher priority because there's 2 deer stacks in there.
That's right. And those deer will be a big, big point of contention for these players, especially for Beastie on Jeanne d'Arc, as that food access will be so pivotal for him to be able to get off enough knights to fully contest Wham's mass. Is ultimately going to be a quality against quantity type of situation in this matchup. A School of Cavalry, now on the way for Beastie.
There's another...
No Dark Age wheelbarrow shenanigans,
No.
but it's difficult with JD and French.
That does potentially keep the door open for like Pro Scouts. Usually, like, the first sign of are we getting PS is do we have wheelbarrow? If you have wheelbarrow, probably not Pro Scouts. But another thought on this map is like one of the difficulties is like Delhi, they can raid as well, but one French knight is going to do a lot more damage to villagers than 2 Ghazi, right? That's the reality check. So normally you're forced to be defensive here as Delhi. You're meant to go for a Rax opening, but I've noticed more and more players just trying to be greedy and play Ghazi opening. On certain maps, thumbs up. Sacred Grove is not a map where I'm convinced that is a safe direction to trend in.
Depends who you ask. I mean, I personally think, frankly, I think opening Ghazi is the only way to play this matchup as Delhi. But depending who you ask, they will tell you that spears should be the preferred option. That's a nice thing, that the preferences could really inform a lot of interesting gameplay and variations in these situations. The Ghazi can afford so much value. Trading out against the knights early and making sure to heal the Ghazis later on means that when it does come to actually taking the sites, you have an HP advantage over your opponent. Can make it very easy to cap those sites and maybe even force out an early chivalry.
The tricky part usually comes to the fact you have to have more Ghazi. Like, you have to kind of keep the Ghazi together, right? Like, Knights theoretically could raid multiple locations. They can be everywhere, whereas Ghazi, I think, need to stay together. So it's that same logic as, like, the last game of Gilded Knights, where we're like, okay, like, if I have one killed a knight or 2 knights, and I need to find your economy, 2 knights has a better probability of finding your economy, right? So that's like one big conundrum. One thing I will say about this matchup that's quite interesting with that detail, where Ghazi were meant to, in people's minds when they were theory crafting this, be favored, is that when you see Jean, you can run away, right? Like, that's meant to be a huge edge. The problem is it became a double-edged sword because you also are a huge bank of XP waiting to be farmed.
That's right. And those Ghazis do give over a lot of experience if they do fall down. So pressure of Micro, at least initially, definitely on Wham if he does opt for that Ghazi opening. He has to be so careful to keep them alive, otherwise the entire value will then be lost. No production buildings dropped for him just yet. Looking to decide what he veers into. Just now he dropped something. Have to see what that is. But Proscar priority in for Wham, right? So no horticulture priority. And it's going to be barracks opening for him. So definitely defensive mindset here.
Melee Jean, always forever and ever until the end of time in this matchup. I mean, I think I've seen in the last 6 months someone try and do range Jean once against Delhi. That was all we needed to see to know it's never a good idea. Because there's aforementioned Ghazi. Yeah, there's just... There's some matchups where, like, I feel like range Jean is the majority these days, but there's a few matchups where melee Jean is mandatory. And this is one of them.
Yeah, absolutely right. It's just so much value to be gained, because typically Delhi does want to go into that full melee composition, at least initially, so melee Jean can gain so much value from that if utilized properly. The spear opening here for Wham is going to push away any kind of harassment from BC's Knights. A nice thing with the spear opening for Delhi here is that you do have safe gold mining, at least for this point in time, right? Until any archers show up, or in this case, Jean.
Yeah, she changes the plan a little bit. So Ghazi now getting queued up behind. The tricky part about what Wham's done here, needs to turn it into a counterplay fast. So I think Spears makes a lot of sense against all-in aggro. It feels very weak compared to the Ghazi if you're up against Pro Scouts. And this is a greedy Pro Scouts opening from Beastie.
Absolutely. I mean, with only one knight out on the field, and Sanctity is in queue and speeding along at this point. Stable is up now as well. Blacksmiths to follow, likely either Bloomery or Undermesh will be the choice. But Wham, I wonder how much of Beastie's John Dark games he has watched, because there's a very real possibility that Beastie doesn't lean into archers here, but no, it is dropped, so it is going to be archers. He's going to play it safe, as the mass knight JD strategy has been proven quite successful for him.
I think, again, when you play French, it makes more sense, right? Because you have a leaning economy that gradually favors you, so you know you'll always, over time, get ahead of knights. Whereas with Jean, you're more frugal. You don't have that scaling eco in the same way. But what you can have is a lot more value out of these early brawls. So when you play Jean, I think, compared to French, it's more about undeniable blockage on the sacred sites. Whereas French can kind of afford to just decap you and only give you one.
Speaking of, Wham is feeling ready now to make a move onto those sides. It seems like he's not going to try to go for a triple cap or even a double cap, which is probably a wise choice against so many knights and map control from the knight play, in this case Beastie, of course. So he's going to take it bit by bit, start with the left one, go to the center, and then maybe, if he feels confident enough, make a play towards what is looking to be Beastie's home sacred site with the way the map has spawned.
Beastie, he's missing the blacksmiths here. Really important to hit those timings when you play against Delhi. It's the oppressive edge that they have. I think it's actually why, like, you know, if you go back before we had new Civs OP introduced, for a lot of climbing players, gold, plat, etc., Delhi was the nightmare. So honestly, I feel like if you saw a Delhi player down those ranks, you suspected they were smurfing anyway. Because they force you to interact with a lot of things I think for, like, casual audiences is not as quick on the mind, such as, like, blacksmith decks. At least not in, like, optimal time. Right? I always say the kings of the pack for doing that is Delhi, China, and Shushi. If you do not understand the matchup and your blacksmith timings, there's one fight coming up that's going to roll you.
Exactly right. You have to be so careful with the way these timings work out, because ultimately, in this kind of a matchup, that first fight typically determines the game in a lot of cases, unless there's any other severe blunders from either side later on. the first side is going to be firmly under Wham's grasp now. He's trying to find an angle to look for a play on the second, but with these beastie knights running around, it's not going to be that easy as the second villager now goes down for Wham.
Every
And
little
the knights
counts.
will get away free for now. None of them do going down just yet.
Yeah, and Chivalry's on the way, so this gets more problematic. BC's going for the 1-1-1 builds. Well, I'm not ready for that. I mean, I've wondered about this type of format. I quite like it for Jean in this Delhi matchup. It used to be on the Tower of Victory meta. It would have felt incredibly bad. But with the Dome of Faith days, you know, although Delhi got a lot of scalability, they also lost from volatility in the early stages. Speaking of that scalability, Wham is already trying to go Castle Age with 5 scholars.
5 scholars and only 1 sacred site as well, whereas once again suffering a beastie raid, but no villages go down this time around, so well done in sidestepping that. Yeah, I mean, Castle in this position as Wham, it's not exactly a cozy spot to be in as Delhi, right? You don't normally want to go Castle from a position of weakness, rather from a position of power with map control on the sites. So going like this, it can work, but it's a very, very risky situation.
What was that stone gathering for? Spring placement?
Arrow slits, maybe.
Okay, yeah, just arrow slits. I think like maybe he's going to tech and then get a spring placement. It's just from the normally arrow slits. Okay, I mean, this is a lot of burn power. Arrow slits trying to hold back. House of Learning is going to be coming in, though. Beastie doesn't see it right now because the hilarious thing about pro scouts is they are actually false advertising. They are terrible at scouting.
Absolutely. All they want to do is pick up deer all day, and they don't care to tell you what they actually see the opponent doing whilst doing so.
Yeah, I swear, like this. I think like they should just call it ADD tech. You know, it's just like, what was I doing today? Oh yeah, deer. Let me just pick that up.
The deer are being picked up. Beastie taking the lion's share now, I believe.
Yeah, not really much.
Just a few of Whams away, if I'm not mistaken.
DC, this I'm sensing a game a little bit like the last one where he might not go for attack. It's a bit trickier against Delhi because of the war elephants, though.
It is, but with such a greedy Delhi Castle Age, it might be a possibility. And the fact that Beastie has already prepped Spearmen, I think you're right, KP. He has zero intention of going Castle Age. The Spearmen are in preparation of any war elephant shenanigans, but now that he sees the age up, the time has come to strike, and Wham's army, there's nothing but spears.
Age 3 is overrated. BC already has enough age. He's an old man here. He's going to dive in. Divine Restoration gets activated. A few knights to chase after the villagers and archers to camp out the spearmen and block them with Jean. Is an absolute raider. And the villagers had to migrate the base. They've ran to the south side of the secondary goal just to escape this. Jean is getting target fired down by the outpost, so a big life claim there, an important one. BC does have the goal coming up soon to buy back. In the meantime, the knights... this tick-up has been standing there. House of the Dented for a long time. No one seems to be learning on this one. Skull's going to be pulled to try and go for the heal. The archers are now starting to target fire them down. Surely Wham can't survive this. This is ridiculous.
He's definitely saved a lot more villagers than I would have expected someone to save in this situation. Gotta save that tower and the TC.
They aren't moving though, Myriad. They've literally been standing next to the goal. They're running across the map right now. He had 20 plus idle villagers this entire bloody time. This is ridiculous. All right, he's like,
the
screw
mesh
this.
is in for Beastie, so theoretically this could actually keep going.
Yeah, but he is going to get the tech. He done it. He's somehow done it. And only lost 5 workers so far this game. What the hell was that?
How? Genuinely, how did he only lose 3 in that dive? That's insane.
It's okay, though. Now he's going to lose more because he can't afford them.
Yeah.
5 food income a minute.
Luckily, the food is just coming in time. But this is actually leaves Beastie in a bit of a tricky spot here, right? Like, do you age up or do you commit to feudal now? I mean, I think you want to... yeah.
He just queued up siege engineering. Do you really want to ask that question?
Well, what a shame I missed it. How could I ever think otherwise, right?
Right. I thought... Like, did you not realize this is just a rerun of the last game? All right, like, or the dragon, like it was ordered at the Delhi. You just weren't paying attention to the names, Myriad.
That's true.
Same matchup.
Beastie looking to retain the former success of his French and JD picks that he found a lot of good success with in the last EGC tournament.
Does he go Guildhall here? I mean, like, there's not much value in Royal Institute after what just happened here.
There's
Right.
not, and especially not against Delhi in general, right? Because of the elephants. The Guildhall gives you a very nice scaling point behind it, and makes the possibility of it, something like a Delhi Fast Imp, much less likely. Of course, I don't imagine that's going to be on the cards this game.
A boy can dream, and boy might need to. It is going to be Royal Institute, though, from BC, so definitely a little bit surprised. Now, the gold starvation is real, and Beastie's already guarding the east side, so check this. If you look between the stones, there's a scout waiting, and that is desperation.
That is desperation on another level.
That is...
Going out so many villages on that goal.
That's like being so hungry that you'd sell your full mortgage and house rights for a hamburger. Like, that is ridiculous. I can't believe it. I mean, he still has food issues as the other conundrum now.
Yeah. I mean, there's no other hope, right? Like, what else can you do in this situation? Wham ended up in this situation, by my opinion, with a slightly greedy castle age there, and now it's really biting him. And that gold is, yeah, that's the next target for Beastie.
And he is going back for those knights as well. Scale him again. I mean, props to him. A lot of people, I think, after losing those knights would have just had Guildhall as a fallback. Doesn't mean you stop attacking, but it gives you, like, a clear timing down the line, even if you don't get the kill. The Beastie wants every single ounce of juice that lemon can be squeezed for. Denies the relic returning home. It's only one bank so far. And we have got a full Benny Hills. They've ran all the way back home just to get back on this gold. Just to then probably be pushed off the gold again and then go back to the other gold.
When will it ever end, right? And the scout, of course, still stays in their position to spot that eventual second Benny Hill. That will be happening without a doubt.
And just throws that little treat. Good scout. Well done. We'll be back soon. All right, let us, like, squawk if you see them come, like, just anything to let us know. Even Gambeson's in a rush here.
Yeah, that's somewhat surprising. I wonder if he's worried about the possibility for an elephant here, which makes sense, I guess.
I mean, I don't
But
feel like
with what
Gambeson's
resources?
helps you much against elephants, though.
No, it won't.
I mean, if the elephant reaches that point, then
Alright.
it's a bit of a struggle anyway.
Oh, that feels like a cheap shot. Jean's right is in. He went crossbows. The perfect game for this. Not a single war elephant in sight. That would require food that Wham will only see when he picks out one of those cheap microwavable burgers and eats it tonight while crying after a wipe. Beastie is looking to make sure that food gets to his belly much quicker here. And this looks over. Before, he somehow survived and we praised it. But now it's 17 worker kills and only scaling. He'll go for a wall or clutch here. That buys him 7 more seconds. And in we go.
There's one more relic, or another Wololo potential here, but I don't think there's a second scholar actually, so that might not be much of a choice.
Did he pick up
But
the
this
wrong
is-
one? He
yeah.
did pick up the wrong one. A 3-0 to round out the day. And a reminder that Beastie has got a tight schedule to keep. He wants to get to bed.
That he does, and secures himself a relatively early bedtime than what could have been the case otherwise. And Beastie, in a stunning fashion, 3-0 up against Wham. Tough day for the Canadian brothers.
Yeah, not been kind to them so far. And I think we're starting to kind of paint the final full picture on what's going to be happening here, right? We still do have some games to be played, day 4, round 7. So there are still a few queries to be proposed, right? Outcomes to be decided. But, like, there are obvious details here, such as the fact that Beastie is now unequivocally top of the group after winning every single series. We've got, we knew Corvinus and Voldemar was out. I think Wham has got a thin chance to qualify, and his fate will be in the hands of someone he's matching up against Brother, because Lucifron and him are like on the cusp of elimination. Like, it's crazy. I mean, I like to see it this way. Obviously, there's always going to be someone that dominates the groups, but I think we've still got like 4 slots at least that are question mark between elimination or qualify.
Always a very, very tense situation in the center of those groups. Those are points. Anyone could really go through. It comes down to these last performances when it matters the absolute most, and every single game counts, not just the series, for those points to rack up and secure themselves the spot in the main event for the top 8.
Yeah. And by the way, we have confirmation, like in the case of Beastie, as long as he doesn't drop 3-0 to B, which will happen tomorrow, by the way, he will be top of the groups. That is like undeniable. The other one that we know is super tight is Louis MT and Marine Lord, that are both necking towards that final slot. And both of them have what should be easier targets, SAS for Louis and me and Micah for Marine Lord, so not someone in the top 4 currently. So yeah, like, kind of sweaty matchups to happen. But based on what we've seen here today from Beastie, I mean, I think the B versus BC one's going to be explosive. B has proven he doesn't want to play slow as well. He tends to play creative, and I think even Beastie's willing to admit that that can be his kryptonite in this type of environment. You know, he's played a lot of pub games, but that means he hasn't had as much time for scrimming, practice behind the scenes, whereas B thrives in these early day environments, similar to how why the Spanish Bros do. You know, for B, it's that creative mind. For the Spanish Bros, it's that iterative process through their regular scrimming.
Yeah, completely. And B and Beastie tomorrow will be quite the set to watch out for, right? B, if he wants to finish first in his group, he will need to 3-0 Beastie for that to happen. Definitely a tall order, but if anyone can do it in the group, it will be him.
Yeah, and we have a situation where maybe neither of the Canadians are going to qualify. So tomorrow, I believe it's Puppy Paw versus Dumu, which could actually be quite a tight one. And then Wham's final opponent is going to be Vortex, we said. So yeah, it might be I actually see double Chinese making it through because CSO is edging on qualification, but he has to prove himself against Lucifron, someone who has been able to claim games against before. But folks, it's been a long day in some ways, a short one in the other. Thanks, Beastie. But we are ready to come to a close. So reminder, we have still got one more day of the group stage, and you can see how things are painting the picture there. Voldemar and Corvinus is full commiserations. There's no comeback from that. Wham, Lucifron, CSO, Vortex. Actually, CSO, Lucifron, Wham, all still in contest. Vortex secure, and B with a very rare opportunity to try and upset that top spot balance for Beastie. And we were just talking about Group B being phenomenally tight at the top. And then, do you guys even score for the rest? SAS is having a miserable time. Mio Micah has plummeted to the point there may be no recovery. Unless, I think, maybe if Puppy Paw and Dimu get 3-0 swept.
Very tight situation here in the group stages. So tomorrow will be the deciding day as to the determining factor for who will go into the top 8 for this year's Elite Classic 3. I'm shaking. It's going to be quite fierce.
It's a beauty, right? Like, I think there's still some clear front runners in people's minds. Marine Lord, Louis MT there. Beastie is always a classic in the running, but I think there's still things to be said about Vortex. Lucifron obviously had a bit of a down day, but I think people are still holding up a candle there. And of course, B, undeniable. I mean, his performances the midweek muster spoke of themselves. He now has the lead track record for our weekly circuit. He has more wins than anyone else. He's looking to set a new win streak, and he's doing so in dominant fashion time and time again. So, an epic event, and this is the way I love it, Myriad. I don't want to know who's going to win. I hate it. I always hate, like, the thing I hate over the years about RTS is when you're like, oh yeah, blah blah's going to win, because he always wins. Yawn. Get over that. I want to see different winners from different regions every single tournament, and I love the fact that every region still has reps in there to see who can make it. But folks, we're going to bring it to a close. It's been a long day. You'll need to get some rest, because same time tomorrow, we will round out the group stage and decide for once and all who we say farewell to and who remains alive for the playoffs here in the Elite Classic 3. It's been a pleasure to be with you, and we'll see you all tomorrow.